What's going on, everybody? So we had some craziness tonight. I don't know what to say other than wow. This was a rather interesting evening, as all I gotta say. And listening to the debate between Brenton and Smokey Saint just continue to exemplify the incredible level of brainwashing, ignorance, and stunning lack of civics education and history in the United States education system, even for those who claim to be well informed. I mean, the things that were coming out of Brenton's mouth tonight just were causing. I've literally had an aneurysm in my brain, had brain surgery. I felt like I was going to have aneurysms tonight listening to this stuff coming out of this nutcake's mouth about capitalism, socialism, history, the Constitution, the military. Oh, folks, it was a rather epic level of madness tonight, and I am looking forward greatly to having great conversation tonight. Everybody giving their thoughts, opinions, what I thought the best one-liners were, who won, best comebacks, and just overall in general their opinion. Although I found it very interesting, both in my debate against T-Jump and then tonight, Smokey versus Brenton, neither one of those who were against Trump could remotely defend Biden. They both actually admitted they couldn't defend him and just tried to claim that somehow Trump was dangerous. It amazes me. It's like all rationality has just completely flown the coop in relation to the left. I mean, the fact that guy said that the Democrats were not left and were just the other side of the right-wing coin. I mean, what the flying, you know what, people? I can't take it. This stuff.
Yeah,
this stuff is insane. Okay, all right. Hang on, Tony. David was in first. What's up, David? How you doing, man? What's your thoughts for the night, man?
Hey, what's up, everyone? Well, let me be very clear. I didn't want to hold it, but the parts that I listened to kind of reaffirmed my opinion that the only thing less rational than religion is politics.
Well, David, I would have to suggest that left-wingers, who also happen to have a high percentage of atheists, also happen to be living in Fantasyland when it comes to the evolution versus intelligent design argument. So maybe you should think about that a little bit, David. Just saying. Just saying.
Well, we should have a that.
Okay, so I guess that guy's going.
So let me be clear. Let me just kind of break down for you my political philosophy. I think that the one thing that is missing in politics today is intellectual honesty. Because as you said in the opening, there is no intellectually honest way of defending Joe Biden. There isn't. There's no intellectually honest way of defending him saying to a voter that you're a lying sack of you-know-what. And there's no intellectually honest way of him saying that you should vote for Trump. There's simply no intellectually honest way of defending that. And I will say the same thing for the Trumpeters. There is no intellectually honest way for the Republicans to defend Trump's slow the testing down and all of those other millions of lies that he tells. They're both crooks, they're both liars, they're both frauds. I said my piece on that.
Well, we'll have to get back on that. But all right, Tony, what's up, friend? How are you doing?
Did you guys hear the news? Joe Biden just announced that he's running for the Queen of England.
That wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me.
Yeah, Trump's not a crook. He's going to do a great job. He's definitely going to win again. The left is insane. They're not going to be happy until RuPaul is in the White House.
All right, now before we go to the man of the hour himself, the one and only Smokey Saint, Jim has entered the stream. Jim, what were your thoughts on the debate? best one-liners. Who you think won? What's your overall opinion of the, shall we say, interesting interactions that just went down over on Modern Day Debate?
I appreciate it. So cool to kind of meet you guys a little bit on StreamYard. So thanks for having me on, and hopefully one day as I get my stuff up and running, I'd like to join you guys in some of this as well. So Smokey, good job, man. Like I personally think you won, just because, well, I read history and I read books and I challenge my own assumptions in a lot of things, and I can't seem to find a way that Marxism, socialism, or anything or any of those things work. Period.
Amen.
So good job, and I've been listening to you for a while too, and on the channel. Same with you, John. So appreciate it. Okay.
Take your time, man. By the way, kudos on the questions and the delivery. Well played, sir. You were appreciated part of the debate.
Okay, now hang on, Smokey, before you start going. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you the one and only Smokey Saint, who just once more showcased the level of madness that is the left. I mentioned this a minute ago, but quite possibly one of the dumbest things I have ever heard is that the Democrat Party is not currently left-wing.
Yeah.
And
there's no such thing as left-wing since, what did he say? Like 18 something? Like what?
I mean, when those words came out of his mouth, I just about had a conniption fit. I'm just like, you have got to be kidding me. Yeah. But this coincides with what I think may have been one of his most ignorant statements of the evening, which was him trying to claim that he didn't even know what it was, but the Posse Comitatus was part of the Constitution. And for those of you who don't know, Posse Comitatus was passed in 1878, flipping my numbers here, post Civil War, with the express purpose of preventing the president from being able to leverage the active duty military for law enforcement and ultimately, obviously, dictatorship. And so that doesn't exist in the Constitution, number one. Number two, there was the Insurrection Act of, I believe, 1803 was put in place to enable the president to activate the militia in order to put down rebellions and such. And the only provision of Posse Comitatus is if the president has activated the Insurrection Act, then they are allowed to use active duty military, even with Posse Comitatus Act in place. And for those of the left and just Americans in general who are ignorant idiots, literally 25%, so that's 1 in 4 presidents of the United States from the passing of the Inception Act until now have utilized it and activated the military. I mean, this is not some like rarity. And they're trying to act like Trump is some kind of tyrant. He literally has not leveraged the Insurrection Act, nor has he activated the National Guard, nor has he used active duty military for law enforcement. So if you guys think this, then you're ignorant idiots, and you need to go and do some basic research and basic history, and go learn like 8th grade civics, and then get back to having conversation about politics, because until then, you're morons, literally, and all you do is continue to showcase your level of ignorance and how politicians are being able to use you like dumbass pawns to perpetuate their own power, to get you to vote for whatever their stupidity is. And this applies on both the left and the right. They leverage your ignorance to perpetuate their own power. And if we do not stop this and actually start to learn the basics of government, economics, and just history in general, we are destined to be either subject to totalitarians or collapse into socialism, and then ultimately into dictatorship. All right, my diatribe aside and done. I was really to everyone there.
Yeah, I just want to say I was really surprised that he buys into Russiagate. Like, and I didn't want to have a Russiagate debate, but holy crap, dude. Like, and I just kind of dismissed it in my opening with my own thing about it too, because I mean, it's been a huge nothing burger. Everyone's been revealed in it. And in fact, we now have indictments for all the sleazy crap that's been done behind the scenes about it. So like,
and there's more indictments coming.
Yeah, like, and it was so weird to hear him say that. Like, he must get all his news from CNN or something. Like,
yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Hey, yeah, real quick. David just said in private chat he's getting an announcement. David, go ahead, man. What you have something you want to announce to everybody?
Yes, I do. the debate that the internet has been waiting for has been scheduled. And the Battle of the Nefs will take place next Friday, September 11th at 9:30 p.m. on Standing for Truth channel. I believe it's 9:30. It's 9 or 9:30, and the topic is the global flood versus uniformitarianism.
All right, everybody. Okay, everybody. So next Friday, September 11th, over on Standing for Truth. Is that right?
Yep, next Friday.
Okay. All right, over on Standing for Truth channel. And the Neff versus Neff, for those of you who haven't been on one of my live streams before, so you've got Nephilim Free, who is well known in the MDD world of debates. So Nephilim Free will be taking on David P. Neff, and they're going to be debating the global flood over on Standing for Truth next Friday, September 11th, at either 9 or 9:30. And make sure you check that out, folks. You won't want to miss that. I'm sure that will be quite the epic back and forth madness. Now, Jim, you were going down an interesting path. So, I mean, what are your thoughts on my little tangent there a minute ago, and like its application to what we witnessed tonight?
So there's a few different things. One is I would address from the debate is federalism. Okay, the states have responsibilities. Okay, like the governor has responsibilities, and they need to do things to help their state. And if they don't activate the National Guard in the event that they think there's a riot, they are failing as your state governor. Like, vote them out. Like, they're pieces of shit. Okay, so. One, I would say you're right in the Posse Comitatus Act. That does depend on the mission a little bit. So I think what I would ask is, was it enacted for Katrina? Because the 82nd Airborne was sent to Katrina in order to help quell civil unrest and restore some order, but they were also there for mostly humanitarian mission. Also, I would also take a stab at the Army Corps of Engineers in some regard, because they have an interesting structure as well. But overall, active duty, the 82nd Airborne in Katrina is very interesting because there was some issues with that act in particular. And again, I guess what I would say, what I would say is everything we do in America, like, we have to be very careful of. And the reason why I say that is because we are an experiment. We've been an experiment since 1776. Everything we do matters. And if we give people certain responsibilities, they need to uphold those certain responsibilities. If the governors aren't using their National Guard or aren't using their funds to train their National Guard, then they need to request federal assistance and receive more funding for their National Guard. Because that's part of the training. It's why they have this thing called a combat inspection. I'm in the Guard and I'm active duty. I'm actually getting out of active duty right now, so that's why I'm speaking to some of this. And that's why I kind of went after Brent pretty hard. So
yeah, you did good, bro. Your questions were spot on and actually pretty clever. I love the last one, the free $5 lesson. That was great.
Yeah, Jim, I think I don't believe. I could be wrong on this, but I don't believe W Act did the Insurrection Act for Katrina. But I don't believe I don't know for a second that some of the active duty did end up getting used in this context somewhat. But there's the Posse Comitatus distinction is specifically for law enforcement and quelling of unrest versus being able to be used for a support position, and that's one of the. That's why I'm not suggesting that in terms of Katrina, there may not have been some overlap, because I think that was one of the big questions. Like, were they actually being used for a law enforcement capacity versus just coming in for support? I think that would coincide with your point, or kind of dovetail into your point about the Army Corps of Engineers, right? Like, what are they doing on our soil? Are they doing law enforcement? Are they doing construction projects? Because there's a clear distinction in that line.
Yeah, I agree with you. And what I would say is, so it depends on the mission set. So in the Army, we have a lot of different missions, right? We have offense, defense, stabilization, and then we have this crazy thing called DISCA. All right, this is like defense, stability, like community type of mission sets. So this is where humanitarian relief really comes into play. So, like, for example, Haiti, back in 2000, It was like early 2000s. That was a DISCA mission that we deployed the U.S. forces to assist Haiti. It was way after Katrina. But anyway, so the same idea applies, right? If you use it on U.S. soil, all right, you still have to be extremely careful. I mean, any active duty force, and again, because that sets a precedent, because everything we do is kind of new. And I know we've been around for 250 years, but we're still doing this experiment of federalism. And I think we're the only country that really has been doing it well, in my opinion. So,
Well, I mean, I would agree with you on where you're saying. By the way, which you say you're active duty right now? What are you?
I'm getting out.
What you're getting? Are you going through separation right now, or
Yeah, I'm going through separation right now.
What are you? What branch are you in?
I'm in Army. I'm actually out of Fort Bragg in the 82nd Airborne, so that's why
Okay.
that is, by the way, that is America's whoopee, like or like security blanket. Like whenever America has an issue, like Fort Bragg gets the phone call because FORSCOM is there. That's the highest command in the continental U.S. And they get that call and it goes to Fort Bragg right down not Fort Bragg, but 82nd Airborne right down the street, and then a brigade gets called up.
Well,
So,
now, while the 82nd is rather important, I'm going to have to go ahead and I have to tout the 101st as
fucking
well.
brag.
Now, my father actually retired at Fort Campbell, and
Yeah,
Fort Campbell is about 45 minutes west of me. I've been on that base many times.
I mean, it's cool.
No, I'm messing with you. 82nd and the 101st, man, both have a very, very epic history, and the assaults and the variety of combat missions that those two units have undertaken over the course of history are, for those of you who are unaware, I recommend you going and Googling these and reading their history. There's a tremendous amount of moments of demarcation, shall we say, in a variety of wars and very important missions that would have failed miserably without the brave men and women of those units and many others. So anyway, I have to have some fun with it. I know there's a little bit of rivalry between the 82nd and the 101st, so I gotta.
So what I'll say is this. All right, the 101st is no longer an airborne unit. The rumor, and I can't confirm this, but the rumor is going around that they're waiting until the last World War II vets go, and then they're going to rebrand as Air Assault because that's what they do now. They do just helicopter insertions and like helicopter attacks. Like that's their bread and butter. Therefore, they are nothing more than legs. And in my world, a leg is the worst thing you can be because you're a non-airborne personnel. You don't jump out of planes. So,
they're rebrand. Wow, that's interesting. I did not. That's
yeah.
That's
So
strange.
yeah, they are straight up air assault now, and that's their bread and butter, and that's a helicopter. We're trying to task organize our forces to be like light infantry, heavy infantry. That's why they call them brigade combat teams now. There's a whole bunch of stuff out there.
There's so much madness happening in our military right now. One of my best friends is he's in the Marines, and he was telling me he's an officer in the Marines. He's telling me about how their all of the Marine artillery is being drawn down. All the Marine missions will be supported by Army artillery. And
you're talking in theater, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you something else that was very fascinating. So my father was actually a artillery commander in Vietnam.
Yep.
And I was telling him that my buddy who's in the Marines, he was telling me about this, that when he's doing his post OCS stuff, it turned out that none of the brigade commanders, artillery commanders in either the Army or the Marines knew how to do the calculations manually. And I guess he got reported to some general who flipped his script and was like, "What do you mean? There are no current active commanders who could actually do this without computers, calculators stuff."
Yeah.
And so now they're doing like emergency training, and it's like a hybrid between Marines and Army. Anyway, I told my dad about it. He's like, "Man, my dad told me a story about how
fucking Jason Mills, brother. I know the artillery language because I supported him a little bit. I'm actually a logistician in the Army, so I'm a pogue in some regards, but I make sure they get all their shit. And I supported I've supported an FA battalion which with 119ers and 777s, which that's like 105 millimeter. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but smaller bullets to bigger bullets. And then I also supported engineers as well. And someone in the chat was asking which brigade, 2nd Brigade, Falcon Brigade in the 82nd. So
yeah, it's crazy. So you'll appreciate this. So my dad was telling me. So my dad was actually shot in the neck in Vietnam. Okay.
Oh, okay.
In a helicopter, but it happened because his forward observer had gotten killed, and while they were waiting for the next one to come, the tactic back then was the forward observers would oftentimes hop in a helicopter, fly over the jungle, and if they saw stuff they thought was bad, they would fly over, drop a grenade, or like shoot down on it. If it shot back, then they'd call in the artillery, right? So anyway, I told my dad about like nobody had to do the math. He's like, "Are you kidding me? I used to be flying around in a helicopter. I'd lean out the door, drop a grenade, they'd fire back, we'd pull out. I would sit there and do the math while we were flying around in the helicopter on a piece of paper, and then call it into my guys.
Yep.
And then we would do this stuff, and I'm sitting there having to do the math on the fly. It was nuts. I'm like, man, I can only imagine what would happen if there was an EMP or any kind of satellite collapse. I mean, people will be in deep doo-doo. But anyway, before we go off on a military history and talk, so Smokey Saint, I want to know from you, my friend, what do you think was the line of demarcation between you and Brenton tonight? Like, what was the point for you where you were just like, did I just hear this? Wow, we are like polar opposites.
Well, all right. Well, Brenton was a little tough too, because especially when he went into like the open dialogue, it almost seemed like he was just getting ready to do a full blown rebuttal of like another 10 minutes or something. So like I kind of let him go for a bit, but it seemed to be like for instance his opening, it was nothing pro Biden. It was everything in the world is kind of crappy right now. Trump bad. Like this is like all I heard through most of it, and it was a lot of emotion noise, a lot of whining about how things are, and that's why kind of in my opening I really tried to dismantle that whole let's not turn this into a what COVID's done to America debate and blame it on Trump, like trying to kind of get that out of the way at the beginning. I'm kind of glad it didn't turn into that. But yeah, man, I don't know. I frankly, especially now having just gone through it, my mind's a little bit of a blur on it. But I noticed lots of instances where he was talking and I really like James told me to try to not like talk so much and interject so much. So I've been trying to be more respectful and stuff in that regard. But there was a lot of things he was saying where he's just literally saying the opposite of things that are true.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
that's why I made my point about him projecting. Like, dude, you are literally, I'm talking about him. Brenton, you are literally saying the 180-degree opposite.
Right. And like, I mean, his argument about the whole military thing and stuff in a way was just like him trying to find ways to condone, domestic and civil unrest. And I'm like, once, and this was my whole point too. I think this is one of the better points I made when I said, once it's a riot, it's no longer a protest, no matter what. And if you're there, you're not a protester, you're a rioter. That's all there is to it. And if you're going to be out in a riot zone when the feds are coming and you don't expect you're going to possibly get picked up, you're a moron. You know what? You should not be in that area, and you should not be, prancing around on the streets, where there's a bunch of burning buildings. What the hell could you possibly be doing other than possibly something bad or up to no good or doing some looting yourself? Like once you hear the feds are coming, unless you're a rioter, you're probably not going to want to be there. So the whole idea where Trump is just some monster, and by the way, I think that's wrong. I didn't find any information anywhere about the people that were sent into any of the cities being private military contractors. I found nothing of the sort.
There was a on CNN, MSNBC for like a 3 or 4 day period. There was a whole headline onslaught of that talking point, but then had to be retracted.
Yeah, all I've done, and I looked for information after he said that too. I was trying to pull it up, and I was even typing into Google like his talking lines, like, can I find this? And like all I found from every news outlet I pulled up was feds, DEA, NAF, basically pulled from every single possible government agency, but they're all federal officers. They're just with different, some are with drug enforcement, some are with, Homeland Security, HHS, but they're all coming from these different places and they're being sent to bring order to these urban centers that have gone out of control.
Well, and Smokey, before and Henry, before we let you have a word, since we have a current active duty member of the military right now, Jim, I want to ask you a direct question. So Brenton tonight and T Jump and my debate with him on this exact same topic, by the way, tried to claim that the Park Service officers are the equivalent of the military. What is your response to that statement? Like, do you think it is a appropriate or even remotely accurate comparison to say that a park ranger is equivalent to an active duty military member?
So I here's my response. Noted.
It's got to get a drink in, folks, before it responds to this one.
No, it's just noted. Like that's so. Here's the problem with some of these conversations. Like I get it. Some people don't know everything, and that's fine, right? The issue that I run into with some of the debates is people are just so arrogantly just stupid. I don't know how to put it, and I'm trying to be nice, and like I'm sure he's super smart in Marxism and all that other fun stuff, and he can talk to me about what Vosh talks about with paleo-Marxist theory, but I don't give a shit. Like if you're going to talk U.S. politics and you're going to talk U.S. civics and you're going to talk about U.S. economics, at least have a general understanding of some of it, and then we can move forward from there. Parks Department. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't see Ron Swanson. I know this is not the same thing, but I don't see him being the guy. You know, he's not military.
Well, and that's the thing. The point you're making about like actually go and have some understanding of not only United States civics, but also just reality.
Yeah.
You know, like so much of the stuff we hear is this pseudo intellectual theoretical crap. It's like you are spewing theory, not real world application of and what is actually reality. And until you're going to talk about reality, why are we even listening to you? You're off in some bizarro fantasy land in the context of Brenton tonight projecting the polar opposite of reality. Now, Henry, I appreciate you coming into the stream. What are your thoughts on the debate tonight?
Oh yeah, I thought it was a good debate. I asked a couple questions in it, and on the one, I thought it was funny. I asked, I don't remember specifically how I worded it, but I asked like, who would you want to be president? And Smokey gave kind of a joke answer. He was like, "Oh, Jesus Christ." But Brenton went like he was completely honest. He's like, I don't want a president. He's like, I want to dissolve the office. I don't think it should exist. Well, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Right, exactly. Like that's insane. Like I did not expect that at all. Like I thought your answer, Smokey, was kind of funny or whatever, but like Brenton, I just couldn't.
It was. I mean, granted, it was funny, but it was also serious. I do mean it.
Oh, well, well, no, but you know what I meant by that question. I know, a legitimate politician. I know, I get it. I would think you'd say like Ted Cruz, and he was going to say Bernie Sanders. This is kind of the shit I was expecting, but like you kind of both threw me for a loop on that one.
I was waiting for him. Yeah, I was waiting for him to jump up and be like, "Well, Jesus Christ is dead." Like, no, you want to debate that next?
Okay, so in line with that, guys, and let's start with you, Henry, on this one. So one of the positions that was taken by Brenton was that Bernie Sanders, in any other context, would be considered a centrist.
Oh my God. Holy shit!
I would love. Well, I think I got your response, but Henry, go first. What are your thoughts about Bernie Sanders? Do you think he is a centrist?
Oh fuck no! And by the way, just for context, I don't think he's a centrist. I'm left wing, and I don't think Bernie Sanders is centrist. So just so we're aware, like fuck no, he's a radical. Like that guy's extreme as shit. Yeah. Some of his positions are more extreme than you would find in Europe, or like as far as healthcare goes, it's more extreme than you would find anywhere else. Like the guy's an extremist. He's a socialist, Marxist radical.
All right, Smokey, what are your thoughts on that?
No, I agree. I'm with him 100%. Yeah, I mean, but that's what Brennan was doing. Like he seemed to be like, and to his credit, he's clearly well read and kind of smart. But like in terms of like actual current events and like knowledge of what's actually going on, I really do think he gets everything from CNN or MSNBC. Because like all I heard was fake news, fake news, fake news. Like I I'll be honest with you. I did not prepare for it, nor did I think he was going to bring up that he thought Russiagate was still a thing. Like, that blew my freaking mind when he mentioned that. I'm like, dude, really? But, and again, I didn't prepare for that. I didn't want to debate it, so I just dismissed it with my own statement. But like, bro.
What I found very interesting over the last several years, when you actually have real interactions with supposedly informed liberals, is they very often, if you go below the talking points, which they will spew with such utter confidence, you will find gigantic holes in their knowledge. I mean, just gaping holes. And for example, like with the Russiagate thing, it's like, hey, folks, it was a couple months ago that the FBI admitted that the warrants they got from the FISA court were based on false premise. And then like 3 weeks ago, a lawyer for the FBI pled guilty to altering the evidence they submitted to the FISA court to get the Carter Page warrant, which was the ultimate root of the entire Russiagate investigation. So you now have a no ifs, ands, or buts about it, fruit of the poison tree, admitted and pled guilty to. I mean, folks,
Maddox,
like anyway. Sorry, go ahead.
No, when you opened, you said it so perfectly. We've now both had a Trump debate, and neither side of the opposition could muster up the testicular fortitude to actually even defend the candidate. Like, what does that say? Now, I think you presented a positive case for Trump, and I think I presented a positive case for Trump, and neither side has been able to yet present a positive case for Biden whatsoever. I mean, Brenton didn't even bother trying to go hunting for some obscure beneficial political policy that Biden might have passed. Did not even care about that. Did not care about defending the man at all whatsoever. Basically just saying, Trump is bad, don't vote Trump.
Okay, so in line with that, I'd love to get you guys' opinion on this. So, and Henry, since you are the only leftist so far that's had the testicular fortitude to come into the conversation, I'd love to get your opinion on this first. So I don't think that the left in the United States actually thinks that Joe Biden would be, if he wins, will be president for any length of time. What are your thoughts?
You think he's going to die or something?
I think he will die, or I think they will invoke the 25th Amendment and remove him.
I guess it's a possibility. I don't know. I wouldn't say the majority of the left-wing people believe that.
Okay, let me rephrase. Not the uninformed dumbasses that just vote liberal out of like default. I'm talking about the actually educated ones.
What, you think that they're voting for Kamala Harris? I don't.
I mean, I think they're voting for.
They're voting against Trump mainly, I think, is the thing.
Well, I would agree with you on that, but I mean, yeah,
I think that's the main appeal of Biden. I think there's a lot of left-wing people that, like, you don't experience because you're on the internet, right? And so you're getting like the Brentons and people like that. But like a lot of people, they like Biden for, if you look in the past at his record, he passed the '94 crime bill, or he voted for it or whatever, and like a lot of them like that. And like Trump was doing, like, he was passing things antithetical to that. Like he was more less isolationist.
Okay. So, all right, hang on.
Like it's a difference between like very young.
I have to ask you a question about that then.
Oh, okay.
So if a significant, per your words, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but like if you're saying that a significant percentage of the left is liking Biden because of the '94 crime bill.
Oh no,
does that mean that they're actually racist?
No.
Because I'm pretty sure that
the '94 crime bill is a good thing. I don't know. Do you disagree with that, or?
It was the '94. Which one was the '94 or the '96?
It decreased violent crime by quite a bit. I mean,
was this a three strike rule?
It was several. It was a lot of shit. It wasn't just one thing. I mean, there was that bill, but it was a host of other things with the Clinton administration and cracking down on violent crime.
I'm pretty sure
it was kind of the opposite of what we're seeing now.
I'm pretty sure that one was the one that's been directly tied to the dramatic spike in African American males specifically going to jail.
Oh yeah, which decreased crime because they're the ones that commit crime at a higher rate. So I mean, like, yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I agree that the stats say that, but it's been
You
designated
lock up criminals more. You lock up more criminals.
Well, that would be
less crime happens.
that would be logical, but
yeah,
it's been
that's what they did. That's what
deemed
he
one of the
voted
most
for.
racist pieces of legislation. So
By who?
okay, so have you not been paying attention? Because it's been deemed that by a lot.
Oh yeah, by parts of the left,
and
sure.
not by the right, by the left.
Well, no, yeah, by the left. I mean, you're right, and you were saying it was racist, so I don't know, but no, by young people, sure.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I agree with you that the 3-strike law was dumb in terms of
when you're looking at his record,
position.
He's like, you could say he's pandering to people.
Some people went to prison for like 25 years for stealing like a pack of gum or something stupid like that. Like,
no, they didn't.
Petty theft.
Stealing gum.
No, petty theft on a 3-strike.
Who went to prison for 25 years for stealing gum?
Oh my dude! Who do you think's been getting? Okay,
you're not aware of this because of the 3-strike law.
Oh, because they committed felonies and they stole gum later. They went to prison
because they committed a petty theft, and even though petty theft could be considered in some jurisdictions as a felony or even a heavy misdemeanor, that it would still impose the 3-strike penalty, and then they would get the maximum penalty for basically their concurrent crimes before. Because keep in mind, you would get a passive sentence the first 2 times, and then when you screw up the 3rd time, all those past 2 sentences that you got light on come back.
It wasn't 25 years for stealing a pack of gum. It was like you raped someone and you stole some shit, and then you stole a pack of gum and went back for 25 years.
Holy crap,
yeah,
bro.
I'm fine with that, dude. Well, I'm actually totally fine with that.
That's not what it was. That's not what it was. Because, again, like I said, some jurisdictions govern those things differently with the 3 strikes laws, and each one had their own method of interpretation, and they were given that license by Bill Clinton. Okay, so they could always apply the 3 strikes when they wanted to. That means that they could pass maximum penalties on all of those crimes. And it happened many times, bro. This is why so much of the black community was thrown in for minor drug offenses for extraordinary long periods of time, because they were having all of these maximum sentences tagged on for multiple crimes that they had been let off previously, which were nothing more than petty offenses.
Yeah, and crime went down after we did this. So it's like once we start locking up criminals, people that commit. Yes, it did. From the 90s, the early 90s, crime dropped off a cliff, dude.
Well, yeah, crime dropped.
You're looking at like the drug war and then the 94 crime bill. I'm sorry, I am.
No,
I don't know what to tell you.
No, but I get what you're saying. But I think what you're proposing is that the war on drugs was actually a good thing.
Well, it decreased crime. I mean, it was.
But you could say that but you're just stating that causality. You're not, that's not specific. Like to say like, well, there was a decrease in drug crime, therefore there was a decrease in crime.
Well, no, they were locking people for drugs because the people carrying drugs and selling them and dealing with them, they were the same people assaulting people and shooting people up and doing all of these other things. So like the drugs, there were a lot of people.
But I'm not talking about them. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the other group, which was a big chunk as well, who were arrested, tried, convicted, and punished beyond what was probably reasonable for a series of petty crimes. That's what I'm talking about. These are the people that the 3 strikes law injured, as opposed to the instance where we brought at the very beginning, the rapist and the murderer. Okay, he should have just had the maximum penalty allowable for the law for those crimes at the time, as opposed to, well, let's give a rapist and a murderer another chance. Like even your anecdote is really like kind of fallacious on that level.
No, what was my anecdote?
Well, the idea about, like, well, I'm good with it if, the 3 strike thing, does this for this person if he's a murderer and a rapist and then steals a pack of gum and then goes in there. But see, again, it wouldn't decrease crime because
it did. I mean, crime dropped off a cliff.
You're just saying
it did. Yeah. It fell precipitously in the after the early 90s when they passed all these policies. Crime dropped insanely. Violent crime, all of it dropped.
That's
like crazy.
Fine. That's
I mean,
you know what also would have dropped crime? Mass murdering a bunch of people.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know,
they
it
didn't
doesn't
do that.
mean it-
Well,
yeah,
we
it
didn't
does
do
not
that. We
mean-
didn't have to do that.
dude, it does not mean that the
they
method
didn't
was
have to do that, and it still dropped.
Henry. But you're not listening
without
to me.
killing people.
But that's my point. It doesn't mean the method was good just because crime dropped. Okay, if it causes a whole bunch of people to be victimized in the process for crimes and punishments that aren't fitting for what they've done, then it's monstrous to justify it by saying, well, crime dropped, especially when you could say that there were other policies.
What about the people that would have otherwise been victimized if they hadn't done it? What about all the rapes and murders and assaults and thefts that would have occurred had they not done it?
By your own admission, Henry, the 3 strikes law wasn't helping those because
Yes,
the rapists.
it was. It
No, it
dropped
wasn't.
crime. Crime
The
dropped.
rapists were
all
not
violent
getting-
crime dropped. Yes, all of
Henry,
it dropped.
the
All of it fell
rapists
off
were-
a cliff.
Henry, you're contradicting yourself.
Okay, go ahead.
You're contradicting yourself. The rapists in your system are being let out early so they can go do it again.
No.
Yes.
All of
Yes.
it dropped. Rape
Mitigated.
dropped, rape dropped, theft dropped, assault dropped, murder
All right.
dropped. All of
You
it
know what?
fell off a cliff. It
You're
all
not even
dropped.
listening to me, dude.
All of
You're
it
not-
was lessened.
Okay,
all
yes.
of it became
And again,
less,
we
less
also
of them
could have
happened.
dropped. Yeah, we also
So what are
could
you
have.
talking about?
I'm saying we also could have dropped crime by executing criminals.
Yeah, we didn't have to go that far, and we were still able to
And
drop
we didn't
it,
have to
so
go as far
good
as
for us.
3 strikes. And we didn't have to go as far as 3
hang on.
strikes.
Yeah, okay, guys.
Okay.
Okay, hang on, guys. We have to look at things from a
3 strikes was a dumpster fire, and I'm surprised anyone would defend it.
You have to look at things from a big picture perspective. We now have entire segments of our society, and this applies specifically to minorities in a much greater level, that now for 20 years, over 20 years now, have had gigantic portions of the men specifically in their demographic that have basically been removed from society or from any possibility of being productive members of society. And we have also now created a perpetual cycle of poverty and crime, specifically for African American males. And this is a fact. The data is in. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And unless we address this, which is something Trump's actually been working on directly, until this is addressed at a fundamental level, we're going to have ongoing perpetuation of a lower class economically that is going to just continue in perpetuity. And hardly anybody on the left wants to actually address what is the real problem. And it's the fact that the nuclear family has been absolutely and utterly decimated in the African American community. And the data is in. If you go back to the 1950s, the unwed kids being born to single moms was like 30 something percent. It was not that much higher than Hispanics and not that much higher than and whites was like 15%, Hispanics were like 24, and African Americans were like 30 something. Anyway, fast forward to today, it's 81% as of the most recent census of African American kids are born to a single mom. Yeah, that is devastating data. There is no way around this. And if you're going to think that doesn't, with all the other known data about the education level of kids born to single moms versus two-parent families, et cetera, I mean, the outcomes, it's known data. And we think that when you have over 50% of the male population in the African American community has been in jail, has gone to prison at least once, over 50%. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? We let them out. We don't give them hardly any method for expungement of their record. Therefore, they're stuck in crap jobs in perpetuity. And if you're never going to be able to get out of poverty, what are you going to do? You're going to go look for other ways to make money. And their context, it's a mindset of, well, I can't ever get a real job. Therefore, I might as well just go do something because I'll probably end up in jail again anyway. I mean, what the hell do we think is going to happen? Like, this is not, I'm not making things up here. We're observing this happen in real time.
I don't know how good it was for a Biden proponent to show up and say abolish the presidency instead of elect one of these people. Like, I don't know. Like, that was probably a bad moment in the debate, right? For him,
Yeah.
kinda.
I mean,
Anyway, by the way,
it was nuts.
I have to bow out for just a little bit to go get my traditional victory burrito for the debate. So,
Smokey, well deserved. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree with you, man. Like, no, I can't support the person that I am here to defend. I mean, that's just I don't know how that makes any sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was figuring like it's kind of like one of those things where I'm kind of surprised when people will show up and debate it, but he took an interesting route. So, I mean, I had fun with it. You know, it was interesting.
Well, go enjoy your burrito, get some
Appreciate
coffee,
it.
come back.
All right. Awesome, guys. Talk to you later.
Jim, you've been quiet for a little bit, listening to me rant. What do you think about all this?
So, Jesus Christ. So, there's a lot there to kind of talk about. So I guess I'm gonna go back a step or so, several steps. And it's funny when Brent said how educated he was and how he read Thomas Paine, and then I sat there and kind of laughed because, you know, for someone who's so educated on the founding fathers, like, I mean, why don't you just pick up a book that has all the letters from the founding fathers? I mean, it's a great idea. Hamilton is actually one of the greatest defenders of the Constitution, not just from the play Hamilton, but also he wrote 51 of the Federalist
Quick
letters.
sidebar, Jim.
So,
since you obviously have read the Federalist Papers, tell me if you, well, the ones that you read.
I haven't read all of them. Working through them.
Get back into what you were talking about, but of the ones you have read, did they some of them strike you as being very prophetic in their anticipation of issues they were trying to account for with the Constitution?
I mean, all the founding fathers were prophetic in a lot of ways. Even the relationship between Adam and Jefferson, that was an extremely, extremely prophetic relationship. State versus strong government, individual rights versus, you know, government rights, or government laws, essentially. I mean, there's just so many things that founding fathers have said that are extremely applicable, and the fact that they had the foresight to see some of that and to see kind of how some of human nature kind of comes through, it's very interesting. I would like to see a debate on, like, is the Constitution still relevant? I think that will be a very good debate.
I think that would be an epic debate. And if you haven't read this, Jim, I would strongly recommend it. For folks in the audience, if you have never read this, which I would wager probably 99.9% of you have not, very interesting stuff. And that's James Madison's notes on the Constitutional Convention.
Yeah, I'm working through all the founding fathers, brother.
Okay, so for those of you who didn't learn this in civics in history class, so there was this whole like 6-month period where the best and the brightest came together and worked to develop the Constitution. Yep. And James Madison, they weren't supposed to be like documenting all this stuff, but James Madison decided he was going to anyway. And he literally was like writing down different concepts, discussions, disagreements, debates they were having on what to actually put into the Constitution. And if you read it, it's very, very interesting because many of the things you hear coming out of the talking heads' mouths on TV today about how, the Constitution is no longer relevant because they had no idea about insert, talking point. You'll find the notes on the Constitutional Convention rather fascinating because many of the things that these supposed constitutional experts that come on television and tell you the Constitution does not apply to because they didn't know anything about this, they discussed the exact premise, of whatever the talking point is during that 6-month period. And it leads me to, a couple possible conclusions about these morons we're listening to that are supposedly quote unquote experts. And it's either one, you're an idiot and don't know anything, therefore you should not be portraying yourself as an expert. 2, you do know that you're a liar and are trying to cover it up. Or 3, you're an idiot and a liar. To me, there's no other like option outside of that. Either you're trying to convince people that everything should be changed to your own end, or you're just a dumbass. And I don't know how to escape that, given the knowledge that I have now. And like the point you're making, go read the Federalist Papers, go read the notes on the Constitutional Convention, go read other pieces from the founding fathers, and you will discover that they were anticipating the vast majority of the crap that we're currently dealing with. Go ahead.
I mean, like the whole the founding fathers, the Constitutional Convention, all that fun stuff. There's a Constitution, and I always recommend people read that. Recommend people read the Federalist Papers, all 81 of them. And guess what? There is also, just keep the other side of the argument, the anti-Federalist Papers. Mm-hmm. Go read them. Like, it's great. Like the fact that we have so much of this knowledge, and even if you can't read them all, go find a summary of them. Like find a few sentence summary. Like I got it. Like you may not get everything, but you'll catch a lot of it, and you'll be infinitely smarter because of it. I know that, like.
Well, Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Man, and what I learned was in the summer when it was hot.
Hair.
The kids like to rub my blonde leg hair.
That's right.
Because it would float.
Yeah.
I'm actually
great. Those rusty razor blades.
Yeah, you didn't know about that?
Tony, welcome back, man. What have you been thinking?
A nightmare.
What's been going through your mind as you've been listening to my long-winded diatribes and the short and pithy statements from the other guys?
Well, I'm definitely voting for Biden. I mean, no argument there. I mean, come on. He's sniffing girls' hair. I mean, why not? You know? Makes sense, doesn't it?
I mean, you know, at this point, folks, this stuff, like, you can't make it up. I mean, you really can't make up the stuff that Joe Biden has done. I mean, I'm honestly, I love kids jumping on my lap after they've been rubbing my leg hair in the pool.
Like, come on.
For that one, I'm like, dude, in what universe does it make sense that you would say that publicly?
Yeah, and if Trump said that, forget it. Imagine if Trump said any of those things. Like, you ain't, like when he said, yeah, you're not black unless you're voting for, or you're not a Democrat or whatever.
He said, if you don't vote, if you vote for Trump, then you're not black.
Right. Okay. So what if Trump said that?
I mean, I don't even know, man.
The left gets away with everything, and you know, they're a bunch of crybabies too, all of them.
Well, it's funny because one of my acquaintances, he shot me a note about what Trump said about the troops, about not wanting to do a memorial, all that fun stuff. I mean, okay, if there's any level of truth, it is what it is. And I looked at him and I was like, all right, you know what? You guys would sit here, because he said it was unforgivable actions. And I said, you know what you guys would say? It's unforgivable if he decided to wake up late one morning because he slept in, because he's overworked, because he's the president of the United States, and forgets to go to an EPA meeting. Get the hell out of here. Like, come on. If it goes on CNN, that's what's going to happen.
Well, CNN's an honest network. They always report the truth.
No. It drives me crazy.
I got to run, man, but 2 words, Maddox.
Yes,
Professor Dave. Don't let me down, brother.
All right, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Okay, so folks, now for everybody's entertainment, since we're talking about Biden, we need to have a little bit of.
Did you and I just take a breath together?
Probably. we need to have a little bit of entertainment, folks. So without further ado.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I tell you, I don't know.
Why doesn't he just act like a president? That's a stupid way to say it.
You know, Donald Trump was
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, probably best I don't know what I was. Look, tomorrow's Superstar Tuesday, and I want to thank you all. I tell you what, I'm rushing ahead, aren't I? I would eliminate the capital gains tax. I would raise the capital gains tax. We choose unity over division. We choose science over fiction. We choose truth over facts. I commuted every single solitary day to Wilmington, Delaware, over 500 miles a day. 250 miles a day. All right, Jack. Thank you very much. All right. But anyway, I just did Chris. No, I just did Chuck. I tell you what, man, these are back to back. Anyway, I just can't figure the guy. I don't know. It's like watching a yo-yo. I shouldn't have said it that way. It's like watching.
It feels that way. I want to ask you.
I'm coming directly to you for ask a quick favor. And I tell you what, I'm so darn proud. And those poor people who have lost. Anyway, back. I've been here a number of times. Last time was, I think, all the way back in 2014. But I've been here before that. I love this place. Look, what's not to like about Vermont in terms of the beauty? And what a neat town.
If elected, you would turn 82 at the end of your first term. You'd be the oldest president in American history. Are you willing to commit American history?
Yeah. We should make sure that we have no one going to jail for a drug offense. They go directly mandatory prison. I would see for immediately moving to, we're in fact in a position now that if in fact we dealt with mitigation across the board, just what we did in the last administration and before, leading to a standard that we provide efficiency for appliances. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air. Electric vehicles, in fact, the biggest problem is you can't stop to charge. We should have charging stations along every interstate highway in the country. Yeah. You pay for it just like you did gasoline. Sure. But if you can do that with bicycles in town and you can put a nickel, I'm serious. Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone. Make sure the kids hear words. A kid coming from a very poor school, a very poor background, will hear 4 million words fewer spoken by the time they get there.
What is that first issue for your presidency?
The first thing I would do is make sure that we defeat Donald Trump.
You've already done that.
You get a tax break for the racehorse. Why in God's name couldn't we provide an $8,000 tax credit for everybody who has child care costs? It would put 720 million women back in the workforce. 4 more years of Donald Trump will go down as an aberration. Hard to overcome the damage he's done, but we can overcome it. 8 more years of Donald Trump will change America in a fundamental way. The America we know will no longer exist. By the way, it's my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, they switched on me. This is my wife, this is my sister. They switched on me. I'm prepared to say that I have a record of over 40 years.
Okay, I can't take it anymore. It goes on and on and on. I mean, it's just like, oh, man. Yeah, folks, I don't know how anybody can say they're going to vote for this guy. I mean, it's just, and the irony is that's not taken out of context. None of that stuff is taken out of context. It's like in context, it didn't make any sense. Let alone you take it out of context. I mean, and some of the dumb things like, poor kids are just as smart as white kids. I mean, that's not just a faux pas. Poor kids are just as smart as white kids. You have just made the direct assertion that white kids by default would be smarter. Like, that's not just a miss. I mean, that's a direct Freudian slip of your actual mindset. I mean, anyway, Henry, those of us more on the Trump side and less on the Biden side have been dominating the conversation. What are your thoughts about what you just witnessed?
Oh, I thought it was hilarious. I don't know. He's an old guy. He says weird, dumb things. Trump does as well, so, Okay,
name one thing that Trump has said that's on the level of what you just watched.
Well, just look up a compilation like the one you showed of Trump. I mean, you could do the same thing with any president. You could do the exact same thing.
No. Name one.
Name one? Well,
that is on the level of literally forgetting where the fuck you are.
Yeah, look up a compilation like you just showed of Biden. Look it up and
show it. Claim that Trump forgets where he is. So
yeah, I told you can look up a compilation on YouTube of the same shit, dude. Like you just showed a compilation of Biden saying crazy shit. You can do the exact.
Share screen. Go look it up. We'll share screen.
You want me to look up Trump says stupid things? Do you think I can't find that?
You think they're gonna be on the level of dementia? You think on the level of dementia?
On the level? Oh, of course you're gonna be like, oh no, these are all out of context.
Do you think there is any context in which Trump has going to forget?
No,
whether
I think you're misunderstanding, dude. I think that the things Biden were saying I think it was dumb and it was funny. I think you can't acknowledge that Trump does the same thing. I think that's the issue here. They're both old as shit. They say stupid shit. They fucking gif and gabble around. Like, this fucking idea that I can't find a compilation. Like, just anyone watching can look this shit up. You really need me to look up a fucking Trump says stupid shit compilation? Honestly?
Yeah, go for it. I think let's put it in context. I'm not saying.
And then you're gonna bitch and moan because it's like, no, Trump said this because of that reason. No, there's no fucking point, man.
No, actually, Henry, what I will wager is
you want to.
Hang on.
Oh, okay.
You go do that, and I will bet you that the majority of them, if we actually go put them in,
you're already doing it before we've watched it. You're like, oh no.
Okay, so again, go find some stuff, and I will wager that compilations, if we go and find the actual full script of it, will probably make you look like a dumbass. And you know why I know this? Because during the 2016 election, for example, I used to get my mind blown of like, holy crap, there's no way Trump actually said something like that on the campaign trail in this speech that he just gave. So I would go and YouTube the full speech and go and watch it and then be like, wow, look at the amazing way in which they took that out of context. And if you remove the comma and then the following clause, then yes, or the preceding clause, it would look stupid. So go do it. Then we'll go find the actual full compilation and we'll see which one of us looks like a fucking idiot. All right, we got Gavin and Tony back in. Gavin, what's going on, my friend? How's everything down there in New Zealand?
Shalom.
Yeah. Henry, where has Trump said anything close to that, dude? You're delusional.
It's good. Has my sound. Has my sound, John?
Gavin, you're breaking up really bad, my friend.
Yeah. So where has Trump said anything close to what Biden has been saying?
He's muted. He muted me, so I was unable to talk. I'm very sorry. It's exactly like what I said to him. You can look up compilations of stupid shit that people say.
No,
just go do it yourself, dude. Man. Like,
what Trump the fuck am I?
I'm not your Google bitch.
Dude, you're a leftist clown, dude. You're a leftist clown.
Am I? Why?
Yeah.
Because I told you to Google your own shit. I'm not your Google bitch.
Trump knows where he is, dude.
Henry.
I'm sorry. You can look this shit up yourself.
Yeah, he doesn't talk like Biden, not even close.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I agree with that.
We'll play it. Let's see. Yeah, not even close, dude. Biden has dementia.
Dude, if you want to see Trump say stupid shit, look it up. If you want to see Biden say stupid shit, look it up. He doesn't say anything like that.
He doesn't say anything like corn pop and razors. Yeah, you're brain dead, dude. Trump's winning again. Go live in Venezuela.
Yeah, fine with me, man. I don't give a shit.
You're a disgrace to this country and veterans, dude. You're a joke. You're a joke. Yeah. Right. Yeah, morons like you. I served 4 years for this country. What did you do?
Oh, yeah, I
what did you do
as well, actually. I was in the 82nd Airborne.
Where?
82nd Airborne, Fort Bragg, 4th BCT. I was infantry, man. What did you do? You fucking pogue bitch.
Dude.
Oh, what now, bitch? You fucking pogue. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Liberal, you're a pussy. You never served anywhere,
dude.
You
flipped burgers, didn't
you? I was a medic at Fort Sill.
Medic, yeah. Oh, yeah, you didn't ever fucking go overseas.
Liberal clown. Yeah, both for your...
We're meeting both of you. Okay, so, Jim, did he just say that he was in the same unit as you?
He was in the 4th Brigade when 4th Brigade was still around. 4th Brigade got shut down a few years ago, and that's just what it is.
Yeah, so. Liberal bitch boy.
Okay, hang on. So, Henry, you were active duty?
Unmute am I muted or?
You're unmuted.
Okay. No, yeah, I was. I was in the 82nd. I was in the 4th BCT. I was in Charlie Company, 1508. I was infantry, man. I saw some of the worst fucking fighting you could fucking imagine, you bitch. Fucking, what's your fucking name, Tony? Fucking hoe.
Okay, so if you can't have communication like a normal human, you can get the fuck out.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I'll be more polite. My
we
bad.
can have basic
It
conversation.
got heated. I'm sorry.
If you, this is not going to turn into a dick measuring contest.
The only thing I would say,
act rational. Okay.
The only irrational comment that I'm going to make, and Henry will we have to agree with each other because, and it's kind of against Tony just because it's for fun, but Tony's still a fucking leg. It's okay, man.
If Jim was in the 82nd, he knows about running up Long Street. What a bitch that is.
Long Street, Ardennes. No walking on Ardennes, right?
No, yeah.
All right. Now, all of the verbal assaults aside, I'm still, and it has nothing to do with being a Google bitch. It has to backing up your own bullshit, Henry. So you're talking mad game. Back up your bullshit.
Well, what was my bullshit?
You're claiming that anybody can just go Google something that's going to be comparable to the Joe Biden madness. So go back up your bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, you showed a compilation of Joe Biden saying stupid shit. You could do that for Trump. You could do it for Bush. You could do it for anybody.
No, I showed a compilation of Joe Biden showing signs of dementia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a doctor now?
Well, I'm not the only one that's saying this.
No, it's not dementia. He's fucking old. Like I don't really care
there's
that
old,
much.
There's
like,
old, and then there's losing your brain.
Like for me, you're acting like I don't think that compilation was funny or it was. It's not signs of dementia. He's old as shit, and I don't really care that much. You could look up compilations of people saying stupid.
Oh my god, dude! Okay, you're
Henry. Dude's a complete. You put me on mute. Yeah, it's a total more. Who's got anything against medics, by the way, dude? Oh, medics aren't important in the service? What kind of bullshit comment is that? Fucking idiots tonight, man, on both sides.
Now, I'm really not comprehending.
Yeah.
Like, Henry is like, what is your IQ level, dude? He's old, therefore that doesn't have direct indication of.
Yeah, great argument
of cognitive deficit and reduction in cognitive capacity, like an executive function. Like that's basic, extraordinarily basic components of what happens when people getting old. That's why it's a major concern for anybody. Like, do you not recognize this? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I absolutely do. And Trump's almost as old as he is. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Are you an atheist, Henry?
They're both old as shit. I don't know what the fucking point here is.
Okay.
Yeah, because he doesn't have an argument, and Trump doesn't talk anywhere near close to Biden. Play a clip. Let's see it. Play a clip and let's see it.
A clip of what?
You said Trump talks just like Biden. We're waiting.
No, I didn't.
For an
I said they both say stupid shit. I said they both say stupid shit.
That's the
They're
same
old.
thing.
They're
so let's
fucking
hear it.
old. Yeah, I told you can look
So are
the
most
fucking.
candidates.
They exist on YouTube. Just look them up.
So
I'm not your fucking Google bitch, dude.
Okay, and
just look the shit up. I'm not your Google bitch,
and
man.
This goes back.
You're a joke.
And that's I mean, Henry, again, this goes back to back up your shit. Don't come in and talk mad game about how, like, dude, we're on YouTube right now. Like, use your fingers, go search for something, find the link, click share screen, and we will watch it and allow the audience to decide if the level of cognitive capacity is equivalent.
Yeah, Gavin asked a good question. Are you an atheist?
It's not rocket science. All right. Go ahead.
He's got to be an atheist. He's got to be an atheist.
That's the way,
that explains everything. Here's some breaking news.
Exactly.
Here's some breaking news. Henry, here's some breaking news.
Oh,
Christians have always held the intellectual high ground in comparison to atheism since forever.
Well, fuck me.
Yeah. No thanks, dude. You're a joke.
Well, I'm sorry. I blasphemed your Lord and Savior Trump. My bad.
He's not our Lord and Savior, but
okay. So Henry, do you know anything about history?
No.
Okay, so would you say that Trump is further left or further right than John F. Kennedy?
Than Kennedy?
Yeah.
That would be kind of hard to say, I guess. I don't know. It depends on what metric, I suppose. You're talking about social issues, or
I'm talking in general.
In general, you mean like fiscally?
Actually, either one. Go pick one.
On social issues, I would think he's more left, actually.
Okay. What about fiscal?
Because go ahead.
No, I'm asking you. What about fiscal?
On fiscal issues, I don't really know. It's kind of a weird question. I don't know much about Kennedy's fiscal policies. Trump has been pretty good, like, on protectionism, and I support a lot of the things he says as far as like the border, like immigration, things like that. Okay,
so do you think Trump's a racist?
No. No.
Okay, so you don't think he's a racist. You support the border. You don't really.
I think that he's done harm to like getting actual closed borders policies passed, because he's not a good politician.
So are you suggesting? Hang on. Are you suggesting that he hasn't been aggressive enough?
Well, no, it's not that. It's just the way he's gone about it. Because like George Bush, George W., he was able to get 600 miles of fencing put up in the Security Fencing Act of 2006. He was able to do that without causing a giant shitstorm like Trump does with everything he puts his foot in or talks about. He was able to do that, put up a giant, a large amount of fencing without really raising any eyebrows. And Trump,
hang on.
His whole big thing was the wall. And he's put up he hasn't put up anything nearly like that.
Okay, and what has been the direct opposition to building the wall? Who has been in charge of that?
The opposition? It's the Democrats, of course.
Okay. And have Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, as two prime examples, have they directly blocked every attempt?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. So which branch of the government controls funding per the Constitution?
The Congress, I believe.
Yeah, which branch of Congress?
Which branch of Congress?
Or which division of Congress?
Division of Congress? What are you talking about?
Okay, so obviously you don't know. So the House controls fiscal.
That's Congress. Yeah.
Okay. There's the Senate.
Congress.
There's the Senate and there's the House. And constitutionally,
House, Congress,
comes from the House. Who controls the House?
Well, right now, I guess it's the Democrats.
Since Trump has been elected, who has controlled the House?
Well, no, I don't know since he's been elected. I know the Democrats control it now.
Okay. Now, have they blocked every attempt to try and get funding for it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Have there been lawsuits filed in every district of the United States to block the wall being built?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, the answer is yes. Have judges across the United States taken very activist rulings and had their injunctions somehow applied, not just only in their districts, but also from nationwide?
I don't know.
Okay, well, the answer to that is yes. So, short of the president usurping executive power that he doesn't have constitutionally, what measures should he take when the people, such as Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, so we have Senate and House, have done everything in their power to block it in terms of legislatively, even though, well, actually, let me rephrase. Do you think that the arguments made by Nancy Pelosi and Democrats all over the place and Chuck Schumer that the building the wall is racist? Do you think that is fair?
No.
Okay, cool. So you talked about Bush being able to build it. Okay, so
yeah, he was able to do it without all this.
And you know how he
was able to do it.
Right. And you know,
fucking miracle, I guess. I don't
know who voted to fund it?
Who?
Barack Obama, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi.
Barack Obama voted to fund it?
Yes. And so did Chuck Schumer, and so did Nancy Pelosi. And in the 2008.
Oh, that's weird. How did Bush get them to vote for funding that?
Because
that's fucking strange. It's almost like he was a great politician
that
was able to reach across the aisle and get people to vote for building border walls and not sow division.
No, it's at the left.
He got the left to
No, it's that the left is doing everything in their power to seize power. Because I'm assuming your dumbass also never watched the 1996 State of the Union address by Bill Clinton, where he directly stated we needed to build a wall. And I guess you probably also didn't watch the 2008 primary debate between Obama and Hillary, where they both espoused building a wall. And then fast forward to the 2016 election, it was the most racist thing ever. And ever since then, it's been considered one of the most racist things ever to build a wall. It's just xenophobic, bigoted, and racist. We hear that ad nauseum from every talking head on every news station and from every politician. They spew this crap when they were literally advocates for it a decade ago. And you're going to now blame that on Trump when they've been using every aspect of the legal system and the legislative branch to block it? Like, dude, what fantasy land do you live in? Go ahead.
What do you think I'm against building a wall?
No, I'm talking. Okay.
what the fuck are you arguing against?
Okay,
I'm for.
Okay, you obviously didn't get the point that was being made about you're claiming that Trump is not being is not doing every effort to do things such as build the wall. I'm literally pointing out what has been being attempted, and you're claiming he's not being a good politician when we have people who are literally being Machiavellian to the extreme, and you don't see the point here. Like, we live in a government that has checks and balances. Like, unless he's just gonna turn into the dictator that the left is claiming that he is, which he is not, then he can't just do whatever he wants. Like, is that beyond your level of comprehension? Go ahead.
No, I think you're missing what I was saying earlier about George W. Bush being able to do the same thing, being able to get the 2006 security fence passed, to get 600 miles of fencing built. And like you were just saying, you just said Barack Obama and these other Democrats supported it. Somehow he was able to do that, and Trump isn't. And now they're all opposing him and calling him a racist. And now I get called a racist when I talk about this shit. When I say I don't want, I want a border, I want a border structure, I get called a racist. Whose fault is that? That never happened before Trump. I never get called a racist for opposing immigration before Trump. Who the fuck did that?
So what policies do you like that Biden is saying? What is it that you like?
From Biden? I like that he's not Trump.
Wow. Dude, you're a joke.
Okay,
you like that he's
I'm
not
a joke.
Trump.
Oh, yeah,
that's a great answer. You have no argument, man. You have no. How is he racist?
I'm getting called a who? Trump? I don't think he's a racist. I'm getting called a racist because of him, because of his stupid shit that he says. Because I oppose fucking immigration, and he's a fucking sloppy ass motherfucking politician. Now I get called a fucking racist.
Henry.
Yo, Gavin, what's up?
You're not that bright, brother. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
To be fair, so.
You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
I know that. I'm well aware.
Okay, so as of today, in spite of all of the crap that's been happening, as of today, 307 miles of border wall have been completed. And that's in spite of all of the opposition. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, most of that was rebuilt. Whatever.
So it's getting built to cause a barrier in the worst spots, which is where the fence was in the first place. So they figured out it wasn't enough. And so are you suggesting, as a former military member, that if you have a enforced position, if you discover that, hey, this isn't enough, you're not going to call in freaking reinforcements? And that would be stupid?
What are you talking about now?
Okay. You have a position. You realize you don't have enough to block the enemy. Are you going to call in reinforcements to that position, even though you already have people there?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so is your the point, the sarcastic point you just made? Oh, we're just building. There was already fence there. That's literally the equivalent of the dumbass position you just took.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Iron Charioteer too. Another pussy in your chat.
All right, Jim.
Yeah, I
Jim,
mean,
what's your
like he's
Jim, what's your
reinforced
observation
the wall,
on
hasn't built
going
the
on
wall.
there?
I don't know.
Hey, so real quick, Iron Charioteer is nothing but control. He goes across all of these things, and he's like, he won't actually engage. He won't join the chat.
Yep.
He won't do anything. So I would just tell everyone to ignore the fuck out of him because he's
loser.
just a piece of shit.
You're a loser, dude.
Anyway. But what was the question there?
I would say,
John?
what's your observations about the this interesting stuff we've been discussing this past couple minutes?
I mean, border wall, great. Go for it. Build it. Absolutely all for it. The left has a tendency to eat itself, which I think I kind of hear a little bit in Henry. For some odd reason, which I don't know why. It's just weird. But it's just, I don't know. Like right now, like I'm kind of torn between like two things going on. So sorry about
you're
that.
good, man.
But
Yeah,
what
I find very interesting, and it was this goes back to the debate tonight with Smokey and Brenton when he was talking about basically riots are okay because they're pro. And it's like, what universe is it okay to just be burning down other people's stuff?
So here's what I would say to this, right? This is what really drives me up the wall when I watch the news. What passion they have. What passion they have to destroy other people's property and to just and what emotion they're exposing, and we should be empathetic towards them. Okay. No, that's not empathy and that's not passion. That's stupidity. And when you listen to some of these people talk, they say, well, especially in particular when they're burning small businesses down, that's my favorite part. They say, oh, we're here to destroy the corporate structure. And I'm going, what are you talking? Like, okay, so clearly you don't know anything about economics and business. So that's a good starting point. It's frustrating because it just goes to show the lack, the failure of our education system on multiple levels. And really and I'll say it's this postmodern thought that's infiltrated everything. And it's really asinine because what postmodernism does is you can't, like, everyone has a narrative, but then all of a sudden all of those narratives aren't, like, you can't trust them. Like, but then for some reason Marxism sneaks in, and I don't understand that. And so then you have these people who are rioting and protesting. Peaceful assembly is fine. Like the Second Amendment protests, the lockdown protests were reasonably respectful. And then all of a sudden we have this. And I question a lot of that. And that's not protesting. That's rioting.
Well, I think a prime example of this in terms of the level of differentiation is the Michigan Capitol protest, and then the rest of this crap that's been happening across the United States. So, like, for those of you who aren't aware, this is like probably 2 months ago.
Yeah.
When Gretchen Whitmer, who's the current governor of Michigan, was being very dictatorial. Her legislature had said they were not going to reauthorize her lockdown order. She literally said, I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. And a whole boatload of armed to the gills militia showed up. And by the way, Michigan has an open carry law, which extends all the way to the Capitol building. And these bunch of men and some women, bunch of men went into the Capitol building and armed to the gills. Not a single person was hurt. Not a single person was arrested. Not a single person was struck. There were no fires started. There was no breaking of windows. But there were hundreds of dudes armed to the gills who they had the Capitol security outnumbered and outgunned. Who knows what the level that was. And yet somehow there was zero violence. The same thing happened actually in San Francisco. People came out armed. I saw a video on that about the same time frame. They came out armed as well, and even the National Guard was out there, and the police were out there, and not a single escalation of force was seen. And it was very interesting that even with citizens that are armed, practicing their Second Amendment right, could peacefully protest and not devolve into really a destructive riot, which you would almost have to call in
potentially an active duty force in the event that was an actual insurrection. So I just find it really funny.
Well, and to your point there, I mean, like, let's get real. If you have, I mean, if there, let's say, just for easy math purposes, let's say there's 1,000, probably a decent number of them probably are ex-military or have gone through some level of training at some point.
No.
Let's say you have 1,000 of them. A local police force is not going to be able to stop them.
Well, that's
like long game. They might, maybe, but probably not. Like, to your point, like, you're going to have to call in at a minimum National Guard, if not potentially active duty, to deal with that. And they're going to be operating on their urban environment, so they have the advantage by default in that context anyway. Like, again, long game is the active duty military going to be able to take them out? Probably.
Well, yeah,
but not without massive levels of destruction.
Well, but that goes to the point, though. Like, it never escalated, which goes to show you something very interesting about law-abiding citizens who carry a gun.
Yes,
it never escalated. People were extremely civil. They maintained their composure. There was no rioting. There was no breaking of anything. Like, and get this, they cleaned up after they left.
Yeah. which, by the way, sidebar on the good point you're making there. You know, Brenton was talking about being part of Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah.
You know, one of the big facets of Occupy Wall Street was the level of trash that was there. And to your point on cleaning up after themselves, it was very interesting. The Tea Party was also very well known for cleaning up after the gigantic protests. The Tea Party did. They were well known for cleaning up the trash after the fact. That's a trend, though. We never see that from the Antifas, the Occupy Wall Streets, et cetera, et cetera. They never seem to do that. It always seems to be left worse than when they first arrived.
You know, here's a funny idea. And, you know, we talk about defunding the police or something like that. Like, this is these leftist messages. Here's a dumb idea. Why don't those sheriffs go up to those people who have guns, who are around the neighborhood, and deputize their asses and say, "You want to help out?" Why don't they do that?
Well,
there's a local problem.
Well, there's actually been several counties in different parts where it hasn't been done yet, but the sheriffs have made formal announcement that they will do exactly that.
Exactly. Like, that's a great way.
I forget where there was one in Florida. I think it was like just outside of Miami, I believe. When Miami was having a bunch of their problems, and their sheriff did like a public statement of like, "Listen to all of you idiots. If you come to my county, I've already been talking to like they will be deputized and we will clean house." My favorite though was the sheriff in Georgia who strongly encouraged all law-abiding citizens to purchase a weapon. I love that one.
I remember something going out. It was like the entire police force was out there, and the sheriff even gave his address or something like that. This was a few years ago, and he's like, "You want to come at me, bro? Come at me." I mean, I'm not for inciting violence and stuff. What I would say is like for some reason, people who are law-abiding citizens are going to do everything that they can to actually not use a weapon, because they at some level they understand the power that they hold, and they're trained. They have a basic understanding of that weapon. It's really odd because you get completely different pictures of society, but they're called alt-right when they're not. They're just typical Americans like everybody else, and they're just exercising their rights as law-abiding citizens.
Well, Antifa doesn't show their face because they don't want to lose their jobs at Starbucks.
Oh.
Although, you know, in spite of their support for the whole COVID madness, it's very ironic that so many of the soy boys are not going to be able to either A, get their soy, or B, are not recognizing that Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks, all those places are shutting down in droves.
Yep.
Because, oh crap, I was reading an article on this the other day about how the supporting industries for commercial real estate / businesses in commercial real estate, the white collar segment, is $1 trillion segment of our economy. That's just the support companies for the white collar environment. So you think about that of like the Starbucks as an example, right? Like Starbucks lost $2 billion this past quarter. The Dunkin' Donuts just made an announcement that they're closing. I think it was just over a third of all of their locations nationwide are being closed down. Not like temporarily, like they're done. So you think about that, and you got Brooks Brothers and a bunch of other like the work clothes companies and stuff, like bankruptcy. I mean, they're toast. And with the work from home environment that's just building, we have just decimated entire segments of our economy. Now, obviously, theoretically, assuming the socialists and the freaking anarchists don't win, the entrepreneurs will come up with stuff to replace those segments and figure out new things to do. But that doesn't mean there won't be massive chunks of the population that have to like completely restructure their entire life. And they had successful businesses. I mean, like just think about like the person who started a cleaning company, right, for example, and goes and gets the contracts with a couple of like skyscrapers, and now they're making a couple $100,000 a year doing this stuff and employing 100 people.
Well,
like,
what
that business is going to be toast.
Yeah, what I found interesting was when COVID started kicking off, right, and like lockdowns were happening, everybody's like, "I'm losing my job, I'm losing my job, I'm losing my job." I'm like, "Yes, you are." Like people are losing their job, and COVID is an anomaly that it's a 100-year anomaly for the most part. I would make a claim, right, and even then, it's just weird. So instead of sitting here and saying, "Oh, I lost my job," why don't you go to your employer and come up with a solution? So how about we work on finding a way to deliver food or find a way to do curbside? And some restaurants are doing these things, and don't get me wrong, they're hanging on, and it's not the preferred mode of income. But when tough times happen, you have to tighten your belt, and you also got to pick up, in the words of good old Booker T. Washington, you got to put down your bucket where you are and start working.
Well, as the old saying goes, necessity is the mother of invention. And I agree with you that the people will. I mean, it's already happening. Like it's starting the entrepreneurial community, the people, and a lot of folks who have lost their job are now being forced to have no other alternative, but to come up and to do the thing that you're talking about now. Like, okay, I'm going to pitch my boss. If they say no, I'm going to figure out how to do. Hey, this is a good idea. I'm going to do it myself.
I mean, or go to another company. Like again, like people, like we have this great freaking ability to create things. We don't have to sit here and just take things. Like let's create something. Let's come together. Okay, you need this. Let's work together and figure out how we can make this, or how we can solve this problem that we have. And in the capitalist society, which we are in a capitalist society, right? If there's value to be had, there's money to be made. You can do it. So that's just about anything. That's why.
And I think in the point you're making about the once in a century type environment, we're in what I like to call a artificially exacerbated black swan event.
Oh yeah, like this is
like not only is it a black swan, it has just been completely exploded to a whole new level by leftist idiots. And not just here in the United States. We're talking on a global level. I mean, the level of the option. Well, they're stupid in some parts, and then there's also for the truly power hungry, there is recognition of opportunities to seize power that may never come again.
Yep. And
like, for example, I live in Nashville, Tennessee. The retarded moron who is one of our council members at large, Bob Mendez, and I've had I have ongoing Twitter battles with this guy. I loathe him. And Shannon Hurt, I also loathe you. And Sean Parker, I loathe you as well. They are about to get a ordinance passed which will enable any city employee to give you a ticket if you're not wearing a mask. And I'm like, in what universe do you think that there will not be power hungry little city employees who are going to go bonkers? That's guaranteed to happen. And number two, where do you think the citizens are? How do you think they're going to respond? Like they're walking down the street and some random person walks up and is like, "Hey, I'm going to give you a ticket. What's your name?" Like, who are you? Like, I'm sorry. You work for what? No, I'm not giving you my information. No, you're not writing me a ticket. Like, we're guaranteed to have like violence, if not straight up, just like complete degradation of any semblance of like ongoing civility. Like, it's guaranteed.
Well,
And-
I'd probably end up doing a Demolition Man at that point, and just not wear it, and then sit there. And as they give me the ticket, next time I go to relieve myself, I will use it to wipe my ass.
But we take this to another level. Like, so most people on a lot of people on a global level recognize Nashville as Music City, USA, right?
Yeah.
Our illustrious mayor, who is a 5'3" epitome of a Napoleon complex idiot, he issued an executive order that banned live music in Music City. And it's like, in what universe does that make any sense? Like, we know what musicians which are everywhere, like, they can't play their guitar. Like, what are you talking about? This is reaching new levels of insanity. And like, you don't think this is going to implode the economy? And then instead of doing furloughs or laying off a single, not just a few, I'm talking anybody, not a single city employee of the city of Nashville has been laid off or furloughed. And to pay for this, our city council has raised property taxes by 34%.
Yeah, that's extravagant.
And it's like, so the economy, I'm just using Nashville as an example, because the same type of thing is happening in cities across America that are run by Democrats, ironically. Your economy is imploding, and you're going to raise taxes on a dramatic level while simultaneously instituting restrictive policies which will prevent those who are being able to hold on, talking about small business, from being able to hold on. Like, this makes no sense. Like, are you attempting to collapse it? Like, are you doing this on purpose? Or are you actually this dumb? I mean, I don't know. But hey, Smokey is back. I've been rambling. Smokey's back from his burrito break. How are you doing, Smokey?
I'm okay. I was about to commend Henry because I think he almost did the atheist community a great service tonight by causing me to nearly choke on my victory burrito with some of the high octane horse shit that he just spew out of his mouth on some of these instances. I wanted to address something that was said that was really incredibly off the wall, which is the idea that, well, the Trumpers will certainly find the quotes of Trump saying dumb things and provide context to clean it up. I'm wondering if Henry could dare propose what type of freaking context he thinks would clean up whatever the hell Biden was saying for that 15-minute stretch.
Yeah, no, I can't.
Yeah,
Perfect.
So your point on that is completely annihilated. And then on top of that, you said you blame Trump for deranged, degenerate lefties calling you racist. Are you out of your freaking mind?
Yeah.
Because, like, okay, so because a bunch of people ingrained with degraded cultures and nonsensic ideologies, they have decided to label anyone that goes along with Trump and any of his policies a racist. That's somehow his freaking fault, not the brain dead morons that are actually calling you that thing. Are you freaking kidding me right now?
Well, it's their fault too. It never happened before him.
It never happened before, so it's just
it didn't actually.
So just by association, by ideological McCarthyism, it's his freaking fault. You're a freaking joke. You know that? Seriously.
I'm sorry, man. It didn't
you are
happen.
A complete and utter joke. You are a logical dumpster fire, dude. Seriously.
I'm sorry that I offended you so much.
No, you're just an embarrassment, dude. You're just an embarrassment. I can't believe some of the crap these leftists freaking believe.
I'm sorry, man. Oh, I'm sorry too to you, Tony.
You're insane, dude.
It didn't happen to me before.
It didn't happen to you before, so it's Trump's fault because there was a new administration. You know how insane that sounds? Like, so if people all of a sudden tomorrow started like murdering people, that's all of a sudden Trump's fault too, right? It's not the individuals deciding to do it. It's the person in charge. Dude, you're a freaking joke. You're a moron.
That has nothing to do with what you were saying.
Exactly. Exactly. It has nothing to do with it, dude.
You know, it didn't happen with regard to me talking about the border and immigration and things like that. No, it wasn't until he came in and was like, making an ass out of himself talking about it.
And it's not because the culture had degraded to the point to see that on the left side of things, that anything that didn't have to do with completely open borders was all of a sudden considered racist, and that all the evil, brain-dead, degenerate Democrats were pushing that narrative.
It happened like right then.
Okay, wait a minute, dude. Hold on, bro.
After him. Why would it have never happened before that?
Retard, listen.
Okay, I'll listen.
Okay, you do not even pay attention to the fact it's the Democrats that fueled that narrative of the idea that people supporting the wall were racist.
I'm aware.
You're placing the blame on the wrong place, idiot.
No, I'm aware the Democrats are. I'm aware that it's coming from the left. I'm aware that it's the left that is calling me a racist and calling me all of these fucking things. I am totally aware of that. I don't know how the fuck you think I couldn't be. Of course it is.
Okay, so you recognize that it's the left doing so, that it's not justified, but you're blaming Trump for something the left's doing that is not justified.
Oh, could you restate that again?
So you have been claiming that it's Trump's fault that the Democrats and the left are calling you a racist, even though they're not justified in calling you a racist.
No, only over certain specific things, like regarding the border and border control. Like when I start talking about how we need, a border barrier, or how illegal immigration is bad, or immigration as a whole, I would say is bad. And then I start talking about that. Now I'm getting called a racist all of a fucking sudden after 2016. Like, that's fucking weird. Maybe, I'm not an academic. I don't have a study.
And who changed their talking points right after 2016 from where building a border wall wasn't racist, now it is racist?
Well, yeah, they changed them because of Trump, because he was saying like all this. He was putting it in such a dumb way that it was like, man, I never had this problem after Bush. I never had this problem after Bush was elected.
What did he say? What did he say?
When Bush was elected, I didn't have this problem.
What did he say that was so horrific and racist?
I don't think he said anything racist.
Okay, then
I think he said it in a dumb way. I think he put it in a bad way. I think he's a bad orator.
Okay,
I think he's bad at the way he puts things.
Okay, was it a comma? Did they remove a comma?
No, I think he's he's unnecessarily antagonistic.
You have to give exact language that was just so horrible.
No, it's not that it's so horrible. It's not that it's so horrible. It's that it's sloppy. It's that the way he goes about doing things, he's a bad politician. He's not a good politician.
So,
and like he does this shit and brings up this issue, and he says immigration is my issue.
No. Are you suggesting that because the Democrats consciously twist words to have meanings that are not, they're clearly not there, you're claiming that that's Trump's fault? That the Democrats, because Democrats lie, now you're getting called a racist?
No. Well, yeah, actually, yes. Partially.
So you're holding Trump responsible for somebody else's lies?
No, it's the way he's gone about it. Like Bush did the same sorts of things, like getting hard on the border in immigration. Not in quite the same way.
You know what? I think this is just general leftist ideology. Literally everything in the world bad that happens is somehow Trump's freaking fault. I'm telling you. Like, this is just how these people freaking think. This is why Brenton, all he wanted to do was talk about a bunch of things that were wrong in the world and somehow extrapolate it back to being Trump's fault in some either indirect or direct fashion without any justification or argument. And I've heard the same thing from Henry. I don't get this. Like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
I don't know, man. I'm not on Brenton's team either. Actually, I blame Brenton as much as I do Trump.
And also, Henry, how old are you?
I am in my 20s.
You're in your 20s, like late 20s or early 20s?
Early 20s, because he wouldn't answer the question, right?
Oh, okay.
No, late or early. Like, seriously, how old are you?
Oh, late, yes.
Okay. Okay, so late 20s, so Obama, 08, 12 years. Okay, so you're 17, 18 when he got elected?
Yeah, that's about right.
Oh, holy crap, Dune's getting remade.
Dune as in the original Dune?
Yeah, bro, 2020.
Oh, hey, by the way, did you know that was one of, did you know that Patrick Stewart was actually in the original Dune?
No, I did not know that, actually.
Yep, he was. It was actually one of those first movies in Hollywood before, because he was actually
I think he dies, doesn't he?
He was a
Captain Bashar,
actor on in plays and stuff, and then the Dune movie was one of his first forays into film.
The cinematography, the imagery looks beautiful. Actually, it looks cool as hell.
And did you actually know they did a Dune remake on Sci-Fi Channel back in like 2004, 2005?
Yeah, but that was trash.
It was bad.
Hey, Henry, if you don't mind me asking, what like you say you're on the left, and like, okay, so what I'm slightly confused on is like, what left policies are you like? Do you actually support? Because you don't support open borders, so you support closed borders in that regard, or like building a wall.
Yes.
What like, if you just were to give a like the rundown of what left policies you do support, because like I'm having a hard time really placing you like left, middle left, like center left, like you see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I guess center left is accurate.
So that's more of like a traditional liberal value, or like traditional.
Oh yeah, I like you know, it's just like when I was arguing with Smokey earlier about the all the 90s crime shit. Yeah, I like the kind of Bill Clinton sort of left back then. I guess there's a few things that still hang around from that, the abortion stuff. But yeah, no, I'm disappointed in left. I'm fucking really sickened by a lot of the shit that's gone on. And
So-
I'm about a cunt hair away from leaving the left. So yeah, I'm not like far left. I hate them. I hate the way they're letting our cities get burned to the fucking ground. I honestly don't know if I'm going to vote for Biden or not. Honestly,
he has said. I mean, to Henry's credit, he has said some kind of like oddly ambiguously conservative things since he's been in here.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong here, Henry. So just this is what it sounds like to me. So the left and like really what's going on, I think we can all agree here, is the left is being hijacked by a minority.
Yeah, the left is getting hijacked by fucking insane people, and has been since I was a kid. And so it's like I said, I'm a cunt hair away from leaving them entirely. I wouldn't vote for Trump because I personally fucking hate him for like personal reasons. But like if it were anyone else, honestly. If it were almost anyone else in the conservative on the Republican side, I would probably vote Republican. Like at this point, I just don't like Trump. Is kind of the thing. I have TDS out the ass. So in case you couldn't tell.
Yeah. What I would say is you sound more libertarian and like a typical liberal, which like it kind of gets into that like. If you look at the Overton window, you're in this. Yes, you're on the left of center, but you're a classical liberal, and there's like, I mean, that's.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things. Like the one guy called me out for being an atheist. That's true, I am, and like on abortion or something like that. I'm more. I like the laws around abortion the way they are right now. I don't seek to change them really either way.
Okay.
So like there's certain things I'm more of a centrist, I suppose, but classically I've been left wing in the past, I suppose.
That's not classical liberalism. So yeah, okay. So that makes sense.
I'm not a classical liberal. I'm not a libertarian. No.
Well, they're still different, but they're still like again like center left, but now like more towards the center because of everything going on. So okay, no, that's good, man. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Oh, we have a new entry to the stream. Dr. John Owen, how are you, sir? Thanks for coming in. What are your thoughts on all the madness? Did you see the debate, or have you just been watching the after show madness?
Yeah, I've just been watching the after show. Thank you for putting me in, by the way.
No problem.
You guys.
Same to you. What are your thoughts on what you've been observing so far?
I gotta say, I'm from the right, so right wing. I don't live in the United States at the moment. I live in Canada, so everything that we have in terms of politics is left, so we don't really have that kind of a debate.
Yeah, you guys have been having some interesting new policies being implemented up in Canada. They're taking away some of your things that were thought to be fundamental rights are starting to be eviscerated, since you guys don't have the same level of constitutional protections that we do here in the States.
Well, don't talk to me about that, man. It's just ridiculous. I mean, the whole affair with Pierre-Elliott Trudeau and the modifications. It's just, I mean, you can't do anything. you can't change anything in terms of, even if you had some party who ended up being popular enough to represent somewhat a similar right to United States, it would never do anything in terms of changing laws.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. The same thing's happening in. So, like, I'm American, but I spent the first 18 years of my life in the United Kingdom, and so I follow a lot of stuff that's, it's my childhood home, so I like follow a lot of the stuff that's going on over there. Same things are happening in the UK, Australia, like all of these things that people thought were fundamentally protected. Western civilization type stuff. Like, oh yeah, well, it doesn't matter that we don't actually have a constitution. It's it's going to be fine, and then magically, freedom of speech is just being absolutely decimated. So many. Just an example. It's like, in what universe here in the States do we think like, oh yeah, it's just totally normal? You can absolutely get arrested for saying you disagree with a government policy. Like, we would never accept. Oh, that's an arrestable offense. What? But that's exactly what's happening in Australia. I'm not sure as much in Canada, but I know in England it's happening. In Australia it's happening quite a bit, and things that we take for granted here in the States are just being absolutely destroyed in countries that until very recently would not even been remotely considered in danger, if you will, of having fundamental quote unquote human rights taken away in this manner.
Oh, this is ridiculous, man. We don't have freedom of speech here. We do not have that. And so we have some people going out in the street protesting for wearing masks, saying, "Oh, what about our freedom of speech?" They don't even know their constitution. They don't even know anything concerning current state of freedom of speech in Canada. This is laughable. You've got people being jailed here for mostly some Christians. You've got some people who've been jailed in Canada for speech. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Christ Forgiveness Ministries goes through that on the regular. In fact, I remember what's his name? It escapes me right now. But he has a ministry in Canada, in Toronto, out of Toronto, and he was arrested for preaching in a particularly, I would say, gay-infused area, and a gay police officer actually arrested him and took him in.
You state that homosexuality is a sin, and you may just get arrested.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
You mean you can't be very much and I'm not talking about that Westboro Baptist Church kind of bullcrap. People running around saying God hates fags.
No, not like that. No, he was actually very gentle and very kind, and that's what made it so obscene, because he was just preaching it very, very gently, and that's what made it so gross.
Yeah, it's like you cannot disagree with them, and now the issue is, jobs requires people to more and more to address, transgenders with their preferred genders, pronouns, and things like that, and it's just it becomes an issue, because not only you can easily lose your job, but you can be jailed.
David Lynn, Rational Phobia, put it in the chat. That's his name, Pastor David Lynn. Sorry.
It's just, you can't disagree there. You
and
have
Dory
to,
Love. Yeah.
You have to embrace what they believe. It's not. There's no freedom of speech there. There's no freedom of conscience. It's just ridiculous. I wish I would live in the United States, but
Well, it's the statement you just made is one of the ironies. I think that for such a huge percentage of the United States, I forget the exact numbers, but there was a study I remember reading. This is probably a decade ago, and at the time, anyway, it was a shade under 60% of Americans had never left their state. So when you think about that, two things come to mind. Number one is a gigantic percentage of Americans do not even recognize or comprehend how big their states are in comparison to, I'm talking about geographically, in comparison to most countries around the world. Like, we have gigantic amounts of surface area to operate in. We have full scale societies operating inside of the microcosm of a state, right? In relation to the overall country. And So that's one thing. But secondarily is if you've never left America, no, sorry, it was 60% of Americans had never left the United States. 40-some% had never left their state. My apologies on the math there. It's like, okay, if you have never left the United States, then you have never actually for yourself observed what it's like in the rest of the world. And then if for those of you who have left the United States, and if you've only gone either on like a short business trip or on vacation, you have only been interacting with, or the majority of you have only been interacting with the like hyper specific areas of a country that are probably most conditioned to look attractive to people coming in from other countries. Therefore, you have not actually for yourself observed what it's like for the majority, right? It would be like the average American being like, oh, congratulations, you visited New York City. That means absolutely nothing in terms of what the rest of the United States is like. And same type of logic being applied to people who have left the United States, for vacation or whatever. They have no context of the level of differentiation between opportunity, just basic living here in America versus elsewhere. Like United Kingdom, for example, the average salary in the UK is like £14,000. So that's like 19 grand, right? 19, 20,000 depending on the exchange rate. That's the average salary in the United Kingdom. They're first world, folks. And that's what they're getting. If you were only making 20 grand here in the United States, you would be very close to the poverty line. And why this has so much relevance in terms of the UK versus the United States is their cost of living is equal to, and in many aspects, more expensive than or higher than the United States. But they're not making a bunch of money. So let's think about this. Like same type of the average doctor in the United Kingdom only makes about 80 grand a year. Like, why in the heck would you go and become a doctor if you can only make $80,000 a year? Like, nobody would, right? And yet that's what's happening in the United Kingdom. And then what do we fast forward to? This is like 3 or 4 years ago. The Ministry of Health in the UK made the formal announcement that they were bankrupt, and they closed a third of the hospitals in the United Kingdom. Like, think about that. Imagine if 1/3 of all of the hospitals in the United States shut down because they were running out of money. What would you guys be thinking? I think people would be freaking out.
Yeah, this.
And I haven't researched as much in terms of like what's going on in Canada, but I mean, like the UK, they ran out of other people's money. It's official. What Margaret Thatcher said back in the 80s has come true in the United Kingdom, and they're toast. And now they're coming up with all sorts of mind-bendingly crazy ways to try and cover all this stuff. But it was a year and a half ago. Literally all of the doctors in the United Kingdom went on strike except for the ones in the emergency rooms. Like, they went on strike. Imagine, folks, if every doctor except the ones in the ER here in the United States went on strike. Would you say you have a freaking problem? I would say so. And yet we still have idiots in DC running around claiming that we need to copy healthcare systems like the United Kingdom and Canada. And I'm like, why? Anyway, enough of my tangent there. I'll let you guys talk about this.
I agree with you. It's, oh man, seriously, I don't know what to say at this point. It's just, it's painful. And I got to be honest. My wife and I are really considering emigrating to United States from Canada more and more. It's not just the freedom of, because I would say I'm a Christian, but obviously you don't have to be a Christian to value freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. But it's just, it is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And it's just, I don't know what to say about that. I mean, being forced to, and this is my issue, being forced to do something against your conscience and being jailed for not only disagreeing, but refusing to believe or to give into another person's worldview that you don't agree with. It's just ridiculous.
One of the things I joke about is that George Orwell was not a fiction author. He was a time traveler, and he just changed the dates on his books. Like 84, obviously, in Animal Farm and such. But
So was John.
to me, when you really think about the level of use 1984 as an example, like the level of the things that he foresaw that have come true and have actually been surpassed. Many aspects, not all, some of those things still have yet to be fulfilled, but many of the elements from 1984 are happening in real time right now, and in some cases have been surpassed. And it's just like, oh, okay, well, I kind of wish I could flush having read that book out of my mind, because it kind of like, oh crap, well, we know where this ultimately ends. And to your point, John, of thinking about leaving, it's like you're observing the thought police coming and trying to indoctrinate you, and then taking you to go be interrogated if you refuse to think the same way.
It's not me. It's my children too. It's everyone's children ultimately. They're being forced an agenda that is definitely not neutral. And if you want to educate your children now, and I will tell you, it's becoming more and more complicated if you want to do homeschool your children.
Yeah, in some aspects, homeschool's actually been made illegal, hasn't it, in Canada?
Yeah, well, it's being followed. They're more strict now than they used to be, but it's being followed. There are, how do you call them? And because I'm French, I don't know how to call that. But they come by your home, and they make sure that your kids are not being
indoctrinated
in the way.
It's okay if they're being indoctrinated with whatever the politically accepted indoctrination curriculum is. If it's not the accepted one, then it's then you're being a bad parent.
That's the thing. You can indoctrinate them with all sorts of things that are not bound with, Christianity or faith in general. I don't want to indoctrinate my kids. I don't believe in indoctrinating my kids. I think a lot of Christians will say the same thing concerning that. We're not trying to push or force people to be Christians. At least I don't do that. But I just want my kids not to be pushed the agenda of, that comes from what they will be pushed by their school on LGBTQ and things like that. Because
I think at this point where we are is there's the argument of separation of church and state being applied to.
Could I add something to that real quick, Maddox?
Yeah, once I'm finish the sentence and I'll shut up. I was going to turn it over to you anyway. The indoctrination has crap. I had a brain freeze. Go ahead, Smokey.
I was just going to say on that point of indoctrination, we do have the verse in the Bible that says, train a child in the way he will go. When he is older, he will not depart from it. The important thing that I take from that verse, which I think is overstepped sometimes, is if you're going to show the child the way, you have to show them both of the options. You have to make sure they're aware of both of the opportunities that are out there and the consequences of both. So it's not about, but by indoctrinating, you would say, nope, you're only going to show them the one path and they have to go down it. You're not even going to show them the other thing. Well, when they get older and they're able to enter into the world, make their own decisions, and they see this new path you never showed them or prepared them for, they might fall into it and take it. So the point of raising children, parenting, to me, is about showing them both paths and telling them which one is right and why, and which one is wrong and why. And that to me is the appropriate way to parent. The whole idea of forcing, like you would say, a naturalistic paradigm or a bunch of very, very left-leaning doctrines and agendas, that's exactly the opposite of that. It's saying, go down this path. This is the only path there is. Any other path is evil. Just stick to this path, as opposed to actually illuminating the child on the reasons and the perspectives and the consequences, and allow them to operate believing that ultimately they're going to need to take that information and operate as an adult. And that's not what we've done. You know, and in the guise of pushing towards leftist ideologies and supposed higher cultural morality, we have become, in our cultures, indoctrinators with leftist ideologies, and it is not a neutral platform. And that was a good thing to say, John. Thank you for that.
I mean, I can understand that there are Christian families, or at least it's been done like that. Several, I mean, a big portion by many people upon their children, that they haven't been shown a different perspective. I think we should do it when we're teaching our children. We should do it in very similar fashion that school does it, but instead of, you know, marching upon, you know, specific, how do I say that? Because they clearly push some agenda there, saying, and I've listened to, obviously it can't be, it's not necessarily always going to be the same thought, the same ways. We have different people, different opinions and things like that, teaching in school. But when it comes to ethics, when it comes to things like religion, when they were teaching religion in school, I've listened to, you know, teachers saying, well, they believe this, using some very poor basis of explanation of that faith, and saying, well, and they are just, you know, made up because men actually make up religion, and forcing the children, you know, these religions, they are created by men, and so this is all you need to know, you kids.
Right.
And this, to me, I think, is indoctrination, because they don't get to see what those religions are really all about.
In line with what you're saying there, you know, the whole premise of, you know, we must have separation of church and state. There shall be no, you know, religious education in schools. We've had the literal opposite occur, right? So now we may not be having religion being taught, but we sure as heck are having anti-theism taught. And I think that's one of the key points of differentiation that has to be addressed, right? Like, okay, you say that religion can't be in school, fine. But you can't teach that religion is fundamentally flawed, or that you should not, you're somehow inferior if you believe in any religion. And that's what's happening.
You'd have a hard time teaching literature without religion. A really hard time, actually.
Have you guys seen that new trailer for that show, Raised by Wolves? Have you seen that?
I know what you're talking about.
Like, did you notice some of the, like, interesting kind of almost like, I don't know, propaganda that was in that a little bit? Did anyone else kind of pick up on it?
There's so much propaganda. It's in pretty much every show that's coming out. Have you seen the one that's being promoted right now literally called Woke?
No, that one I haven't, no.
Yeah, there's a show. It's titled Woke. You can only imagine what kind of madness that's going to be.
How? Yeah, that's going to be insane.
But sorry, what were you? Where were you going with the?
Well, no, I mean, it's like, well, one of the things that I noticed in the opening was the thing of, like, it says, oh, how, you know, people with religion destroyed the old world, and, like, she has to raise these kids as atheists, you know, type stuff. And there's these other people that are trying to get the kids, you know, from this, you know, machine mommy type thing. And so she just obliterates all of them and stuff like that. It's just it's very heavy on some of that, like, anti-religion propaganda, like, really hard. And it's by Ridley Scott, like, which actually even kind of surprises me.
Well, I think it's what's becoming acceptable now. And
yeah, I agree. Just attack religion pretty much.
And here's one of the ironies for me is I'll use Brenton as an example. Like, and since we have a Canadian or somebody living in Canada in the conversation supply, he was bashing Canada, right? And acting like Canada didn't really have any relevance. It's like, okay, so last time I checked, Canada has one of the, especially from a per capita or the population size perspective, one of the better economies in the world. And he was like talking about like it's just being like some little small country. I'm like, Canada is the second largest country in surface area on the planet.
Right.
Like, what do you mean Canada has like no, like there's no significance? Like he's like, Canada's not a big deal. I'm like, but, okay. I'm not suggesting that Canada's like equal to the United States, but Canada's also not like Sri Lanka. It's like, let's put things in context, folks. And it just amazes me. It's like you're gonna go on these tangents about like acting like you understand what the hell is going on in the world, and you don't recognize that one of the examples that you're bashing actually is significant on a global level. And it's just it amazes me. Like, for example, like 2018. Let's look up 2019. But 2018 GDP, Canada 1.7 trillion. Like, you understand what? And like, there's only, I think, 11 countries on the planet that have a GDP greater than $1 trillion. I mean, people don't realize this. Like, Walmart by itself has a greater GDP than the majority of countries on the planet. And I wager there's not too many leftists that know that premise. And that
Joe Biden's a robot. He's a replicant.
I like what Utopia says. He said their healthcare is pretty much like Sri Lanka.
Well, so this is one of my favorite critiques of some of the atheist arguments in some ways. So one of my favorite ones is the Bible is, what is it? It's dishonest. The God is evil or something like that, because at the end of the day, if you don't believe in him, you're going to go to hell. And then I respond now with, at least we're honest about it, because you'd rather create, a utopia on Earth, but you don't want to tell everybody that you're going to try and kill them to get there, because that's what utopia would mean. In order to get there, you have to kill people who you don't agree with.
How'd the universe get here anyway? It all came from stardust, right?
That to me is like the utopia argument. And I look at it and I go, wait, at least the Bible's honest.
Yeah.
But where do you get your morality to attack the morality of the Bible? That's the issue. How do you justify morality as being objective and absolute without the God of the Bible?
I'd say every society made it up, and so did biblical people. That's
Then
what the answer is.
So why don't Henry chime in a little bit and talk about some of the ideas? You still there, Henry?
Sorry?
Is Henry still in? He's the atheist in the room.
Yeah.
I guess he's
I don't know if he's wanted to have that discussion, but concerning morality, that is the first state. When someone says the God of the Bible is evil, I want to ask, where do you get evil without God? Justify that. Justify the preconditions of intelligibility within your worldview, given that you reject God. How justify morals? Do that. They will end up being subjective. If they're subjective, they're mere opinions. Who cares?
Right.
You can state what you believe, but they're not going to be factual if they're just subjective. Who cares?
Yeah. You run into an issue as far as moral objectivism, and then they want to sit there and claim that this is where it really gets really suicidal for them, in my opinion. Is they'll say morality is subjective. By the way, my morality is more superior than yours. So, in other words, you have an objective morality, and you're claiming that it's higher than yours. It's higher than mine. So, you now claim to have the highest authority in the land. Congratulations.
Christopher Hitchens used to debate that all the time, and he was an alcoholic, drank himself to death, but atheist.
It is what it is. So.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't really understand how the people like Brenton and his like anarchist worldview. It's like, okay, so where in history has this ever ended well?
Right.
Well, it never has. But we're going to this in the context like the moral worldview, like, or the lack thereof.
Yeah.
It's like, you know that this will not end well, or you're living in Fantasyland denial. Like how many movies are made about this? Like, we know there's no excuse. Like, have you not watched The Walking Dead? Doesn't matter if it's zombies or nutcake Antifa who caused the collapse of society, like there will be blood. Like it's the only outcome. Like there will be rape and murder and pillaging and debauchery and every level of moral turpitude that can possibly exist if the thin line of civilization in which we walk is shattered. And it does not history proves it does not take much to do this. And then the rioting that we've been observing in real time that's happening across the United States is also it's like a prophetic world, like window into the future of like, this is what the outcome will be, ladies and gentlemen. And yet we have people still pushing this. And I think this where this ultimately comes around to for me is when you suspend the if you suspend the moral structure, right, and the objective morality from the equation, then in spite of the fact that what is the likely outcome or the will be the outcome is stuck right in front of your face and you know it will occur, somehow you live in a fantasy land that says no it won't and this will not apply to me. And it's like a looking at the world through a very skewed lens.
And when someone makes a statement, this is evil, this is bad, this is evil, I just want to ask, like, on what basis is it evil? On your and if the person says, well, on my opinion, I think that's evil. Okay, what about other people's opinion? What about other people with the opposite opinion?
Well, I think Henry had gotten knocked out. You guys were trying to ask Henry a question. Are you back?
Yeah, Henry? I didn't mean to drop out, but I was just about to leave. But I was gonna say before I went, I probably owed the guy, what's his name, Tony, an apology. I think he said he was a medic or something, and I was screaming at him, calling him a pogue. Maybe I called him a bitch or something like that. So I apologize for that. Like, medics are great people, and obviously we need them, and so I apologize to that guy. That was all I was going to say. I am interested in this conversation, but it's getting really late here, so it's
very nice of you, Henry. Why being nice like that?
Well, what do you mean? I just feel like I owe it to them. Like, medics are great people. They save infantry guys. I called him a pogue and a bitch or something. I think it was something along those lines, and I feel like it was unjustified. So
you'd say that's wrong?
Yeah, I think it was wrong. That's why I'm apologizing.
Why do you think that's wrong?
Oh God, you're
well, because it feels wrong to me, man. It just feels wrong to me.
So what if it feels right to someone else?
What do you mean?
I mean, is it always wrong or just wrong for you?
Well, it's definitely wrong for me. I don't know about. I know it feels wrong. That's why I felt the need to apologize. So.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if you're following. What I said was, on what basis do you call it to be? Do you view it to be morally wrong to call someone, something like that?
Because it felt wrong to me.
Okay, so that's the basis, because it
feels. Yeah. That's it. It felt wrong, so I felt the need to come in and apologize. So that's it.
Okay, so this is just your opinion.
Yeah, no shit. What are you talking about? Like,
right. We're talking about, we kind of
am I lost here? Like, what's going on?
So yeah, never mind. It's
okay.
A little inside with our previous discussion. Since you have to go, then we'll let you go. But if you want,
I was just making an apology, man. I wasn't trying to get into some moral.
He was just trying to wonder what your presuppositional framework justification was for having any reason to apologize. Or
oh my God!
Enjoy what you did. That's all. He was just throwing a final.
Just that.
Well, question right now. It's okay. No, don't worry. You can go.
You're all good, bro. It's all good.
All right. You guys have a good night. Thanks for having me on. I'm sorry I stirred shit up, or if I don't remember if I called any of you other guys names. I apologize for that too. So
no, I called you a retard, but I
yeah.
So
yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Good night.
Thanks a lot for being there. Thanks to be for being nice.
Conversations. Oh my God.
Again, proving God. Thank you. I think Henry just proved God. But
That's funny.
that's okay. No worries.
Oh man.
Jim is.
I do like that application of the moral component of the presuppositional argument to show that they basically have nothing to even base any morality on at all. Yeah, it's a good argument, and it's good to push on it because they should feel a little bit of shame for not even being able to tell you why they think something is wrong. You know what? You're an idiot if you can't do that. Seriously, you are probably really a shameful person if you can't come up with a justification for right and wrong for your own personal framework. But none of them do. They say, "Oh, it just feels wrong." Like you are a moral monster. And because basically every moral atrocity on earth since the beginning of time has been committed by people with the framework exactly what you just said.
Some have been also committed with the idea of creating heaven on earth.
Yeah, that's also monstrous.
I mean, let's be honest. Like as Christians, we can corrupt it very quickly as well, and we can become self-righteous in our own self and sit here and say that we know everything and forget that we are also just as sinful as our neighbor. Our sin is a gateway of maturity and empathy, actual empathy, not what Democrats want to call empathy, but actual empathy to understanding someone else's struggle and sin, to help them lift them up out of that, or to help lead them out of that.
Right. I agree with that.
Like when we lose sight of that, we quickly become the self-righteous, it just turns out really badly. And that's what happens with Westboro Baptist Church. That's what happens somewhat to the Crusades, even the Catholic Church. I mean, there's some atrocities committed by Christians.
Oh, of course there is. Well, atrocities and to call them Christians necessarily in all instances, it might be a stretch, particularly when we're talking about the authorities of the Roman Catholic pagan state that was instituted to go and try heresy and call it as, actually they were sent out to deal with both heresy as well as treason, but they called treason heresy. So to call them or label them as Christians, I think might be a reach.
What I would say is general. You just use a general brush, in a little bit. You could go into that and do exactly what you're doing, and then you can learn. We can all learn more and actually kind of figure out where they went wrong or where the potential divergence occurred. But for the most part, I think Christians, because what we run into is the no true Scotsman fallacies, and so do atheists. So do fucking atheists.
Well. Yeah, but I defeat that immediately because the Scotsman, the thing that defines a Scotsman is that you're Scottish and you're a man and that you live in Scotland or that you came from Scotland. It's very, very simple. Trying to stretch it beyond that is what makes it the fallacy. We have a codified set of doctrinal standards of which to define a Christian. So therefore, we are justified when someone steps outside. Like if someone claims to be a Scotsman, but they are neither Scottish nor a man, then they cannot claim to be a Scotsman. If they are claiming to be a Christian, but they do not hold to any Christian values or perspectives, then they're not a Christian. This is just very simple application of discernment. It's not a fallacy whatsoever. It's just us applying our best judgment. So like when you look at for instance, dear Lord Cobham, who was executed by militant Catholic soldiers who came into his city, tied him up for basically doing nothing other than preaching true doctrinal, biblical truths, denied some of the sacraments that the Holy Catholic Church was trying to force on the people, and therefore was hauled out front, burnt alive, in his execution with the praise of God still on his lips until his final breath. And the people surrounding him, the poor who he had helped and fed and gave to the needy, who were begging the people to not do this to him, they were praying to God around the flaming corpse of this man who had done so much for them, praying for God to welcome into heaven. And these evil, vile, heretical priest officers were going around beating the crowd, telling them to, don't you dare pray to God to send him to heaven. You pray to God that he goes straight to hell for his heresy. Now, you have a group of people that are engaging in something that grotesque and that monstrous, and they're going to call themselves Christian. We have a problem.
I agree with you. I would agree with you 100%. And for the most part, how do I word this? I'm in complete agreement with you. The issue that I think I'm running into is because they're trying to act like they still are associating themselves with Christianity. We still have to acknowledge that they are associating themselves with Christianity. So, for example, if I say Stalin wasn't a real atheist, right? Even though he acted out the belief of like religion is the opiate is the opiate of the masses, trying to get rid of religion, all that fun stuff. And someone says he's not a real atheist. Well, he clearly is going the atheist and anti freaking what is it? Theist route.
No. He was secularist. He wasn't actually an atheist. He was secularist. No, you laugh. I kid you not. I've actually heard that exact argument be made with a straight face as a actual position. I'm like, oh.
And so they do the exact same thing that sometimes we do. And if we don't acknowledge that, we don't like. And I think it's important among the Christian community to say, hey, we fuck up too, because that's part of like again we continue to sin and we live in
when we do that, we identify ourselves as Christians on the basis of the same definition that they would have agreed upon, and I can't agree with them being Christians based upon the fact that they abused God's revelation.
So what I would say to that,
someone.
Go ahead, John.
I just can't finish just real quick. If someone does something and claim to be an atheist, yet he believes in little leprechaun, then he is not an atheist. So if he claims to be an atheist and he believes in something that is completely not atheist but theist or deist or anything like that, then he is, he's not truly an atheist.
I want to debate a leprechaunist.
Leprechauns are worse, man. You don't want to deal with them. The little rainbows and little pots, little golden pots and things like that.
Oh, yeah, just go watch American Gods.
Okay, something I would actually enjoy watching would be that might be the only type of debate I would actually enjoy watching T-Jump in, but T-Jump versus the leprechaunist. That would be very much worthwhile to observe.
Maybe I should just create an extra channel and call it the Leprechaunist and just make a few videos about the proofs of the existence of leprechauns and then challenge T-Jump. Do you think I could get away with it?
You'd have to have a voice modulator.
Oh, yeah, because everyone knows my voice at this point.
I can be your voice modulator.
There we go.
Man, that would be hilarious. I mean, or what's the other thing he likes to do? What's the thing that Dillahunty talks about? Like, who farts in the Dillahunty argument? Is it fairy farts? What's the thing he always says? There's like leprechauns and some kind of like magic farts that he talks about. I forget.
The magic space fart. What is it? Universe farting pixies.
Yes, universe farting pixies. That's right. Yep. So the pixies, T-Jump versus the leprechaunist and the farting pixies. Man, that sounds like a band.
Oh boy, T-Jump.
Oh yeah, actually, that's a band right there. T-Jump and the universe farting pixies. That's a band name right there. Oh,
man. But you've watched Tom Jump a lot, did you?
Man, Smokey and myself have both. Unfortunately, we have actually debated T-Jump.
Oh boy! I mean, doesn't he go?
I've done it
twice. Seems like he's always evasive, and I mean, not evasive, but always shifting his belief.
Oh, I already played a clip of T-Jump in every single debate. Should I play it again?
Sure.
But when it seems like he's contradicting himself and changes his belief, I mean, I kid you not, I've been watching his debates, a big portion of them. And I've always seen the same kind of argumentation. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know what Tom Jump believes. Actually, I have no idea what
Tom Jump believes that you don't have to have a universe for life.
That's a fact. He said that to me. I'm not kidding.
What? I mean, is there anything to say to that?
I was shocked. I was staggered.
Things doesn't need to exist in order to exist.
Here's T-Jump in every debate.
These Texans are socially backward, and politically they're all stubborn as a mule.
Nope. Sorry. Kevin Bacon wasn't in Footloose.
What? Of course he was.
No, he wasn't. You lose.
Of course he was. He was the star.
Nope, you're wrong. Look it up.
I don't have to look it up. It's common knowledge. He was on the cover of People magazine when the movie. Everyone knows Kevin Bacon was a star. Huge movie. He was the lead. No.
I had to.
Yep, that is T-Jump. Although his thing about the universes on a cosmological level was rather epic, but I still would argue that his statement in my first debate with him that there is no difference between two rocks banging together and the type of information produced in computer code. I still think that one takes the cake over you don't need a universe for life, because you and I, at least, Smokey, believe that God is alive and that God does not need the universe to be alive. Therefore, the universe, in order for God to exist, is not a requirement. However, I would argue that for an intelligent agent, or for computer code to exist, you would require an intelligent agent, whether or not you had a universe or not.
Right.
And also, obviously, you'd have to have the intelligent agent for the two rocks to exist as well, and to be banged together. But that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, and then you see his chin for like 35 minutes or something like that. It's just basically the whole debate is thumb jump showing his chin. That's all there is to it.
Hey, Smokey, that should be your sock account for the Leprechaunus. It should be Tom Jump's chin.
I've been found.
Tom Jump's chin versus T-Jump. That would be a good one. Although, wasn't there a while back? Didn't somebody want to do it like a debate of like T-Jump versus his chair or something like that?
Yeah, T-Jump's chair. Because there's someone in chat who comments regularly as T-Jump's chair. So.
Oh, okay.
I think we're super comfortable.
That's great. That's great. Hey man, you guys are really nice. I gotta go. I'm gonna go sleep. It's quite late right now, but thanks for having me, and God bless you all.
God bless,
man. Appreciate you coming on. Stay safe.
You're not going to get like demonetized if I have a few drinks on your channel, are you?
We're not monetized.
Well, since I'm not monetized, I don't think you get demonetized. No.
All right, I didn't know. I'm still
and as far as I know, drinking isn't illegal.
After my recent content, there's no way in hell I'm going to be monetized.
I mean,
it's never going to happen.
Okay, so Smokey, I missed it. How did the Rage Madness go down on Kincaid's channel the other night?
Oh, it was a dumpster fire, like to the extreme. Yeah, I did a little after show about it. It was basically like show up and go in at the Christian with like four other like kind of like God haters in the room, or like atheists and then Jews and stuff. Like just go at the Christian and talk every time he tries to respond. And Ronnie, okay, for all of his postulation about how he was going to call me out for doing something really amoral, he decided to spend the entire time reading lame, cringy Christian dad jokes.
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, that one, I was going to watch it, and I was so tired, man. I've been up since like 4 a.m. I literally fell asleep on my couch.
It's all good. I can't
believe I missed that. But
yeah, I mean, Will screwed me. Will screwed me,
well,
and I think he almost intended on it at this point.
Well, I kind of figured that was coming. I mean,
yeah.
He did tell you that him and his partner had been planning it for a week. So
correct. Yes, exactly.
And I'm pretty certain that Will Kincaid has literally no moral compass whatsoever.
Agreed. Agreed.
I'm pretty sure he has no conscience at all.
No, he doesn't really have any honor or integrity or anything like that to keep him from screwing people over. So.
I tell you what, man, I can only take him when he's like, come on your channel. I can only take him in about like 3 minutes chunks.
Yeah, it's between the vulgarity and the weird nonsense observations. Yeah, I mean he's good in small doses, but yeah, too much is too much.
Very small doses. Like I think you need to put like a 5-minute time limit on that, dude.
I'll consider that.
I kid you not, man. Like I was driving and I'm like, okay, yeah, I can't take it anymore, and I like click off. And then be like, all right, let's see if Will Kincaid's still back. Then I deal with it. Like, okay, I get a couple chuckles for like 3 or 4 minutes and be like, okay, I can't take it anymore.
Right.
I'll check back momentarily. Yeah, it's like he's like that, like a '90s comedy character. You know, like it just keeps going and going and going, and it's funny, and then okay.
Who's this guy you're talking about?
No, it's just Will Kincaid, dude. He's
screwy, coked out little Jew. Yeah, he's
Yeah, and by the way, he's Smokey's not being anti-Semitic. He literally admits that is exactly what he is.
Well, and plus I'm Jewish too, so it doesn't really matter.
No, you're good. I'm not worried about it.
We get to say that to each other, just like we make fun of the goyim.
Iger, what's going on? Welcome to the stream.
What's up, bro? Just regular goyim over here protesting against people that think it's okay that to call other people goyim, I guess.
The Earth is round and hollow and full of lizard people. Prove me wrong. Come on, Iger. I'm waiting.
What does the Bible say, bro?
What does the Bible say? The Bible is silent on that matter.
Is it?
It is.
Does it talk about a spinning pear ever?
Talk about a what?
Spinning pear.
So because it excludes that information, it means that it's not valid?
Where's heaven at?
Well, no, I mean, why do you say it's a pear? What's a
above.
pear? Like you say the Earth is pear-shaped?
Well, it's because Neil deGrasse Tyson is famous for coming out and saying that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and not only is it an oblate spheroid, it's actually a little bit wider at the bottom, so it's pear-shaped. Basically, is what he says. So that's why I like to say that, because according to Neil
I would
deGrasse
say
Tyson,
that when we had a lacking amount of knowledge based upon cosmology and what we could see.
anyway, I don't know if you want to talk about geocentric.
Well, you always want to come in and talk about flat Earth, and I just wanted to.
I came in because the title of the stream was the Trump versus the Hillary, but since you brought it up,
no, it's all right. Are you going to vote for Biden? Are you going to vote for Biden?
Model like the Jews and the Freemasons have brainwashed us to believe in it ever since the 50s, or actually, if you go back to Copernicus, it started in the 1500s.
You said you wanted to talk about the Biden thing. You said you want to talk about the Biden thing. All right, let's talk about the Biden thing real quick, because you're probably either Biden or Trump, and if you're Trump, then we don't have much to talk about. So are you Biden?
No. I think they're both part of the Illuminati. Like if you just Google, if you just
Okay, hang on.
Google search.
I've got to know, like, what about Trump is Illuminati? I have to hear this.
Yeah, I want to hear this too.
All right. Well, if you just Google up Trump and Hillary Clinton are cousins, it comes right up. They're both related to. I don't know if I can share my screen real quick. It'll take like 30 seconds. I'll just go on Google and do it. That way, you see what I'm talking about.
That's fine.
All right, so.
I troll conspiracy sites every once in a while. I find them hilarious.
Well, the funny thing is everything happens to be a conspiracy. It just happens that most of them are actually true nowadays. But what's the definition of a conspiracy? What is the definition of a conspiracy? Two people getting together and coming up with a goal, start a business, and you'll see that if you have a partnership.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm like. It's just since conspiracy pop up. But if a conspiracy,
to say conspiracy doesn't theories are true, because most things happen to be a conspiracy.
Okay, but like that's
anyways,
not really an argument. Right, but that's not really an argument. That's just something you kind of believe. Like, I mean, like I can understand that everyone could create it. Like anyone could create it.
Smokey's saying, if you could look something up and it comes right up, is it still a conspiracy theory, or does it become a fact?
It could be. It could be.
I mean, it could also just be that there's.
And I like listening to Smokey because ultimately the best thing you can wake people up to is Jesus Christ. So I enjoy listening to you guys because you guys been in the Christian apologetics, defending Jesus and the Bible for a long time. So I admire you guys for that. Same thing with Logic, Plausible, Probable here. he's been. I love watching his debates. He has such a great scientific argument when it comes to evolution and whatnot. So I do enjoy learning from you guys because I'm not as well versed in the evolution debates. But when it comes to heliocentric models, it's crazy. But anyways, it's you just go on Google.
If we could get another flat earther in here, like other than Iger, we need to have a chat about that. But he's pulling up something.
All right, yeah. So if you just go on Google and put Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, cousin.
Donald Trump, what?
Rap battle, bro. Let's do it.
Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are cousins.
That's it. And the first article that comes up is by Trump, by The Hill. I mean, thehill.com. There's also Pinterest, but it's not even a conspiracy theory when even the fact checkers.
What does this have to do with anything?
You're breaking up, man.
No.
All right.
No.
All right, you're back. You're back. Tiger?
Oh, no. That face.
Is that you, Jim?
That's me.
What is? Yeah. So, like, I guess. Well, is he gone? What happened? I don't understand what this. What is this? What does this have to do with anything? Like, there's a lot of people that are like distant relatives. Surprisingly,
I mean, I'm 7 degrees separated from Kevin Bacon.
Well, we're all like 7 degrees separated from Kevin Bacon, but like, I mean, like how far back? I want to see the rest of that. Oh crap! I want to see the rest of that article because I bet it's like 8th or 9th, like separated cousins or some crap.
Well, let's find. You know what? I'm going to use Google real quick. Hang on, folks. Trump and
I mean, once they say distant cousins, like, I mean, you're not even really in any type of thing.
Google Trump tinfoil hat.
All right, I've got it. Hang on. Let's
Google Trump tinfoil hat.
All right, let's share screen, and here we go. Okay, Chrome tab. What's up? Trump and Hillary, distant relatives. Okay, here we go. All right, full screen. And let's.
How far separated?
I'm getting to it. Hang on. Oh my goodness gracious! 19th cousins.
Oh come on, dude! That's so out there.
Right, okay, hang on.
Me?
The first Duke and Duchess of Lancaster are Trump and Clinton's 18th great grandparents, according to the site's analysis. John of Galt, first Duke of Lancaster, married Catherine Swynford, Duchess of Lancaster. John and Catherine are Donald and Hillary's shared 18th great-grandparents, reports Extra.
How the actual crap does this prove anything towards the
wait, hang on. Their 19th great-grandfather is King Edward III, so there is precedent for ruling a country. It's in their genes.
Dude, if you go back far enough, I'm friggin' related to Barack Obama. What the crap does this have to do with anything?
Oh, man, hang on. Former Vice President Dick Cheney's wife, Lynn, revealed in 2007 that while researching her ancestry, she discovered her husband and then Senator Barack Obama were actually 8th cousins.
Let me play Will Kincaid for a second. You go back far enough, and you own Barack Obama. Sorry, man, I had to.
I would say William is back. Well,
that was a Will moment.
Actually, I would say you might be more like Kamala Harris, and if you go back far enough, her family might have owned you, because not only did they own over 1,100 slaves in Jamaica, they also, after the British Empire outlawed the African slave trade, her great-great-grandfather was actually recruiting Irishmen to come to Jamaica and turn them into indentured servitude slaves. They actually got, there's a whole bunch of scandal about that. So, shocker, folks.
Is Brenton here? Oh, I think Brenton might be here.
Let's see. Hang on.
Is Brenton here? That is Brenton, right?
Yes.
Brenton
Outcast American has rejoined us, and Chris and Iger.
Outcast, what's up, brother? Nice to see you, bro. Me and this guy are on the same page, bro. Pretty much. But again, I'm on the same page with most of you guys too, because I think the devil's basically through secret societies like the Masons, Jesuits, and whatnot. They control our information. All media is owned by 6 corporations, so we've been spoon-fed whatever they want us to know ever since we were born. So it takes a while to break out of that paradigm, I guess you can call it.
I don't disagree with all of that.
What do you disagree with? I just said that I agree with you, and that we've been brainwashed to believe that we come from fish and nothing explosions ever since we were born. So what?
Well, yeah, I don't know if I like going that far with it, like with the whole like we're brainwashed. I mean, clearly we're not brainwashed. Clearly we don't believe that. So like, I mean, I don't.
Best way to brainwash somebody is through repetition, bro.
But
and
like,
I
okay. But I believe in God, and I believe that He created everything, and I also believe in the scientific information of that we probably do exist on a oblong spheroid. I don't like.
Well, that would be because you've been brainwashed to believe you live in a globe, but it's not provable. There's no measurable curvature. Water always finds its level, and that one takes a long time to break out of. So I'm gonna try to not talk about that.
Okay, well, you're just running on at the mouth and kind of missing what I'm saying here, because what I'm saying is that there's lots of fields of science and study that would completely fall apart and be non-functional in any type of flat model at all. Like, and any person who's ever studied either cartography, navigation, even snipers, for having to use the what is it, Jim? What's it called? The movement of the Earth.
Coriolis effect.
Thank you, sir. The Coriolis effect.
Experience the same thing in Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
You have to account for both the gravity pull on the bullet for your shot, so you have to have an understanding of what gravity is and how it affects the mass of objects, and you have to take into account the motion of the Earth. I
like to stop you right there, bro. Because have you ever shot a gun for yourself?
Well, dude, yes, I've shot a gun for myself plenty of times. Have I ever engaged?
Did you ever account to where you were standing at? If you were standing at the equator, or if you were standing in New York, or any other different latitude?
Wait, what's the question?
Of course not, because the Earth spins at 1,000 miles supposedly at the equator, and then it spins at like 300 miles per hour in New York and at 0 miles per hour in the North Pole. But you don't take any of that into account. What you think you're accounting for is actually the drop of the bullet, like everything that goes up must fall down. So that's all you're accounting for. You never stop to account if you're facing north or you're facing south. What you're accounting for is the wind direction.
Is this some flat Earth shit? By the way, guys, thank you for.
Yes, Brenton, you stumbled into flat Earth crap. I'm sorry. Yeah, that did happen.
And I mean, right. As long as he's just a flat earther and he's not a Nazi, I'll be okay with it.
Yeah, right. Well, Brenton, I don't know. You called me a Nazi tonight, so you might be surrounded by Nazis.
There is a guy with a fucking Pepe avatar, which has me freaked out that he's actually like, making sacrifices to the dark Egyptian god Kek. Okay, I hope you're kidding.
I agree with Brenton on that. Outcast, it's a pagan god that they used to worship, and I found out about it last year. But the Pepe memes were like, it was like again they who said the best way to control the opposition is to lead it ourselves. So they capitalize on this by even Trump. He'll talk about the fake news all day long, but he doesn't talk about chemtrails. He doesn't talk about other stuff.
He does get people to poison themselves with fish tank cleaner. So,
dude, come on, bro. That chick is being investigated.
Okay. I know. It's a little bit of a slam there, but the Kek thing. What's crazy, by the way, if I could say,
a little bit of reach in there,
right, gentlemen. Before we get started on this, stuff.
If I could say, by the way, just to be friendly here, and just on the Kek thing, like as a writer, I am so attracted to the idea that a dark god from Egypt has been summoned by a bunch of idiot shit posters online. Like, I want to write a fucking horror story about that.
Yeah, I don't know where Iger was going with that. Like, were we talking about Pepe being an ancient pagan idol or something?
Well, no, he literally is.
He is. I agree. I agree with Brenton on this. Actually.
Oh, Tiger. You know, I mean, sometimes
so there is a Egyptian god named Kek or Keku, that is a person with a frog head, and he's viewed as a god of darkness. And like the alt-right, the creepy, like, because these are people that were influenced by Savitri Devi. I don't know if you ever heard of her. She's the kind of the woman who created esoteric Hitlerism. She's completely nutso cat lady. So they like started like thinking that like the devotions in the thing of Kek when they're trying to type LOL is actually like a devotion to the dark god Kek.
Actually, back in the 90s, there was a big conspiracy going around about how LOL actually meant stood for Lucifer, our Lord. So I try not to use it. I try to use an emoji instead nowadays.
You know, it's funny though. Like I love that mystical element of society.
I'm sharing my screen, but yeah, you could just Google Kek God and it's not hidden. It's out there for everybody to see. We live in the age of information, and all the information of the world is right at your fingertips. So it's right there. There's a lot of disinformation as well. So I want to point that out because we're in the age of info and disinfo. So you gotta pay for
it's the dumbest fucking thing in the world. But
Outcast. Hang on, everybody. Outcast.
I need to say something. Damn it!
Hang on. Outcast. Do you denounce Kek?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Go ahead, Smokey.
Okay,
I denounced Kek as well. My writing partner tried to institute Kek into like
holy freaking crap. The Egyptians literally had like animal faced deities for literally every freaking animal out there. Like this is such a stretch for a freaking comparison, dude. Come on now.
Sure, but Kek is a pretty big coincidence.
Yeah, but
I don't literally think it's true. I think
Kek is from the Kekistan thing, and that's just something else that was on the peripheral. It's not like the Pepe and Kek thing was like emerged together as like it's conglomerated thing. I mean, it was the Kekistan meme, and then there was the Pepe meme. They were two completely different things created by completely different people.
Yes, but imagine, if you will, the story. By the way, I've had a couple of drinks before I came in here. Imagine
you wandered in here. I could have guessed that, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to see what you guys were talking about because this party seems to be still going.
It's big of you, Brenton. I appreciate you coming in here, man.
Yeah, it's no problem. Like I said, it was a fun debate. I actually enjoyed it, and I thought you did a much better job than some of the other chuds I've been up against. And you're not,
appreciate it, bro.
You're not a literal neo-Nazi like JF, so I can hang.
Awesome.
So, but like imagine. Let's use this frame for a second and just say, and this is stupid, but say that Kek was a real deity and Kek fell out of favor because the Egyptian gods fell, and then somehow people started making devotions to Kek by saying his name because the Egyptians believed that to say someone's name was to make them live again. And now you're seeing his name and you're seeing his image appearing on the internet with a bunch of fucking idiot teenagers that don't even know what they're doing, and holy shit, they just summoned an evil god from ancient Egypt. That's a fucking horror story.
With that.
You know,
it's like Slenderman.
It sounds like something straight to Netflix.
I agree. There's a bunch of stupid teenagers. That's about as far as I'm still there.
It is straight to Netflix. Maybe one day I'll do something with it because I love. I'm still trying to get Netflix's attention.
Go for it, Brenton. Hurry up and write it, or I'm going to steal it from you and sell it for you.
It's a good thing to steal. It's going to be a while before I get into that. My writing partner on the novel that I'm working on right now, he's the lead singer of the Crew Shadows, and we're doing a bunch of stuff with like mythology, like Egyptian and Greek and all this stuff because it's set in the afterlife. And he's like, we need to work this god Kek into our thing, and I'm like, holy shit, no, Nazis. Nazis and internet nerds, Rogue.
That's funny.
Yeah. So what the fuck are you guys talking about? I assume it's that I'm a total cuck or something, or what's been going on?
No, we actually didn't use cuck tonight yet. I don't think
that's nice. That's the first time I haven't been called a cuck. So
no,
I'm
I don't
happy
think we
about
ever called you a cuck yet. No, I mean, we can do it now if it'll make you feel better. But
that's all right. You could totally do it. Like it doesn't bother me.
No, I can say definitively that word has not been used.
Yeah.
The fact that you seem to actually believe the bullshit that comes out of your mouth is stunning. But
oh yeah, I definitely do.
He's on point in a lot of stuff when it comes to the Egyptian gods and whatnot, but they're all fallen angels. They're not trying to trust in their lives.
I'm sorry, Iger, please stop. Let Maddox, because Maddox had a couple really good points during the debate. Let him ask, Brenton.
Sure, I'd be up to hear this. What did you have to ask about?
Oh, so one point, the you were making the argument about military use on the soil being part of the Constitution from its origin.
Oh yeah, I fucked that up. You pointed out that it wasn't the Constitution. I knew it was like early in American history, and I just kind of assumed it was the Constitution.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that literally a century after it's the formation of the Constitution would be early.
Sure, but I mean, at the same time, also like a century after, you've also got the fact that the American founding fathers were explicitly against even having a military to begin with. That was like the whole thing with the Second Amendment. Like they wanted militias. They wanted like non-professional state militias as opposed to a standing army.
Well, hang on. So
which founding father actually didn't want a standing army?
To tell you the truth, I'll have to watch Hamilton again because I don't remember. But
I got a good idea for you. I have letters. He actually made an argument that in the Federalist Papers that stated that the actually having a well-armed militia served the place of a standing army.
Yeah, and which founding father was that? Hamilton? Was that literally Hamilton?
This is Hamilton. Literally.
Holy shit! Yeah. Okay, that's awesome. I will have to. I've been a fan of Aaron Burr as a founding father just because he was a crazy sort of Indian fighting possible pirate. And I used to do a ghost tour in New York City where I'd take people around and we'd go by Aaron Burr's old house and I'd tell the story. But every time I told the story, like I would make Aaron Burr the hero because his wife was buried near my old apartment. And I just thought that was cool.
So if you like Aaron Burr, what's your opinion of Andrew Jackson?
Jackson was a monster. But you know what I would also say is he was a monster who was created.
If you like Aaron Burr, how do you not like Andrew Jackson? They have very similar backgrounds.
I think they have similar backgrounds. I mean, Jackson did more damage. Just, and maybe you put Aaron Burr in the same position as Jackson. He does the damage. I tend to like rogues to a certain extent. Like I'll play a rogue.
Well, man, there's a lot of good things about Andrew Jackson. I'm actually not bashing Andrew Jackson. I'm saying that this is the point I'm making is that if you like Aaron Burr and then I ask you, hey, what do you think about Andrew Jackson? Oh no, he's bad. Oh wait, why? Oh well, he did stuff. Well, so did Aaron Burr. Oh well, he was.
Yeah, but Aaron Burr didn't murder a bunch.
But he didn't become the president. Therefore, he couldn't do a bunch of additional stuff. But if he had been, which he tried, do you actually think he wouldn't have followed the same path?
No, because I don't believe in the great man of history. I believe that Andrew Jackson did what he did not just because he's Andrew Jackson, but because the circumstances of history lined up to put him in the position.
So you don't think the fact that Andrew Jackson was fighting in the Indian Wars when he was 16 years old had any relevance to like what happened later?
I think it totally had relevance to what happened later, but I'm saying that history lined up to put Andrew Jackson where he was at the time that he came forward with regard to the Indian Wars. And yeah, that was awful what happened to him.
Right, so my point is that you don't think that you're now viewing him through a modern prism.
Oh, I'm definitely viewing him.
But now he's horrible, but at the time you wouldn't be understanding?
If I had... So at the time I might have been understanding. But I have the benefit of distance in the same way that a juror on a trial has the benefit of distance as opposed to someone who's had the crime against them. Like, dude, seriously, like, okay, imagine my son. Imagine my son gets murdered by India.
Hang on, Brenton.
Yeah,
that is some of in the context of actually looking at things of like, was this person what they did, was it reasonable, understandable, that kind of stuff, or horrible human being, the worst of all? Oh my goodness, how could you do this? This is a horrible human being, right? Like that is the dichotomy that's being presented. When I'm using I'm using Jackson as an example. This applies across the board.
It's a good point
in terms of the modern environment, and this is why I think that people like with your worldview and many of the things that come out of your mouth are so incredibly naive.
I'd be very
And-
interested to see what you think my actual worldview is. Like you haven't really heard a lot of it, and there's been a lot of misunderstandings about where I am. I would say, I don't agree with judging historical figures by modern standards in certain situations, because again, like you take me, if my son were murdered by Indians, I would spend my life murdering Indians. Now, is that right? No. And people can look back and they could say, Brenton Lengel did evil stuff. And I if I had enough presence of mind, I'd say, yeah, I did evil stuff. But I'm, a product of my experiences. In the same way that, Joseph Stalin did horrible, evil things because he was beaten by his father and grew up in a really awful environment, and then happened to rise to the level of power that he did. And when humans rise to that level of power, we tend to do horrible shit. Like, power corrupts. So I think that, it's not fair to judge historical figures by modern standards, but also it's a natural thing to do. To look at George Orwell, for instance, who's one of my heroes. George Orwell said awful anti-Semitic things. But like, I'm not going to go up and go cancel George Orwell, because I understand the society came from the same thing that my grandmother, who I've loved my entire life and been one of the most important influences on my life, she was anti-Semitic for a number of years, and her big story was when she stopped being anti-Semitic to me growing up. Like, she lived in like Levittown and shit. So yeah, I'm fairly forgiving of historical figures because
it's the interjection here. So Orwell's one of your heroes, but you're a fucking anarchist.
Yeah, Orwell fought with the Poom in the Spanish Civil War. I'm doing a thing on my.
What does that have to? Okay, and what
he literally said if he understood the situation better, he would have joined the anarchists.
That he said that, and then he changed further down the line.
Well, yeah, I mean, he.
Yeah, okay, so he said that at one point, and then realized that was dumb, and then shifted, and then he became, and then he became. Now, are you a leftist anarchist or a rightist anarchist?
Neither. I mean, I agree.
You have to be one or the other, dude.
No, you really don't.
Well, if you don't,
I'm a classical,
I'm
a classical anarchist. Like, you can call me like a Kropotkinite if you want to.
So basically, you're naive as fuck.
Hey, actually,
I mean, I won't disagree with that.
Because what that boils down to.
I think I've been out
because the question is, the real question is, let's say anarchy occurs.
Anarchism is different from anarchy, but continue.
The current structure of civilization degenerates.
Yeah.
What do you think is a actual outcome?
I mean, the current structure of civilization degenerating and not being replaced with anything else is an absolute disaster. Now, if we
then what do you believe in?
I believe in making the argument for a saner, more compassionate, more connected world where we are less confused by the Buddhist term would be fundamental darkness, by thinking that we are not a intimate part of the world as opposed to just a ghost driving a meat body for 80 or so years and from cradle to grave.
How much acid have you done in your life?
A decent amount.
That's what I figured.
I went from a period.
And do you shroom a lot?
No. I tried shrooms once in college, and I didn't try enough of them.
Okay, so you take a bunch of acid and you live in a fantasy land.
I mean, I'm a fantasy writer, so
okay.
Yes.
But you think your fantasy actually can become reality?
No.
Then why would you espouse something that has zero probability of actually being a reasonable outcome?
I mean, because it's literally the truth right now.
So you believe in the literal definition of utopia?
No, I don't believe in the literal definition of utopia. I believe that the ego essentially does not exist.
So what is the original definition of utopia?
The original definition of utopia. Yep. Why don't you tell me? Because it literally sounds like you want to tell me.
It literally means no place, but it cannot exist.
That's cool.
And that's the.
So it's an
point.
ideal.
So the point that was originally put forth in the original story of utopia was that anybody who actually thinks this is possible is a fucking idiot. That was the entire point.
I haven't read the original story of utopia, but what I would say is that
where I'm going with all of this is you are literally espousing per your own admission, a utopia that literally meets the original definition per your own admission, that it won't actually exist.
Wait, what won't actually exist?
What you're describing. You just said
no, because I said I want people to move towards a saner, more compassionate, more connected world.
When I asked you if it was actually a realistic outcome, you said no.
I mean, in the sense that an ideals exist in the mind.
You don't think can actually come into existence.
For the same reason you shoot for the moon but land in the stars. You know, ideals cannot exist within reality because reality is inherently flawed. Nothing that exists within material reality is exactly 100%. Everything contains within itself its own negation.
You're actually espousing something that doesn't have anything. You said you're shooting for the stars, but you're...
No, I'm shooting for the moon and landing in the stars.
Okay,
the point is,
oh my God, you're not
you
going
try your best.
You're going for the moon, whatever. I understand the point you're making for the euphemism.
Yeah.
The point I'm making is you're actually not espousing a plan.
Well, I am. So first off, I could talk to you about plans and like how anarchism has been implemented historically and where it has succeeded and where it has failed and where it needs to build and what I might imagine.
Tell me one instance where anarchism has succeeded.
I mean, I can tell you multiple instances where it succeeded. The biggest and most dramatic example of anarchism succeeding would be the defeat of the fascists in Barcelona at the beginning of the Spanish Civil War, where farmers and factory workers armed with antique weapons and homemade bombs defeated a modern mechanized army and held their territory for 3 years. And like collectivized the entire city and the entire region. And not only that, but it led to a huge agricultural boom. And there's actually a great documentary you can watch called Living Utopia, where you saw this. And the only time that this society declined was after the anarchists were stabbed in the back by the Stalinists and private property was reestablished, that suddenly there were shortages of things and suddenly the old world began to pull people back into it.
Hang on. Are you actually arguing that guerrilla warfare
It wasn't guerrilla, it was organized.
Well, wait a minute.
Hang on. You're saying it's not guerrilla warfare when people who are on their own homeland soil are fighting against a enemy, and because they don't,
the enemy is their own homeland. Like,
but what does that have to do with anarchy versus rebellion or revolution? Like
you have to understand first off.
That's not anarchy.
No, anarchism is not anarchy. Anarchy is a state of chaos within society. Anarchism is a political philosophy based upon setting up society in such a way that there are no rulers, or that rulers are minimized.
Right. And what after they won, was there a government implemented?
I mean, yes and no.
No, yes or no? Was there ultimately a government implemented, or did anarchism?
Anarchism is not against government; it's against the state. That's a very different thing. Yeah, well, not just decentralized. Like the state. Think of the state, and this is the state is inherently different from the government. Government is a thing that we do where we get together and we create. We have an organization for the creation and mediation of policy. And then you have the state. The state is a hierarchical professional institution that manages to claim a total monopoly over the justified use of force within a given geographical area. That is Max Weber's, the noted anti-Marxist thinker's definition of the state. And I think it's reasonable.
Government literally means mind control. Govern, control, and means mental to the mind.
Sure.
Yeah, great. Okay.
I mean, but the point is that, you know, there probably is, humans are always going to get together and try to come up with a way in which we can all best collaborate and work and live together. That makes sense. That's fine. The issue is when you take and you institutionalize a method, like a human machine, for delivering violence against people. The iron fist behind the invisible hand, if you want to call it that. Anarchists tend to be against the state, not necessarily against government. Because the government without the state's just a suggestion box. Like, imagine you're in New York City and you disagree with the ruling of the city council. So You disagree with the ruling of the city council, but there's no NYPD to enforce their ruling, and there is no U.S. military to come
Brenton,
on.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I find it a little weird. I don't know how you have a government without a state or a state without a government.
It's happened multiple times in history.
Well, where?
Okay, a good example of a government without a state would probably be the Althing in Iceland. So if you look at Iceland, for instance, they had a sort of organ called the Althing that had no formal military behind it. And the Gothi, the Gothar, the tribal leaders would come together every year at the Althing, and they'd come up with what they wanted to do. Well, yes, a militia, but a militia is different from a state. And the thing is that the Althing would do stuff like, for instance...
Okay, hang on. Dude, Brenton, we got to go on mute, bro. Like this... Just stop. Just stop, man. You're off mute, but just stop, dude.
Stop what? I was answering a question.
Dude, this fantasy land you're living in, like
I'm literally giving you a
dude. This I understand where you're going with this stuff, and like this is I've heard this crap before. This is such naive, like academic dumbassery.
Okay.
Hang on. I'm going to counter. I'm going to ask you a direct question.
Sure.
Did the leaders of the tribes that you're referring to, if people did bad shit,
did they use violence against them?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
I'm not against the use of violence.
And we're on the microcosm. Were they the state?
No, because the state is a professional, hierarchical institution.
Are they the leaders who are recognized by the population?
It doesn't matter.
Are they the leaders of the population?
So the state,
yes,
think of it like this.
Dude, yes
what are
no?
they? Were they? Yes, there are leaders.
Did they get the orders to execute the violence? Yes or no?
They may have. They may not have. It really depends on where that is. But that's not the point.
Yes, it is the point. Because ultimately, all that government is, all that the state is a recognized entity, whether it be an individual or overall institution, organizations that are given the authority, or the authority is taken to execute control.
I mean, I'd say you were begging.
The problem now is that we're being led by a freaking corporation-controlled government. No matter where you are in this world right now.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. The corporations are running mostly everything.
Okay, Smokey, go ahead, man. You were.
The point is, you're begging the question by coming up with your own definition for government.
Well, hey, I gotta go, y'all. Smokey saying, "Nice seeing you." Jim, nice to meet you. Brenton, nice to meet you.
Sure, nice to meet you too.
More probable. Thanks for letting me in the stream.
Yeah. Before you head out, by the way, I wanted to tell you something. So, because you're a flat earther and shit, right?
Well, I'm more like I would call myself a biblical young Earth enclosed creationist. And
okay,
I believe the Earth is a spinning pear.
Okay, so I can prove to you. So I have my own experience that will prove to you that the Earth is round, or at least.
What would you like to do our debate?
Well, I'm not going to do a debate with a flat.
Oh, all right.
That's just not going to happen. But I am going to tell you. I am going to tell you when I flew to Iceland.
I'll crush you, bro. I will crush you, bro.
I'm sure you think you will, but I'm not. I'm still not doing a debate with a flat earther.
I'll do it with Iger.
Yeah, why don't you two go?
With Masonic Dream.
I'll do it.
Brainwash.
I volunteer.
Anything the scientist says.
My point being, this has nothing. This is nothing to do with scientists. This is my personal experience, my personal anecdotal experience.
And when you actually do experiments for yourself, they demonstrate the complete opposite. That's called
I love this guy, by the way. Where'd you find him? Iger. My point is,
if you want, you can follow me.
No, it's fine. I'll check you out. But
on Instagram as well.
Cool. I just want to get this out before you leave. Okay. When I flew to Iceland, because I do international wilderness guiding trips. When I flew to Iceland, it was a shorter flight from New York to Reykjavik.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, from New York to Reykjavik, it was like an hour or two shorter than from Reykjavik to New York because the Earth is round and was spinning in the opposite fucking direction.
I've seen things 400 miles away. Where is the curvature of the Earth? It doesn't.
You're not answering the question. Anyway, just think about that. Okay, he can get out of here now if you can deal with it.
The sun and the moon are the same size. They're not 400 times further away.
Iger, you have to know. Iger.
Yeah.
Iger, you didn't listen to what he said. You should respond to what he said.
It was from this place to that place, Iceland to whatever he said.
No, it was New York City. It was a direct flight, New York City to Iceland, like Reykjavik, Iceland, was like an hour and a half shorter than Reykjavik to New York City. And the only thing that accounts for that is the curvature and the fact that the Earth is spinning.
You ever flown a helicopter, bro?
I mean, I've not flown a helicopter, but I don't see what that has anything to do with what I
How
said.
come a helicopter can sit perfectly still above a spot? And
I
then,
mean, again, because a helicopter cannot sit perfectly still above a spot. It's just they're not going to hang out for the amount of time they need to.
I'm trying to rebuttal. So if you fly a helicopter, or you can't afford a helicopter, right? Get yourself a drone and fly it up above a point, and you're gonna notice real quick that the Earth is not spinning 1,000 miles.
A drone will run out of power and fuel well before like the actual thing.
Whatever. If you fly a jet,
do you have any fucking experience how
over the ocean, you're not gonna worry about running into a wall of the curve. You're just
you literally do. Like they have to deal with the spin of the Earth. Okay. Whatever, good job. Look, consider me like cucked and red pilled or whatever you need. Goodbye.
You're too afraid to debate me, so is Smokey saying.
I'm definitely.
I literally just said I'll debate
He's saying he'll do it. I'm definitely too afraid to debate you.
No, you say you want to debate me, Brenton, so forget you.
Okay.
When do you want to do it, bro?
Yeah.
Anytime, man. Get in touch with SFT or something. Get him to line it up, man. We'll do it.
I'll do it right here on Logical Plausible Probable.
Okay, or that, Maddox.
Hey, Brenton, where do you live? Where do you live, Brenton?
I live in Manhattan.
I thought you about being from Oregon for some reason.
No, I mentioned Oregon in the debate, so it might have been that. No, I
thought your parents might have been like Guru Rajanet or whatever. I can't pronounce that. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about.
No. My parents are freaking Catholic and Quaker.
I think Iger was trying to say something. He's getting ready to
apologize.
leave or something.
I think he's gone.
Oh, well, anyway.
Boy.
Okay. All right, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. So so by the way, I'm sorry to come in here and disrupt everything. What's the conversation
Dude,
about?
disrupt. Now? This is what it is about. This is what's going on.
Yeah. That was a fun debate, by the way. I gotta say, Smokey, you did a good job, and I had a lot of fun. I did a post debate with my friend 5x5 Bobby B of the 5x5 podcast that's posted on my channel. He's a soldier, so we were talking a little bit about it. We went for about 45 minutes.
Cool. Sweet.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, as far as like anarchism goes, I find a lot of people have a lot of preconceived ideas about it and about like what I believe and where it is, and a lot of the time they're confused. Like, I don't consider myself a part of the right or left.
So you do know that by definition, the state is sub to the government, right?
I mean, yeah, but that's not really the case because they have all of the power.
So you've literally said the direct opposite. When the government and then a state can be underneath, can be derived from a government, but not the reciprocal.
No, I mean, you can have a state without a government. Like, think of a military junta.
No, dude, the point is that there is any. Okay.
Maddox, by the way.
If the general. Caesar as a general crosses the freaking Rubicon and then sparks civil war.
Okay.
Was he attempting to form his own government?
I mean, I would have to look into Roman history to really answer that.
We're talking about conceptually.
I mean, he may have. I don't really care at that point. The issue is...
I was trying to dumb it down and use a very easy to understand concept. Okay, any general decides to conduct a coup, and he overthrows the current standing government.
Yes.
He's now the freaking dictator.
Okay.
Has he created a new government, which now has a state which he controls?
I mean, he has a state that he controls. He hasn't necessarily created a new government because does he have a method for the mediation and creation of policy, or is he just making decisions?
Dude, what the fuck do you think a king does?
I mean, kings aren't the only person making decisions within the kingdom.
You think a general who has colonels and other generals under him, do you think he doesn't have any additional? Like, are you not following this? This is like extraordinarily simple logic.
No, I follow your logic. I just disagree.
Okay, so you're disagreeing what is readily accepted in political science.
Well, perhaps.
Or,
But again,
like, literally
political science, in my opinion, and I'm not a political science. Are you a political science major?
I mean, I study political science. I mean,
Right, but are you like a political science major?
I mean,
Study political science could mean anything.
I
saw you pretend to be a lawyer in your debate.
Are you going down the rabbit hole if I don't have a degree in it? Therefore, what I'm saying is false.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
it's
then what the
false.
fuck's your point? Then what's your point?
Point.
I'm saying that if you Google it in pretty much any, you go use Google and go look at any political science textbook, and you will find that state is subject to government.
I mean, in theory, yes, but also keep in mind those political textbooks are written by liberals.
So you're now agreeing that my position is correct. You're just dismissing it.
I'm agreeing that certain groupings of concepts are essentially arbitrary and can be grouped any way that we find.
Okay, so do you want to say that government and state are synonymous then?
No, I don't think it's a good idea to consider them synonymous.
You won't make them synonymous, but you won't agree that whether or not which one can exist without the other.
I mean, it's the same reason why I don't agree, like why I have a larger understanding of property rights than simply public and private property. When you have a more nuanced understanding of a concept, it enables your ability to deal with that concept on a deeper level. So if I'm going to talk about
anarchism, create a state or a government?
I would say the government, it does not create a state.
Okay, and who decides what authority the government has?
I mean, arguably in an anarchist stateless society, everyone decides that.
By what method?
Direct democracy, usually.
So you're a democracy then? I
mean, anarchists tend to be democratic. There are non-democratic checks and balances that can be employed. But again, like so like,
what anarchism has ever either not ended in dictatorship or pure democracy?
I mean, well, for a while we had a really good thing going with the PKK YPG.
I just said ended.
Mm-hmm. I mean, ended. Yeah, but I mean, that's like saying what human didn't end in death.
Yeah. How long have those?
And there was a long period.
How long did that model work, bro?
Well, I mean, the model, I would say 5 or 6 years at least, and it was like
5 or 6 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there was a problem. You could have said the same thing about liberal capitalism.
And now what's happening?
I mean, at the moment, they've got a deal with Assad, and we'll see what happens. I don't think Assad will be a good ally, so I worry that the YPG PKK will not be long for this world. But I have been surprised in the past because in a big way, the Democrat, and also keep in mind, the PKK YPG was active before Assad and still maintained control of their territory before they adopted the democratic confederalism. So the fact of the matter is, you know, you've had them. Another long-lasting example of anarchist political ideology would probably be the Zapatistas in Chiapas, who have been in control of their territory since the 90s. Now there is.
Hang on. You have to clarify now. So, who makes the decisions there?
I mean, the Zapatistas.
Yeah, who
they used, if I'm not mistaken, they use direct democracy.
Okay, so they're a democracy.
It's consensus.
So they're a democracy.
Yeah, but not in the way that you.
So they're a democracy. Okay, what were Athens and Sparta?
I mean, Sparta was a autocratic.
They were direct democracies?
No, because they had slaves, and slaves couldn't vote. So obviously, they're not a direct democracy.
But we're slaves and we vote.
And if I'm not mistaken, Sparta had kings. Now the Athenians had a democracy, but the Athenians only had like an oligarchy. They didn't allow everyone to vote. It was just like the higher up end Athenians.
Dude, in history, name a single direct democracy that has ever survived and not ended in anarchy.
So let's pull back to
name one.
Let's imagine we don't live now.
Name one.
And let's pull back to
name
like
one.
the Dark Ages.
Name
and somebody's
one.
sitting there talking about like a Republican democracy, and everyone's saying, dude, when in history have we ever had a Republican democracy? Name one. The fact of the matter is that there is this bias that the time that we are living in now is the end of history, and this is how it will always be. But we've seen throughout history governments evolve and change.
The fantasy land that you're living in, which is,
I mean, you can consider it fantasy land, but it's how America, like,
no. In terms of what you, sir, are espousing, which is anarchism, which in actuality, what you're talking about, the examples you're giving are pure democracies.
No, again, there's not a pure democracy necessarily, because
how do you determine consensus?
Literally everyone involved in a GA agrees with the decision.
So they're voting on whether or not they agree. So you have a simple,
well, you have to tell people if you
from
agree.
a governmental perspective, you have to have a pure majority, correct?
No, not just pure majority. Consensus democracy is 100% of the society agrees. Now, sometimes people, like with Occupy, would do like a block, which essentially means if this measure passes, I will leave the community and I want nothing to do with it.
Literally, you tell me a single. Okay, so you're saying that it's okay. If I don't agree, I'm going to leave. But you're not suggesting that requires pure democracy.
I mean, if you want to call it pure democracy, I don't care. But the point is, there are non-democratic.
Oh my god, dude! If the only people that stay are the people that agree, everybody else leaves, then you're literally, it's okay if the majority. If you have a simple majority, then everybody else is the minority either has to comply, or they have to leave. That means you have simple, pure democracy. Like, this is extraordinarily basic.
I mean, again, you need to look at the history of these movements and how this has actually functioned in reality. You can scoff at it if you want,
dude,
but it actually works.
About reality, bro. You're the one that's living in Fantasyland.
I mean, if you say that, but like, again,
Jim, you have anything you want to say, bro?
Yeah, Jim looks like I'm fucking killing him here. What's going on?
Deep down inside. Deep.
I'm gonna say it's very funny to. By the way, what happened to the guy I debated with? Is he still in here?
Smokey probably had to go get another burrito.
Another burrito. Okay. So yeah. All right. So the thing is I lost my train of thought. Fuck. What was I about to say to you, Jim? Because I think
you said something about Smokey, and that was about it. Like,
fuck it.
You went off the rails pretty quick.
And it's all right. I've had a couple of drinks. So I think, just give me the question again that you had. Logical, plausible probability guy who confuses like being condescending with actually having an argument. Like, what was it you were hitting me on there? And I'll remember where I was going with it.
Funny guy who drops an insult while talking about thinking he's being insulted. Like, that's funny.
Yeah, no. I'm totally awesome about that. And I will throw down if I need to throw down. But the point is that
all I got to say, like, you live in like ridiculous fantasy land.
Oh yeah, that was it. Thank you.
The fact that you're like part of Occupy Wall Street. I mean,
yeah,
one of the biggest dumbass groups of all time. And
no, dude, you only think
which I find so entertaining, as you idiots were sitting there running around Wall Street, and then trashing the place.
Well, no, actually, that's not the case.
Well, it's well documented that
it is not
well documented.
It was advanced by Michael Bloomberg in order to send the NYPD in so he could clear the park to ostensibly clean things. We actually had our own cleaning crew, and I had donated to them right before.
Okay, here's something we have to clarify, bro. So, what is your background? Like, what do you do professionally? You say you're a writer, but like, where's your money come from?
Where's my money come from? So for years and years, fresh out of college, I was a professional actor in and around the Midwest, employed by a professional dinner theater company. I got sick of doing that, and a friend died. And so I hiked the Appalachian Trail, Maine to Georgia. So 2,200 miles of American wilderness. When I came out, I was like, oh shit, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Time to move to New York City. Fuck, I don't have any money. So I moved to Louisville, Kentucky, got an apartment above a pig slaughtering plant, which was gross. Still surprised I'm not a vegan after that experience. And I worked in a fine dining restaurant. I also worked as a ghost tour, as a professional ghost tour guide, and I worked as a fundraiser for Actors Theater of Louisville, basically talking rich people out of money so that the arts could continue. I was top salesperson, won a bunch of contests, and eventually saved $5,000 to move to New York City. Once I got to New York City, I started working as a fundraiser for Carnegie Hall, and I did the same thing, talking rich people out of money to make sure that Carnegie Hall could continue to function. Top salesperson again. And I immediately, within a year, was put up for management, and I got the management position. I have been running nonprofit fundraising management since when was it? I got to New York 2009. So 2010, I ran the, and when I left my position with the American Ballet Theater, I was responsible for $1.7 million a year and 22 employees. So yeah, I know my shit. And I'm also a professional wilderness guide on the side.
Okay, awesome. Congratulations. The reason I'm asking those questions, and it's actually kind of interesting to me because you're in favor of anarchism. You're against capitalism, right?
Exceedingly. Capitalism is an incredibly stupid system which is falling apart as we watch.
Why do you say you wanted to talk rich people out of their money? Like why? Like,
I had to. I didn't want to.
Why have that mindset? Like I'm just curious. Why?
Because that's the only way the arts happen in the United States is if people give money to it, and the only people who have money for the most part are the rich people. So you got to call the rich people and talk to them and schmooze them and make them feel good, and then eventually they give you the money.
So you're against capitalism. How did they get their money?
Merciless exploitation of the working class.
Oh, so
okay. So did you ever actually take economics?
Yes, and one of my friends is a professional economist.
Awesome, cool.
Yeah.
What are the 3 ways you can become wealthy?
I mean, the 3 ways that somebody can become wealthy. Why don't you tell me?
3 fundamentals.
Like the way that like economists say it, or the way that like it actually happens.
The way it actually happens.
I would say wealth is accumulated through investment. So the way that a human being becomes wealthy is that they are either born to a point where they have a decent amount of investment capital, or they work until they acquire a certain amount of investment capital and then invest that capital in a venture for a profit. Essentially it's a positive feedback loop after that.
Where do you draw the line? Like I guess because you sat there and you say, you protested the 1%ers, right? So where, I'm assuming you're familiar with the bourgeoisie or something like that. So where do you draw the line, like for bourgeoisie?
If you're in like the 1%, the top 1% of income, and you like, it doesn't really matter where I personally draw the line.
Do you know what the income level is? Do you know what the income level is? Put you in the 1%.
I don't care. Like that's not what's not important. The income itself is not really what's important. It's more or less the ownership of valuable property. So like where I draw the line, I'm more of the idea that we shouldn't be drawing an arbitrary line with like a certain amount of money or whatever. What I would like to see is instead we transcend currency as a means of trade.
Oh my. Okay.
So hang on. So there's a few things there that I'll like kind of talk about.
Sure.
Like, it's funny because you don't want to draw a line in where you pick the bourgeoisie, right? Because the bourgeoisie.
Well, again, this is the game that every fucking like you got to understand that question that you asked me. I have been asked about 1,000 times.
Well, then you should have a good answer then.
Yeah,
right?
because it's a non-question. Because there's no answer I could give you that would like if I said.
Okay, dude. Okay, you're unmuted. Okay, there's 3 fundamental ways you can trade your time for money. You can trade other people's time for money. You can build something other people will trade their time and money for. There's a cap to each one of those levels that you can do. Now, there's a 4th way you can become wealthy, which is to inherit money, like you were referring to. However, the person you inherited the money from got it through one of those 3 ways. That's it. Those are the ways that wealth is built.
And it's given, and it's over generations too. So it's not just.
I mean, there is no line of demarcation that can be put like you're talking about, but if you want to keep rolling like being an idiot, you can, but you're not actually using your brain, bro. Now,
well, John, what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to figure because I'm trying to figure out where he draws the line for the bourgeoisie. So, for example, like if he says the bourgeoisie is the 1%, that's not the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie is actually by definition the middle class. It's the people between the rich and the poor. The bigger your middle class is, the better.
Am I unmuted? Thank you.
So first talking. Finish your point, Jim.
No, I just finished.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So the bourgeoisie was the middle class, like in revolutionary France. But the fact is that the industrial bourgeoisie and the nobility have kind of changed hands in modern society, and few people are still like rich because they are members of noble families. They're rich because their family owns valuable property. So I'm sorry, I did not understand the question that you were asking me. I thought you were doing the fallacy of the beard. Again, like where you say, how much money does a person have to make to like be on your shit list? And I don't like to give that because money isn't real anyway.
Well, it does lead to that, and money is real because we assign value and trust.
To draw the line between class, and that is very key.
Yeah,
someone is a worker if their money comes primarily from their labor. No matter how rich they are, they're still a worker. So take, for instance, Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman is a writer. He's a brilliant writer. He is still a worker because his money comes from the work that he does on his novels. Whereas Bill Gates, his money comes from owning Microsoft. Now, at one point, Bill Gates may have been a worker, but at the point where he lived primarily off of what he owned, as opposed to what he did, was when he entered the bourgeoisie class.
Right. He went from trading his time for money to building something other people will trade their time and money for.
Exactly. And some people went from being a slave in the field to telling other slave
in modern society.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that it is somehow evil or a negative to go from being a worker to being a Bill Gates?
I mean, yes. Maybe not evil, but negative.
Because was Steve Jobs evil?
Yes.
Is Elon Musk evil?
Yes.
Is
like maybe not personally, they might be great people personally, but what they do, like how they maintain their wealth, yeah, that's evil.
So the fact that Elon Musk is like selling all of his stuff, giving it away, and trying to like do all sorts of stuff philanthropically, evil? He's evil?
Oh yeah. Well, again, people are not one thing or the other. He may personally be a great guy. But yeah, especially like billionaire philanthropy, I'm incredibly suspicious of it because like Bill Gates gets a bunch of credit for like the charity work that he does. But if you look at like what he's actually doing, he's mainly dodging taxes and finding ways to make money that like don't get taxed. So his charity isn't really charity; it's self-interest.
So, if the money that he gives away and avoids paying in taxes, if that money just went to the government, would it be acceptable to you?
I mean, I don't want money or government to exist, so no.
So
or state.
Okay. So his alternative is to give it to the state, or to give it. Or no, stop. You literally said that because he's figuring out ways to avoid giving it to the state.
Yeah.
And being philanthropic with it or come up investing in different companies. Are you saying that is evil?
It depends on how he uses it, but the fact of the matter is that the money that Bill Gates has is blood money because the only reason Bill Gates is wealthy is he happened to be there the day IBM came knocking. There was actually another programmer that IBM wanted who was out flying that day.
Dude,
they went to Bill Gates. No, this is important.
Dude, you're such a fucking idiot. You're a writer. Dude, you're back on mute because the little diatribe about to go off is so fucking stupid. It blows my mind. Okay, if you write a screenplay and it gets picked up by Netflix and they write you a check for $10 million, are you now evil?
Am I now evil personally? No, but let's say Netflix, for instance, got that $10 million by engaging in child slavery. Then I've taken blood money.
So if you've accepted that $10 million, are you evil?
I mean, I don't believe in a good evil dichotomy of people. We're multifaceted, but it would be.
Then why are you judging anybody who made money in any facet? If you could because
I'm not judging them personally, I'm judging the behavior.
But you're judging the fact they have the money.
Well, yes, because the fact that
Okay,
they have
so
the money is a
if-
bad idea.
So on camera,
So
right
you're
now-
asking you're
No, no,
asking me
no,
if I become
on-
rich, is it bad? Yes.
on camera right
Mhm.
now.
Yeah.
If Netflix or any other production company comes and wants to accept one of your screenplays, will you give it to them for free?
No.
Will you negotiate as much as you possibly can?
Yeah, probably.
Then basically everything you're talking about these other people is total bullshit.
No, because again, what I'm doing is I'm working with the reality in front of me, and these are systemic problems, not personal
So
problems.
what do you think the Bill Gateses of the world were doing?
I mean, the issue of again, what I was talking about with Bill Gates was the only reason that IBM was in the it had the ability to make him Bill Gates, as we know. First off, it was luck because the other programmer was out like flying. And Bill Gates created QDOS when they came back to him, which stands for Quick and Dirty Operating System. And he just ripped off that other programmer. It wasn't even his idea. Now, Windows was his idea, and that's cool because Bill Gates is a smart guy. But the only reason IBM had that kind of money to be in the position to roll out this line of new personal computers that Bill Gates' operating system would be used on was that they helped the Third Reich exterminate the Jews. Like, and you show me any great concentration of wealth, I will show you the pile of bodies underneath it. Now, does that mean that I work on a screenplay for years and years and years, and I sell that screenplay to a company, and maybe even an evil company? I don't know, Disney. They're probably evil. Am I going to take that money? Yes, I am, because I live and exist within society. And I have to deal with the reality that is in front of me. Am I going to be happy about that system? I mean, think of it like we're talking about movies. So Indiana Jones, you remember in the Indiana Jones when he's a kid and oh God, which one was it? The Holy Grail. And he's trying to make sure that artifact stays in the museum. And he gets overpowered and defeated by the other people, and they take the artifact after everything he's done. But the guy at the end says, "You lost today, kid, but you don't have to like it." I don't like it. And I would consider, if I do one of these days become wealthy, I'll deal with it. I will take the money and I'll probably try to do the most positive good that I can with it. But it doesn't mean that I like the system that made that money possible.
Okay,
and that
so
doesn't mean I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so are you still getting money from rich people?
Am I? Well, no, because COVID.
But you were before.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I was running charity.
Okay, cool. So were you getting a salary from the nonprofit?
Of course I was.
Okay,
that's how these things function. You can't.
I know how they operate. I'm asking you more rhetorical questions of to get to a point. Okay,
yeah.
So
I certainly wasn't getting paid what I was worth, but I was getting paid just barely enough to maintain my apartment in New York.
Okay, so if you were renting an apartment in New York in Manhattan, you were probably making, let's say, 80, 90 grand a year?
Not quite that, but you're getting it. You're in the ballpark.
Okay, cool. So you were not anywhere close to poverty.
No. I mean, I was close to poverty when I
I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, no, not right now. I'm not anywhere close to
poverty. Cool. So you were being able to live a fun life in New York City.
Sure.
Going around and getting rich people who made their money from capitalism
to give to the arts. Yes.
To give to the arts.
I mean, hell, I even called David Koch one time.
Okay, so basically you are the ultimate hypocrite.
I mean, it wouldn't matter if I was, because being a hypocrite doesn't make you wrong. Like if a doctor who smokes tells you smoking is bad for your health, well, okay, is he wrong?
Okay, but where I'm going with all this is, if capitalism didn't exist, where the fuck do you think you would be right now?
I don't care, because if capitalism, first off, that's a question that doesn't make sense, because I would assume if capitalism didn't exist, the world would be so different. My parents wouldn't have met and I'd be someone else. But yeah, again,
okay, prior to Adam Smith and the expansion of the premise of capitalism, did the vast majority of the world live in abject poverty?
It depends on what you consider poverty. Like there's definitely benefits.
Okay,
no.
I gotta take a
For
break.
instance, medieval serfs,
You
as
guys
much
go
as
ahead
they're
and deal with
bullshit.
This is some of the dumbest, dude.
No,
the
it's just that
level-
I'm smarter than you, and you can't think on this level. So instead, you just scoff at it.
Do you think you're smarter than? Whoa! Hang on.
I am definitely smarter than you.
You're
Dude.
definitely smarter than me.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, that's a fucking ego play right there, bro. Shall we go match Mensa scores?
I mean, I don't know about a Mensa score, but I've got 145 IQ. So.
Okay, cool. So I know I can beat you. So let's go.
Well, that's an arbitrary.
Like this is fucking stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Like,
IQ is dumb.
The level of arrogance that you just came out of your mouth is priceless. Given the fact that you actually in a debate, you literally tried to use arguments about things you didn't know, and now you're okay.
I told an anecdote in a debate. That's nothing. The
No,
point
there
is,
were
dude, I
multiple
can tell
points.
you are
There were
exceptionally
multiple-
insecure, and I could see it in your debate with Rico. So I really don't care what you think. Like, I have a very low threshold of respect
in my
for you
debate
personally.
with Rico.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you
The
suck.
level of soy is
dude.
escalating. Let's tone it down.
Oh no! Don't worry. But I can turn.
I don't know if I caught that
one.
one. I don't know if I caught that one.
Wow. So Brenton thinks he's smarter than me. That I'm insecure.
Intensely insecure.
Intensely
Because
insecure.
again,
Wow.
like you don't have to posture the way that you posture.
Who's posturing, bro?
You are right now. You've been doing it.
I'm literally calling you out on your.
I am
posturing.
literally calling you out on your bullshit. I'm talking like
Dude,
a
you live in a you live in a fantasy land that you think because
I'm
you get
throwing insults at you because at the same time, I guess my daddy didn't love me enough.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a great point.
JLP beta.
Yeah. So, dude, you literally get to live in a little soy boy bubble of Fantasyland in Manhattan because you get to go and convince rich people to write you checks. You think that you have this high IQ because they fund you getting to write novels, screenplays, whatever that you may or may not sell at some point. If you do, it'll come from money that you think is blood money in any context and therefore is ultimately evil. You live in a fantasy land where you think that anarchism actually works when it never has worked. It has always ended in either chaos or the establishment of a structured government, which is the things that you claim to not like, because they ends up either being republics, kingdoms, or pure democracies. Historically, that is proven.
Dictators.
Well, I don't. Yes, that's what kings, dictators, democracies, republics. Like the things that you claim you don't want to actually have happen. I mean, it's stunningly ironic. And then your ego, when you got absolutely owned by Smokey tonight, the fact that you think you actually won this is so priceless. I mean, I don't even know the level how to even explain this to you. And obviously, while you think you are Mr. Smart Guy, and by the way, I have a high IQ too, and I used to act just like you. I used to run around and be an arrogant asshole because I knew that I was smarter than just about everybody. And then I had to realize that humility comes. When I was sitting in my office with a billionaire, I understand how all that shit works, bro.
You're both
and
very smart.
This is some bunch of bull. I'm not having a dick measuring contest. I don't care if he thinks he's smart or he's smart. That's
Okay,
not the point.
well, you're both very smart, and you both have large penises. Can we have another? Like, I just want. By the way, I wanted to broach something with Brenton. Brenton, if you didn't mind, because I actually had to look it up. Like, I wasn't sure about the whole like Trump sending the private contractors over there.
Yeah, I meant to send that to you. I got off the debate and I was like, well, shit, I don't have his email.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I did look up a fact check source for it because there was one thing that you said too that was important, and I just wanted to read you a quote because it was about the officers and their name tags. And again, you may not think this is a valid reason or anything, but I just found this and I just wanted to throw it out there. And it's a quote from Deputy Director Richard Chris Klein, and he said that he doesn't have his officers wear name tags because they're being doxxed. He says that's exactly right. That's another thing that's absolutely
They should be doxxed.
So
hold on.
Let me finish it. Let me finish the quote. So they're not only jeopardizing the lives of the agents, but they're jeopardizing the lives of their families as they're putting out their home information, and they're suggesting that
Give me one instance where the family has been killed or threatened.
Well, that's the point. That's the point.
Yeah,
is that
they can give any justification that they really want here, and you know, like I said,
well, if the preventative measure,
the security was not provided by Eric Prince, but there were federal agents who were
people
mercenaries.
knew. Okay, well, you can admit that people knew where Chauvin lived right after the George Floyd incident, and certainly his house was under siege. I think you would say.
Yeah, his wife left him shortly thereafter.
Right, and rightfully so, probably. But anyway, regardless of that, like you can understand that once the problem is that once the identity, sometimes, and especially during this political climate, if the identity officers can be used personally against them, then it's not really just them. It's their families, it's their friends, it's the other people in their community that are close to them or stuff that can also be targeted.
But at the same time, it's a cost benefit, and I don't disagree with you, and I think you're actually right on that. And it sucks that they're in that situation, but also the cost benefit analysis of having, you know, unaccountable government troops kidnapping people without judicial process. I think that's way worse than a government troop getting doxxed and having some protesters show up and yell at their house.
The people that got grabbed, what action were they undertaking?
I mean, there may have been any number of interactions.
What is now well documented? The people that got grabbed off the street.
That's what they.
What action were they conducting at the time?
It doesn't matter because this
what? Yes, it does.
Let me
federal officers? What were federal officers doing? No. Answer the fucking question. What were the people? What is it well documented now that the people, those officers you're referring to, that didn't wear badges, they wouldn't get doxxed? What were the people they grabbed? What action were they currently undertaking?
When I was arrested, I am answering your question. When I was arrested at Occupy Wall Street.
Don't give a fuck about what you were doing when you got arrested. The people that you're referring to now justify them being doxxed. The people that they were arresting, what were they currently undertaking?
So we don't know, and we can't.
Actually, it's been documented.
The ones who intercepted them are the ones who make those reports, and those people are idiots and liars. So when I was at Occupy Wall Street, for instance,
don't give a fuck. Okay, Smokey.
Well, let me just if I could just finish the last part of it, and that this is kind of just all I wanted to say on it because it was one of the other things that I had looked up to. But just to finish on the point of the officers too, and this is from the USA Today, and I don't know like if you trust them or you care about them, Brenton, but they did a fact check on the idea of the actual, hiring of private military contractors from, it looks like his name is Prince from Blackwater. And they say the claim that federal law enforcement are mercenaries hired by private security company ZTI is false because it is not supported by our research. A senior CBP official authorized the use of unique identifiers, patches with letters and numbers in lieu of names for federal agents in Portland to protect agents' privacy. It is also false to claim that former DHS security Jed Johnson implicated Eric Prince or Blackwater in a televised interview. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, so you'll notice that the weasel word that they had in there was that it was by Eric Prince. Eric Prince is not the only mercenary provider. He's just the most famous one. As for like whether or not they were actually mercenaries, like I said, I saw a lot of coverage that said that in fact they were mercenaries. That could be wrong. I don't think it changes.
I think maybe you saw, and I found that earlier. I maybe have to. Oh God, I should have kept it on my page. There was a CNN story and a CNN retraction on that. Maybe
it may have been, and maybe I was wrong in that. I mean, honestly, I'm more disturbed by the idea of any unidentifiable, security.
Yeah, no, I you know what? On a certain level, I can actually agree with you. But they did have identifiers. It just wasn't the type of identifiers that you would just have as maybe what you. This is a specific instance, I guess. And by the way, on a normative level, I 100% agree with you because I'm that same type of guy that believes that public servants should be identifiable and be required to identify. But that I would consider to be a case for normative practice. Like when you're entering into a volatile situation to get control, I think sometimes that stuff, starts to get a little, you have to take precautionary measures.
Sure.
And I think one of those things is instead of them having their names, like their full names or something, which would be typical and normative, it's just a number. And so like they know what number did what. And the only person that can access the personal identification of what that number is connected to would be the state. And so,
which again, it comes into a big problem because these people are essentially unaccountable.
Well, I wouldn't say they're unaccountable because they still have identifiers. It's just they're not accountable the same way they would in normative.
I totally get you, and I agree that it can be a shitty situation, like where your family. I just think that the state should not be the only people with that information because the state are the ones who are dispatching them.
That's fine,
and there's no real oversight. And this is what I wanted to bring up with Occupy Wall Street, by the way, with my experience. When I was arrested with Occupy Wall Street, now I was arrested, kneed in the spine and thrown into a motorcycle. And the cop that arrested me lied about me and lied about everything on there. And I beat him in court. But the point is that when I was in that cell with the other people who'd been arrested, a large portion of us were actual activists who had been arrested while protesting. I would say 15% were people who were just walking by and just got grabbed. The cop thought they were an activist and took them and threw them in jail. And people were like, I have no idea what's going on here. And like, we had to be like, dude, calm down. It'll be okay. You'll get released and they'll probably give you an ACD, which means essentially just go home and think about what you did. Cops will grab random people off the street and they're totally unaccountable a lot of the time. Now, there's a great video that I would recommend you guys watch. I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who did it. It's been making the rounds on YouTube lately. It's by a Christian apologist, and it's titled like "Why People Hate Cops." And this particular Christian apologist had been in both prison and a mental institution, and he breaks it down in like a brilliant way. I highly recommend looking this guy up.
Yeah, no, I think what I would say is I just worry.
Put it in the chat.
I just worry sometimes, Brenton, about how we might stretch anecdotal instances too far into normative policy shifts.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine. I agree with you.
Because I will say this, there is definitely, and I've been saying this for years too, and it was kind of one of, to me personally, just giving you my personal thoughts on this. Like when the BLM movement kind of, really, really took into full gear after George Floyd, here's the thing. Right after George Floyd, I was thinking, as tragic and horrible as that was, I was thinking to myself, okay, well, at least now we should have a really strong nationwide conversation about police reform.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that's what happened.
It never happens. The police prevent that from happening, but I agree with you.
Well, no, but I don't think that was the case this time. I think what it was is that conversation, that potential conversation was hijacked into extremism.
Well, yeah, because both parties want that extremism to happen. Joe Biden and the Democrats.
Well, I don't want that, though.
You don't, but you're not like in Washington. Trump wants the riots to happen so that he can rile up his base. He thinks it's going to help him win.
Oh, this isn't. No, come on, Brenton. No way. There's no way he thinks any of this.
He definitely thinks that. And he said he thinks that.
It's all being used against him anyway. And plus,
Yeah, but Democrats and Republicans, they interpret information differently. Like, this is something you guys might not understand because I don't know if you hang out with a lot of Democrats.
Okay, but what would Trump do to instigate all this unrest, bro? What could he possibly have done to make this happen? Like
Trump in particular to instigate this?
Yeah, because if you're gonna blame him for the actual maybe
I would say the rhetoric. I'd say the racist rhetoric that's been coming out of him. I mean, keep in mind he has been dog whistling the fascists since he got in.
Well, what is the racist component we're really specifically talking about?
I mean, a good example might be taking 3 days to denounce David Duke and just claim that he does not know who David Duke was when he previously ran against David Duke and said that he was a racist, like back in like 2012 when he was running like in like the Freedom Party.
Come on, Brenton, because he
well,
didn't.
No, he knew
fast
100%
enough.
who David Duke
on,
was, but he wanted David Duke's voters.
Well, okay, you're not going to give him at least credit that maybe he didn't remember, or at least maybe it was just mentioned to him on the fly. He's like, well,
you would have to. His brain would have to be pretty fucked up if he didn't remember a guy that he literally ran against and released statements about.
Well, that's not necessarily true, Brenton. I mean, Trump has had a pretty active life, and he's had a lot of business deals, and he's had a lot of interactions. But
sure, but it wasn't that long ago. He won in 2016 and ran
on.
against David Duke in like 2012.
But hold on, Brenton. Let's. I mean, at the very least, if the whole argument is based around whether he didn't do it immediately or he did it 3 days later, come on, bro.
Yeah, well, okay, so it does no. Well, no, it's not just that though. Saying they had very fine people on both sides with regard to the.
Okay, this is a.
That's got it.
Hang on, no. This I'm so glad Brenton went down that rabbit hole because this is a prime example of him obviously not having done any research for himself. So, before the line that you just spewed, Trump had already denounced the group. He'd already denounced them. The people that were being referred to, and this is very clear because they'd already denounced the scumbags, were the people who were in favor of the monument and those who were against the monument, not the outlier groups on both sides. This was clearly delineated prior to, bro. Like, yep, it's been documented, dude. Yep. It's been documented. You can talk again, bro. But it's been documented.
It's a lie from PragerU that you are repeating. There's a great video by Sean that debunks that argument. But the point being is that even if he had already denounced them, and I don't care what's in Trump's heart, I care what he does. And white nationalists have continued to up their violence and their killing every year since he was elected because they thought he was one of them. Now,
do you know who David Duke has just endorsed?
I don't care.
He just endorsed Joe Biden.
Of course he did.
Yeah. So your argument. So are you suggesting that Trump is? Are you suggesting that Trump is a member of the KKK or a supporter of the KKK?
No, his father was, but he's not.
Okay, so he's
holy crap.
No. Who gives a shit about his father? So was Donald? So do you think Donald Trump is a supporter of the KKK?
I think Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump and absolutely no one else. And if he thinks supporting the KKK will help him, he will support the KKK.
So even though he's denounced the KKK,
well, it took him quite a while to do that. And
come on, bro. Come on, Brenton.
Yeah.
That's not.
And anyway, my point is, I don't really care about what's in Donald Trump's heart. Like, again, I'm caring about what these people think. And if you looked at like Richard Spencer, when he did that, like, hail Trump, hail our leader, and people were fucking Sieg-heiling him on video, like, they clearly thought they had their Hitler. Now,
come on, Brent.
They fucking thought that. Now, again, they're idiots, but it doesn't make them not dangerous.
But this is what I was talking about, Brenton. It's kind of like a little bit of this ideological McCarthyism because like it doesn't like you could have a whole bunch of people that might find some sort of like minor substantive, support for someone, and they might be gross people on many other stretches of the imagination. But like just because they decide to see something inside a candidate that they like, can you really
imagine? I want you to imagine something. Imagine you are running for president. And you are told that a person that you've never heard of has endorsed you. And you're like, okay, I don't know who that is, so I don't really know how to respond. And then they tell you, well, he is the Grand Wizard of the KKK. Do you take 3 days to say, fuck that guy?
I don't know exactly that particular narrative of it in terms of like his availability to, or like if he knew it was such a thing that was worth even responding to. Because again, think about it. If it was true that he didn't really remember who this guy was, and
I find that incredibly unlikely. I mean, granted, he is senile, so yeah.
No. So here's the thing, too. Trump has a staff. Okay, so it takes time for things to travel up the chain of command.
Right.
So I think that's perfect. It's perfectly reasonable if he did it 3 days later. His staff.
I mean, I don't understand. Like, it would be an argument if he didn't do it at all. I feel this just feels petty, Brenton. I'm sorry.
I mean, the issue again is if you understand how like fascists function. And
I've
paid
attention. Basic structure. You a structure in government. You also understand how things take time to travel up the chain.
Sure, things take time to travel up the chain of command.
Okay.
But again, I don't think when he was directly asked, like on camera, and it was a guy that he knew from the past and a very prominent guy that he had run against and released statements against. Like, I find it very unlikely that he did not.
But then you're just saying it's unlikely, and now you're using.
Well, anything's possible. Like, his brain could have been so riddled with like cocaine and syphilis and Alzheimer's.
But you could admit too, if you've been in a lot of business deals and political interactions, and like and by the way, David Duke is not like some well-known guy. Okay,
I knew who he was.
Okay, but I didn't. You know what? When it came out that his name was being brought up, I had no clue who the hell he was. In fact, I didn't know about. The only reason I knew about him is because his name came up about supposedly supporting Trump, and then we had all of this other memes going out about how Hillary Clinton had trumped up and promoted him, David Duke, and said what a great man he was. Okay, so here you have President Trump, who basically condemned the man, said I had nothing to do with it, and then you have his running mate, his opponent, who basically propped up this man. So I mean,
I've never heard of Hillary Clinton endorsing David Duke. I wouldn't be surprised because she's a horrible person.
Okay, well, I'll pull it up.
I've done it with anyway, by the way, you guys should check. It's in the private chat. The link on like why people hate cops. I highly recommend you guys watch that, and that's coming from like a conservative Christian perspective. So it might help you to understand like why some of this shit is going down. You don't have to agree with everything. I don't agree with everything. And I just,
maybe if you're not traveling in like hyper racist circles, you might not remember or pick up names of hyper racist people. And that,
but there's a bunch of other evidence that Trump is racist.
Hang on, Brenton. So first off, the rich guys that you go and raise capital from.
Yeah. Oh God, is your voice going to break the next time you mute me? Because that was really funny when it did the last couple of times.
Okay, so obviously you are having little man syndrome, but
no, dude, I'm 6'2".
Well, cool. We're the same height. Congratulations, bro.
Hey, I'm 6'2".
The rich people that you go, and Smokey 6'4". So what? I'm having a height measuring contest now.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, the question I'm gonna mute, dude. I might have to mute you again. Good Lord, man. Let's just put you on mute because you can't shut the fuck up. Okay, the rich people that you go and raise capital from. Do you actually think that David Koch, or whichever one of the Koch brothers you went after, whichever one's alive, do you actually think that they're going to remember you 7 years from now? Just go ahead.
Yeah. So will they remember me? No, because they're not even going to talk to me. I'm the guy behind the person they're talking to, telling him to do it better. But no, they won't remember that. But again, that's not the same thing as someone that you run directly against and release a statement.
Okay, so you don't think that politicians have handlers? You don't think that billionaires running around like a Bill Gates, like a Donald Trump, like an Elon Musk, you don't think that they have staff and PR agents and marketing people who are running around handling a bunch of this stuff, and only the super duper important stuff actually gets run all the way up the food chain and authorized by that person? Good.
I'm aware that they have handlers. However, Donald Trump is a famous micromanager. And also, keep in mind when he was running for the...
Answer my question. Do the average person in the similar context, do they have those people? Yes or no?
I did answer that.
And then you try to issue a caveat. So is it a yes or no?
I mean, again, yes, but you have to...
Now, do you wish to double down again on your Charlottesville argument?
Yes, I definitely wish to double down again on the Charlottesville argument. Because even if, let's say that Donald Trump is 100% honest and not racist, and that's obviously not the case, the fact is that the way that he... behaved after Charlottesville made the white supremacists think he was on their side. I don't understand what this is.
Okay. So I'm pretty sure that you claimed that it was.
He said there were fine people on both sides.
No. And he clearly denounced the neo-Nazis. In the same context. Oh wait, anyway, let's go back. Okay, so here's one over from USA Today that you claimed all this stuff. You claimed that it had been debunked and that I was not correct. You even wrote it down on a piece of paper.
Yeah, because it's a lie that has been debunked. Now,
no, but the point is that you're claiming it being debunked. You're claiming that you said that he didn't make the distinction.
I mean,
that was your argument. That was your argument that he did not make the clear
definitely
distinction.
not my argument, dude.
Dude, are we gonna have to go back in the camera because it's literally what you stated?
Oh my god, you are so weird.
Because I call you out on your shit.
No, you don't call me out on your shit. You quibble. Now, the fact of the matter is that
okay. Rest of the people in this, who's the one quibbling here? Because I'm pretty sure he clearly. I made my position pretty damn clear. He even took the time to write down a piece of paper that what I was saying was false. Am I out to lunch here, folks? Anyone?
I just want to go on another topic now.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, everyone hates this shit, so we can stop.
No, I'm just calling you out on your bullshit, dude.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what you're doing.
You're one of the biggest. You're so full of crap. It is mind blowing. Like your level of ignorance when you double down on stuff when it's literally shown to you that what you claim to be true is false. You're doubling down again.
Again, what's happening here is you're finding like little tiny things that can be. A good example might be Facebook. There was a thing that my friend Tim Poole actually had an issue with Facebook where Facebook was censoring something as fake news. And like the thing that was being censored was not technically fake news for the reason that Facebook gave that they were censoring it. And he gave them like a bunch of shit over it. And they were like, oh, okay, yeah, but we're still censoring it because this and that. It's quibbling over details that really aren't important for the takeaway of the overall argument.
Literally claimed that it was important. You literally claimed it was important. In the context of David Duke, you literally claimed it was important.
Yeah, it is important because if Trump is perceived, whether Trump is a neo-Nazi or not, if he is perceived to be a Nazi, like the Nazis are going to reply in kind.
So if he denounced the Nazis in the same sentence, you're claiming
I denounce is a thing that Nazis do. It's part of the mind games they play on people.
Okay, so if he didn't denounce them, then would he be supporting them from your worldview?
If he had denounced them immediately,
so in the same sentence.
If when he's in the interview, the famous interview where and they say David Duke has endorsed you, would you care to denounce him?
No, we're talking about the Nazis at Charlottesville right now.
You're talking about that. I mean, there was no one. First off, the idea that there were fine people on both sides is just a lie. Because there were no fine people on the right side of Charlottesville. Or if they were fine people, they were very stupid fine people that went and joined a bunch of racist Nazis who then went and killed someone.
Okay, so that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I'm sorry, bro.
The Nazis and other people, they came from out of town into the town. So you're saying that the people who lived in Charlottesville, who were then accosted by people from out of town who were the outliers, you're claiming that them being overtaken by the outliers makes them at fault? Is that your position?
The outlier. So first of all, the people in Charlotte, and I've been to Charlottesville, I protested.
Don't care. We're talking about this instance.
Yeah. There were plenty of people in the community that wanted those statues down.
And there were plenty of people in that community that wanted them to stay too, right?
Well, maybe. I would assume
it's well documented because it's well documented that was the case.
They went but they weren't the ones that organized that. That was organized by the alt-right. So anyway, this is Sean, true alt-right. If you want to see the Nazis marching with them. And then let me find the PragerU one that where a lot of the stuff that I was hearing from you was disproven. So hang on, let me find this.
Smokey, I'm gonna shut up for a while, man. You're in control.
Well, I wanted to share this real quick.
I don't want to get into, it's late. We've had some drinks and shit, and I have been getting on Maddox because you're a dick. But like, honestly, I don't want things to get too. I don't want things to get too intense with you right here because, like I said,
I call out arrogant bitches who think they're big shit and actually don't know damn things coming out of their mouth. And and then come into my channel and call me a big dick. So bye.
I just wanted to share this. What? That's funny, John.
Is he gone? Really wanted to talk about the National Guard.
Is he gone?
I'm going to let him back in a minute. I'm just putting the time out for a second. Apparently he's had too much alcohol, and his little immature ass doesn't understand how to operate in the real world, even though he goes around kissing rich people's asses and then talking shit about them. I'm guessing that SDNA is the company you work for. I would be very fascinated if you would have the CO Jones to go to Steve Kohler, Nancy Murray, Jefferson Berlin, or Chana Harris and say this shit that you've been saying tonight to their face. I'd love a response to that.
Oh, so now you're trying to dox me?
No, I'm not trying to dox. I'm not actually. No, I'm not actually going to.
Here's the thing, Steve. The company is aware that I'm a communist.
I'm not actually going to dox you.
Cobb is aware he's a communist.
I'm not actually going to dox you.
Wait. How can we be an anarchist and a communist at the same time?
Look up Peter Kropotkin.
How can you be an anarchist and a communist at the same time?
So, because communism is a stateless society. That's one of the core characteristics of communism. Again, Peter Kropotkin.
You have to subject yourself to a form of government. You have to.
You're confusing communism with Marxism.
There's a difference?
Yes.
Okay, please explain.
Okay, so essentially, communism is a stateless, classless society where the property is owned arguably by everyone within the society and is effectively controlled by the actual workers who operate it. Now, communism is what we lived in before the rise of the state about 5,000 years ago. Tribal societies were pretty much primitive communism.
Really? Even if they had a chief?
Yeah, absolutely. Because the chief was voluntarily chosen. There was no military to impose the chief's will.
That's
oh my God.
This is literally fact. You can laugh about it, but it's literally fact.
I don't know if people were going to be fighting over a leadership position, because it comes with power, it comes with influence. I mean, it's kind of like a human type of thing. So, again, to make that claim would be pretty interesting how you would support that.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry?
It would be interesting how you would support that claim that they were democratically elected.
The claim about
some tribes, but not all tribes, but then you're still subjecting yourself to a government.
I mean, you're subjecting yourself to governance, not necessarily a government. But anyway, that's communism that is different from anarchism. It's just like they overlap. So,
okay, so the level of projection, I'll let him back in a second. The level of projection within this guy, he accuses me of quibbling. I think this is the greatest example of quibbling I have ever witnessed in my entire life. Go ahead, Brenton.
So anyway, anarcho-communism right here. Let me get.
You're a walking oxymoron. You know that, right?
I mean, the thing is, it's not that I'm a walking oxymoron. It's that I'm operating on a slightly different level, and people confuse it. But here.
He thinks he's so smart that we just don't comprehend.
It's not
his
about
level.
It's not about smart.
Dude, you have literally been making this all about intellect and your intellect, and how you understand things that we don't understand. That we don't understand. Like this, this shit is so This is priceless. This is epic.
So here's the thing where we're really missing the ball here. All right, one, you come on the show onto the Modern Day Debate, and you can pull it back in, and you come on the show, and you talk about government, and you don't even understand the form of government that we even have, but yet you sit there and just criticize it without understanding it.
I mean, I understand.
You read the Founding Fathers, but I don't think you really have read the Founding Fathers besides watching Hamilton. Great, it's a great musical. It really is.
No, dude, I've only seen.
You have to read some of these things and understand what federalism is, which is why I asked the questions about the National Guard, and then again you couldn't answer.
No, again, I answered the questions. I was misunderstanding what you wanted out of that.
No, it was very clear, like, who owns the National Guard, and anyone who has any basic understanding of our government. Because
whoa, hang on, nobody owns the National Guard. You just right there. The fact that governors give the orders to the National Guard doesn't mean they own them.
They own them because they own the budget. They are a state level asset.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the governor itself.
They are
in much the sense that the governor doesn't own the state. The governor just controls the state. But the point is that
so we're going to argue by definitions again. Okay, cool. All good arguments.
Like, okay, so dude, I
I'll
popped
tell you
in
what.
here.
But by the way, could I just
Yeah,
finish
sure.
what I was going to do, and then maybe you guys can go back to
I mean,
your.
like, again, I came in here in kind of a very friendly, let's talk afterwards way, and our guy.
Yeah, it's fine. Well, everyone, you know what? Everyone's going to have their own dynamic. I don't give a shit about that. Okay, so here's the deal. Like, I just wanted to draw attention to it because I feel like there's a little bit of maybe a fixation on like time frame being an issue, and like Hillary Clinton. There was a tweet that was put out there, from the claiming to be the main dragon or something like that. Will what's his name? Will Quigg or Quag or something, and he was endorsing her, but no one could validate if that was really true or anything. So that's just garbage. I don't care about that. But this was about Robert Byrd, who she was kind of really chummy with, who was, kind of a big racist KKK guy too. And like, well, granted, you said, and you admitted, and I agree with you, that Trump had spoken out against Duke previously when he ran against him. And granted, maybe he remembered him, didn't remember him. But the point of the matter is it seems you said, like, if he didn't do it immediately, then that was going to be a problem. Like, he needed to do it. The fact he didn't do it immediately was somehow inferring something about him being okay with racism.
I mean, not just that. There were a lot of other.
Okay, but we're on this. We're on this, and this is the part of it. So I just wanted to play this. This is Hillary Clinton talking about the Byrd
Today,
guy.
our country has lost a
Can you
true
guys hear
American
that?
original, my friend
I
and
can hear
mentor, Robert C. Byrd.
I mean, Hillary Clinton worked for Goldwater, so like I know she's a racist.
Well, did you vote for her?
Most of all,
No. Why would the fuck would I ever vote for Hillary
I don't know.
Clinton?
I don't know, bro. I mean, it was her
No,
or Trump. I mean,
No, under no circumstances would I ever vote for Hillary Clinton.
okay. So would you say like this is far worse than Trump, because at least Trump never overtly like supported a legitimate racist, right? I mean, like, could you at least?
I don't know enough about Robert C. Byrd to actually I mean, it clearly like
he's the KKK leader.
Yeah, exactly. And look at that. This website that you've pulled up, I don't know what it is. Oh, is this Snopes?
Well, this is Snopes. Yeah. What's wrong with Snopes?
No, actually, Snopes is pretty good. Never mind. The meme, I see that was what it was. It was they were sharing the meme and they were identifying this truth. Snopes tends to actually be pretty good. So
it's true.
Yeah. So I'm okay with this, but there weren't a bunch of Nazis that thought Hillary was on their side.
Oh yeah, there were ones even writing tweets about endorsing her. I mean
endorsing.
I don't. But my whole point of this, by the way, is I just don't think. I think we should be careful engaging in some of this like McCarthyism of like who's endorsing who and crap like that.
I won't disagree with you on that. I think
because I'll tell you what, I would be willing to give Hillary Clinton the credit that random tweet that was thrown out there from what's his name, Will Quigg or whatever it was, who was one of the Grand Dragons. I would, because that was unsubstantiated, I would give her credit for not even like addressing that, because it was unsubstantiated and it was checked by Snopes and it was found to be unfounded and stuff. So, but like, do you like all of a sudden use that as maybe like leverage of condemnation because she didn't address it or didn't talk about it? Because people could do that. So I think we should be careful with some of this stuff where we're assuming, based upon someone's statements, or because let's put it this way, maybe it was some person, I don't know, say it was some radical righty that's like, well, I'm going to pretend to be a KKK person and pretend to endorse Trump, or I'm going to pretend to be a KKK person and pretend to endorse Hillary. Like, if we start operating this way, like, we're going to get into some weird territory.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, if David Duke was well known and Trump had
I just wanted to share.
Hey guys, we're just gonna put this one to bed.
You guys can go back to your thing. I'm
actually let you talk against.
By the way, I would prefer, by the way, if you guys are doing this, that any of the doxing shit is not on there, because one, I'm actually not associated with SDNA.
Well, you are on LinkedIn, so you should probably take that off your profile if you're not actually associated with them.
It hasn't been updated in a really long time.
Well, it takes about 10 seconds to do on LinkedIn. So
I hate LinkedIn.
Here's Bill Clinton. Here's Bill Clinton on Robert Byrd and the KKK.
Eulogies for Senator Byrd in the newspapers, and I read a bunch of them. And
he's an Arkansas senator again. Fuck Bill Clinton. He's a rapist.
Ku Klux Klan. And what does that mean? I'll tell you what it means. He was a country boy from the hills and hollows of West Virginia. He was trying to get elected, and maybe he did something he shouldn't have done, and he spent the rest of his life making it up. And that's what a good person does.
You know what's this guy is so full of shit. Like, especially since like the only person who was more on like he was actually on fucking Epstein's flight logs more than Trump was.
Right. So was Hillary.
Yeah, I didn't know if Hillary was on the logs.
Hillary was on his logs.
Are we just basically assuming this point that anyone that hung out with Epstein was banging kids? Is that just where we're going?
Not anyone, but the actual plane. His plane was called the Lolita Express.
Right. Right. Well, yeah, of course, but I mean, but like just because like here's the thing, like I'm careful about this whole thing of like this era of where like because someone's accused, they're automatically guilty. Like that's not how it's supposed to be.
Innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah, you're supposed.
Well, and you know what's really funny about this is, especially given Brenton's profession, is that
it's not my profession anymore. I haven't worked in that.
Okay. Anyway, so the fact that he was running on raising capital, wow, I'm pretty damn sure that Jeffrey Epstein did that on a massive level. He probably even raised capital from some people that you've pitched. And if he got checks from a rich person, which he did at Harvard and Yale, all sorts of pretty much every institution in the United States, he raised capital for, or raised capital from. Sorry, I'm not really sure. Like, are you saying that every person who ever had an association with him must have been a rapist?
No, I'm definitely not saying that. But again, like one of the actual women who, like what I've mentioned in the debate, was one of the women that he victimized has brought a lawsuit against Donald Trump that he raped her when she was 13 in his apartment.
Oh wow. Okay. I haven't heard anything about that.
Yeah, Google it. It's out there. And
I know one of the. Well, you know, it's interesting because I know that at least one of the people who is, I think it's the girl that said she was banging Prince Andrew, clearly stated that Donald Trump never did any of that kind of stuff.
Well, she wouldn't know. Anyway,
so a girl that was all over the island and was being molested for like 5 years straight, you don't think she would know anything?
I don't think that she would necessarily know about a rape that took place in Jeffrey Epstein's apartment.
Well, I mean, that's entirely possible, but I mean, the guy that literally bans him and kicks him out of Mar-a-Lago. I mean,
I'm sorry, what?
So you know that Trump literally kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago.
I mean, he also said a bunch of nice things about Epstein and hinted that he knew about the abuse. So I don't really care whether he kicked him out or not.
No, he said nice things about Epstein, then found out what was going on, and immediately cut all ties with him and banned him.
Yeah,
no, that's actually literally documented. So are you suggesting that anybody who ever had an association? So let's say.
Not anybody who had an association. I think it's very likely.
So let's assume that somebody that you knew from your days at the American Ballet Theater, for example. Let's say one of the CEOs, or say one of the backers of that. Let's say that they found out later on that what you had been doing with the money that was being raised was paying for prostitutes. And then they said, I am never speaking to this guy ever again. But there was a picture of you guys at a fundraiser. Is that person who has now told his people to never have anything to do with you ever again and publicly denounced you? Because there's a picture of you. Is that person now also running around banging whores?
Yeah, Trump and Epstein's relationship was much closer.
Now, answer the question about yourself.
What? If somebody had like... So first off, people were not giving money to me. I was paid a salary.
You were raising capital.
Yeah, I was raising capital for art.
Right. So you were going and pitching investors and getting them to I'm using the word.
You're confused with a capital campaign.
I'm using the word as a euphemism, as just a statement. Okay. I know there were donors. Okay.
Yeah.
You were going. Dude, I've worked in capital. I've worked in capital raising myself. I understand how the process works. Whether it's getting them for tax write-offs or get their name on shit or to invest for equity, it's the same. You're process.
Talking about a capital campaign. That's not what I was doing. There's a difference.
Were you getting rich people to write donations to the arts fund?
Yes.
Okay, so you were raising capital for a fund.
Yes, but
so the process is the exact freaking same, except there's slightly less legalities in terms of having to like vet the deals and stuff. So they were stroking a check. You gave them, and you gave them a tax write-off and a bunch of other fluffy crap, right?
Yeah. That's tends to be how our
okay, cool. So now that we've established what I was already establishing, now that because by the way, Epstein did a lot of this just on a way bigger level than you.
Well, yeah, Epstein probably
if it came out late, so 5 years from now, it turns out that you were banging a 17-year-old intern.
Mm-hmm.
You have all these pictures of all these rich people.
Mm-hmm.
Have they been banging 17-year-olds because there's a picture of you, two of you, at a fundraiser?
No.
Okay, now
but
after it comes out that you have been arrested for banging a 17-year-old and being guilty of statutory rape, and these people now say, "Oh my God, he is now banned. We were letting him come to the club. He can never come ever again. And I want nothing to do with him. And don't let anybody near him. And tell everybody don't give him any money."
Yeah.
But there's a picture of the two of you staying next to each other. Is that person now guilty of banging 17-year-olds and being guilty of statutory rape because they had a picture with you?
Certainly not simply because of the picture. But again, the issue is not just the picture. The issue is the close relationship that Trump had with him. The issue is the statements that Trump made about him. And the issue is the fact that a girl said...
when in a meeting, when you were trying to pitch one of their friends who is also rich, and you say, "Hey, can you give me a reference?" or something of that nature, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this Brenton guy, he's really nice. He's a smart kid. He's an arrogant little prick, but usually the money ends up going to it goes to a good fund. So yeah, you should go see him." Okay, so then that gets recorded on video, but then it turns out you're a statutory rapist. Did that person just endorse you because they said something nice about you being good at raising capital for, "Oh yeah, he does some good stuff, and yeah, they're doing some good things for the arts and crap like that. Yeah, they're good people"?
No, but that's a silly and stupid.
Okay, so that's exactly what Epstein was doing. Yes, it was, just on a way bigger level than you. His cover was doing exactly this, and investments. Like, that was his cover. That's literally what he was doing.
Can I admit something real quick?
Good.
Okay.
Sure. What do you want to admit?
I got real curious about the whole thing about the 13-year-old possibly pedophile instance with Trump. I went and found the actual case, the lawsuit.
Yeah, I also posted a link about it in the chat here.
Yeah, from Doc.
Let me ask you something, Brenton, because this is the thing that reads across to me as really kind of fishy. So, it's not a criminal case at all. It's not being accepted supposedly by any criminal courts whatsoever. No.
Well, yeah, because it's past the statute of limitations. You can't.
No, but the statute of limitations for sexual abuse has been pulled back. And that was because of the Catholic Church's abuses. That's been done in all.
Yeah, but I think it's been pulled. It hasn't been pulled back far enough. But anyway, yes, it's a civil case.
But okay, so it's a civil case, but $75,000, really?
I mean, I would say that would be way more what he would owe if he actually raped her as a 13-year-old.
Well, it says, okay, I'm just reading the prayer for relief. It says, "Wherefore, plaintiff pays for judgment against defendants and for following relief. A, the judgment be entered against defendants for special damages, compensatory damages, and punitive damages in an amount which shall be shown to be reasonable and just by the evidence and in excess of $75,000, exclusive of interest and costs."
Okay, so in excess, that would mean, look, I don't know how much, what the proper amount of money to ask for in a case like this is. I just know that this is a girl who was victimized by Epstein, who advanced the accusation against Trump, and it was an ongoing case. And I think knowing Trump's habits with women and knowing how often he is accused of rape,
yeah, but we know those other some of those accusations, all those accusations, have been horribly debunked. In fact,
no, they haven't.
Well, yeah, 4chan even trolled that lawyer, to get him to take up a
4chan.
fake,
Listen to who you're talking about.
Well, what's his name, guys? What's his name? Avenatti? Was that his name?
Yeah, Michael Avenatti. Yeah.
Yeah, he got trolled.
Oh, and by the way, Avenatti got arrested. By the way,
Avenatti's a scumbag, but,
Yeah, no, but-
that's not the point.
so the
let me
scumbag
finish.
lawyer who was being the attorney for the stripper.
So
Yeah,
the stripper,
he was a
the
scumbag.
stripper accused Trump. We know that, and she got a settlement and stuff and all that stuff, and then her lawsuit completely fell apart, and she lost the lawsuit and basically had to pay Trump all of his court costs. So that didn't go anywhere. So her accusation was garbage. And
it doesn't mean that her accusation was garbage. It means Trump has a lot of power.
It was garbage enough for the courts to think it was garbage. So whatever.
I mean, if you have enough money and power.
Quick interjection, guys. So the for the rape statute of limitations is 20 years, and the case
This was 94. This was 94.
I think it was 96. Was I?
No, it's not. No, the claim of the time that the instance occurred is supposedly 94. So that would be 2004, 2014. So yeah, I guess that would
outside of the statute.
She dropped it. She dropped the case in 2016.
Yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
When was the case filed?
Hold on, I have it. 2 seconds. Hold on. It was filed. Case number, blah, 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 Court of New York. I'm not seeing a date. Hold on. 10/3/16, filed 10/3/16.
Okay, so it was filed after the statute of limitations. So anyway, my point is,
why would you wait? Trump's been a billionaire for a long time.
Yeah.
So you're saying that, oh wait, it just magically is past the statute of limitations.
There's any number of reasons.
And oh wait, he's running for president. I guess I should probably do this now. Yeah. Yeah.
If you want to assume that it's a lie because you like Trump, which is exactly what you're doing.
I just don't want. No, Brenton, we just don't want to assume people are guilty without sufficient evidence, and I don't think that's.
Yeah, it's fine. I am going to assume Trump is guilty because, again, I've looked at Trump's other behavior, like, for instance, the rape of his first wife, or the fact that he sexualized Ivanka as a child. Like, there's an interview you can see.
Come on.
No, totally true. There's an interview you can
okay, so you do know the thing you're referring to with his first wife. She literally retracted it and said it was part of the whole divorce.
She didn't retract it. She just said, like, I didn't feel like I was raped, but she was raped. Like, what she. But the point is, like, what kind of normal human?
So she just decides when she feels like she was raped. Come on, bro. Like, this is so dangerous and toxic here.
The issue again is not so much is she walked back her own accusation.
Hold on, bro. So for 10 years she wasn't raped. Then she changed her mind and she was raped. And then she changed her mind again and she wasn't raped, or she was just kind of raped. Like, dude,
I mean, I think it's more likely that I think it's more likely that she made decisions based upon like what she thought would benefit her most in the moment.
But at a certain point, we need to be able to operate with some level of skepticism here.
Certainly, but here's the thing: I'm not going to say, for instance, throw Donald Trump in prison because he is a rapist. I'm going to say, from all of these constant accusations that he has, where there's smoke, there's fire. He is likely a rapist.
No, that's unfair. That's unfair, dude. Because you know what? They've been throwing accusations at him.
But you're not that fair to Hillary Clinton.
No,
because
I think I was very fair. I even said that I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt of the extra endorsement that she didn't say anything about because it was unsubstantiated. I think I was being very fair.
Yeah. So here's the issue. Like, with regard to where this is, I would not throw him in prison on this information. Yeah, I know, and it's a good thing that we can't, because we have a system set up that it says essentially on its face.
How do you think it would go in anarchism?
In anarchism?
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump wouldn't be rich in anarchism, so he wouldn't have extra
No,
power.
I'm talking about the accusation.
The accusation under anarchism that somebody got raped.
Yeah, what do you think would happen?
Stoned. You get stoned.
Probably what would happen is that the accuser would go to the GA and tell their story, and the accused would go to the same GA and tell their story, and people would vote on what they thought and what they wanted to do with it.
Evidence.
There's no defense or any that
happened within the like any kind of process for dealing with this is something that's going to be dealt with on the individual community level.
Where is the delineation of what the rules are?
I mean, it would be whichever community is associating with itself. Each community sets its own rules.
So would there be like physically written down rules for the court?
There might be, or there might not be, because the thing is that without a military and a police force to enforce one way of dealing with all problems on all communities within a certain area, those communities are free to decide how they want to do with it on their own.
Why do you always say it's the military that enforces everything? I don't quite understand that.
Because that's the definition of the state. I'm using the Max Weber definition. The state is any hierarchical institution, any professional hierarchical institution that manages to claim a total monopoly over the justified use of force within a given geographical area. Again, that is Max Weber, and that is the standard normative definition of the state.
Well, then who is the piece?
No, that's Max Weber's definition of the state.
Yeah, but Max Weber's definition of the state, it tends to be accepted.
Is that normative in a postmodern? I don't think so, man. Like that doesn't sound like a state at all.
I mean, that's not. It's not a. You're conflating the definition of the state with a nation state. A nation state is different from the state.
How?
I mean, a nation state is literally a way of organizing that evolved in like the 17, 18, and 1900s. For instance, a feudal monarchy is not a nation state.
But that was what was around back then. That's why we had absolute monarchy, and that's why we rebelled against monarchy.
Well, you know what's ironic? You know what's very ironic, guys, is there is no academic. I'm quoting her. There is no academic consensus on the most appropriate definition of the state. The term
Certainly
the
not.
state
But
refers to a set of different but interrelated and often overlapping theories about a certain range of political phenomenon.
Are you reading Wikipedia?
I'm literally reading Wikipedia because I'm pretty sure that's where you're pulling it from too. Because they mentioned literally there's a whole section about Max Weber, which I'm guessing you grabbed it from too.
Well, no, I grabbed Max Weber from a speech by Michael Parenti. That's where I first came across it.
Congratulations, where you first came across it. The point is, you're trying to claim that this is the only definition of state that matters.
I mean, in the process of me talking about the state and anarchists objecting to the state, yeah, because again, to go with any other definition of state would be to beg the question.
Except that you won't determine whether or not the government is above or below the state.
I mean, again, so here's the thing. I'm trying to explain to you how anarchists think about things. You want to understand anarchists, I assume.
So are you suggesting that your worldview doesn't actually have to be remotely coherent in relation to the actual real world, rather than
when you are dealing with a criticism of something, you must deal with the criticism that is being presented, not with the criticism that you want to be presented.
Your view is the outlier, not the normative. You actually have to put yours in the context of the normative, not the outlier.
My view.
I don't have to conform to your worldview. You have to conform. You have to put yours in the context of the normative.
Okay, so let me explain this. For you to, so I come up and I make arguments against the state, and against capitalism. And then you come to me and you say, "What do you mean by that?" And I explain what I mean. Then you say no because there's another definition for the word.
No, hang on. Are you suggesting there's like all these amazing different nebulous definitions of capitalism?
Well, yeah, like capitalism. you talk to a
there's not fundamental components of capitalism.
There's not fundamental components of any word. Okay. Like a word it's a symbol.
So here's a problem we're going to run into very quickly, which is this postmodern freaking thought that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That
again, I'm not a postmodernist, and you're just throwing out.
You're acting out a postmodern belief. Postmodern, you sit there and say all these
anarchism is a modernist philosophy, not a postmodernist.
Say none of them matter.
No, anarchism is a modernist philosophy, not a postmodernist philosophy.
No, it is a postmodernist philosophy because what you're acting out is you're saying
it's a grand narrative about civilization.
These don't matter. These words and definitions don't matter, but mine do.
It's not that they don't. Again, it's not that they don't matter. It's that in the context of criticizing an idea. So I have an idea. Here is my idea for you guys to have.
Okay.
I think it's a great idea. Maybe you think it's a shit idea.
Okay, so far so good.
But what you have to do is you have to actually criticize the idea that I actually have and experience and express.
And I am. And I'm also
but let's say I take the idea and I say this is my idea of what the state is. I don't like this.
Okay.
And then you say the state is not that. The dictionary definition says that the state is this. Okay. Maybe you've given me another thing that I don't have a problem with necessarily, but that's not the argument that I made. Does that make sense? What's happened here is you have accidentally committed a straw man fallacy.
No, I think you've been really consistent. You said that you've been an anarchist, which is a state of disorder due to absence of any non-aggression or
Jesus. No. Anarchy. You're talking about anarchy.
Anarchy, a noun, a state of disorder due to absence or non-recognition of authority. Are we agreeing on this?
I would say
right.
yes.
Anarchy and anarchist.
Anarchy, and I've said that from the beginning.
Different.
Okay,
Anarchy is a political movement and political ideology growing out of the philosophy of Pierre Joseph Proudhon.
Okay.
But that is
anarchism.
Hold on. May I please? I think that just is defining anarchy. That is just defining the abolishment of hierarchical structures in order to rely upon the accountability of the individual. Is it not?
So anarchism is a very large and diverse school of political and
No, I know, but isn't that at least a core streamline representation of it?
We tend to have a criticism of hierarchy at the center of the ideology. So anarchists,
Right.
if you want to look at
is there structure in the we that you just used?
Yeah, of course. Anarchists don't have a problem with structure, and we don't have a problem with organization.
You just reject any organization.
No. I think what it is that you just can't have anyone above anyone. Like
the idea you could have somebody above, like for instance, Mikhail Bakunin, famous anarchist.
That would go against the idea.
Well, whether it goes against the idea or not, the idea.
But once you have a hierarchy, then you no longer have an anarchist system.
Not necessarily, because the anarchist system. So Mikhail Bakunin, for instance, if you need to read his essay, "What is Authority?" where he specifically answers like literally all the questions you guys have. And this is 1871. He wrote this. And one of the most famous parts of this essay is, does it follow that I reject all authority? Perish the thought. In the matter of boots, I accept the authority of the bootmaker. In the matter of railroads, I accept the authority of the engineer. And in the matter of
those aren't authorities. Those aren't authorities. Those aren't hierarchies. Those aren't.
Yeah, exactly. So hierarchies, but he's right in 1871. We can quibble with his language, but you see what he's getting at.
Yeah, no, I see what he's getting at. It's not answering my point. It's not actually answering the issue.
You didn't let me finish. So it's not answering your point. Anyway, he said for special issues, I would refer to such and such savant, but I allow neither the bootmaker nor the engineer nor the savant to impose their authority upon me.
Right.
Instead, I listen to them freely and act in a way that I think is most just.
Right.
And I'm mangling the end of that quote. So I would highly recommend reading the actual essay. But the point is that the anarchist critique of hierarchy specifically focuses on unjustified hierarchies. And I talk a lot about this on my channel. So the issue is not so much that one person cannot ever be above another. It's more, why is that person above other people? And is it justified? Is it not? And is it done by authority?
Wait, whoa. Okay.
Do I reject all authority? Perish the thought. There's nothing. You're never going to get anything perfect. You will never get any political system that perfectly eliminates authority. Just like you will never get a political system that perfectly eliminates inequality.
And it's not anarchist. I don't know.
Mean, maybe not by your definition, but by the historical definition of what anarchism has been since its inception.
Anarchism is
anarchist.
Well, Brenton, we've just gone over this, and you even, I think, just confirmed it. It's the elimination of any type of hierarchical suppression at all. This means you will not ever have police forces or governmental infrastructures. You will have the.
I mean, again, go back and look at the Catalan anarchists. They had police forces and governmental infrastructures. Look back at the PKK YPG.
Okay, then what classifies them as anarchists then?
Well, the PKK YPG take their ideology from Maury Bookchin, who is a famous anarcho-communist and came up with the entire structure with how their society was supposed to function.
But what makes it anarchist?
Because you can draw a ideological line from Pierre-Joseph Proudhon.
Okay, no, that's not helping me. It's telling some guy who wrote about anarchism or something like that, and that this is where they got it from, does not answer the question. The question is the idea. What you're pitching is that this was a functional, successful anarchist community. Yeah, and what I'm asking you to say, and what I'm saying is that it's not anarchist if it has, by definition, hierarchical structures of oppression of any kind.
So this is a nirvana fallacy.
Well, then all I need you to tell me is what differentiated these cultures to actually make them legitimately claimed as anarchists. What gave them that label?
I mean,
and not just, well, they got their ideology from an anarchist. I need something like more concrete.
I mean, they were recognized by society and by themselves as a part of a tradition originating with Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, carrying on through the French Revolution and on until present day. In the same way that what makes John Locke's idea liberalism, and also, George Washington, Thomas Paine's ideas liberalism, they weren't identical. We decide that they're both liberalism because we acknowledge that there is a historical similarity that we can see in much the same way that what John Locke and Adam Smith were talking about coincides with what the American fathers were talking about, coincides with what we're doing today.
Is there anything in Proudhon's writings about nested hierarchies for police enforcement?
I mean, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon talked about a lot of stuff. His most famous essay I would recommend reading is What is Property?
Well, no, that's fine. I haven't read it, but I think you have. Yeah. But so like, is there any instance in any of his writings where he actually condones any type of structure that these societies supposedly carried forward his philosophy for, as in that they instituted a police state?
And instituted a police state? No, he'd be against a police state.
Okay. Well, they instituted a police force. They put something over the people. So what I'm saying was
I would have to go through his writings. I would say almost definitely.
Well, that's my point. Is that, well, I guess my point would be, if he's an anarchist and he basically preaches against all the idea of nested hierarchies anywhere inside society, and then society takes his writings, evolves it, and eventually comes up with a nested hierarchy because it's the essentiality, the survivability of the civil society, then you can't just say, well, it's purely anarchist. It's anarchist that's probably carried forward.
Well, nothing is purely anything.
Well, then it's not an anarchist society, as far as I'm concerned. It's an anarchist hybrid, if you even want to go that far. But then we need to parse what it actually is.
I don't care what you want to call it at that point. To call it one thing or another is to essentially make an arbitrary.
Who did in that society? Who did the police force answer to? The people, or like a.
Well, what are you talking about? Like with regard to
you gave an example of an anarchist society with a police force.
You're talking about democratic confederalism.
Sure.
So democratic confederalism, the police force were non-professional members from that society who took turns being police officers, like within that community. It had a lot in common with how we used to police things before formalized police forces were like the constable.
Did those police officers act as like Judge Dredd, like judge, jury, and executioner type deal?
No, they did not.
Okay, so who oversaw the arrests of the officers?
I mean, the officers did the arrests that they needed to do and were overseen by probably higher level commanders. The issue and like the actual like judging of the people that had been arrested was done by a general assembly.
And would you consider? Okay, and you consider this to be a state entity?
I would consider it to be a government entity because a state needs a physical thing. Like, again, we're talking about
they have a police force. That's a physical enforcement mechanism. Which
it
can't
is,
be
but there's a
authorized.
difference. There's a difference between a professional police force that is outside of the community, where the only thing that the people in that force do is be police, which sets up a antagonistic relationship between the members of the community and the people that they're supposed to be policing, and someone who is within the community taking on the burden of law enforcement. And being answerable to the community and living within that community. One can be like, both can be abused, but one has a much higher percentage chance of being an abusive relationship simply because of the distance that is created by making someone a professional cop.
No, it doesn't create any distance, because these professional cops that you're saying are part of the community.
No, they're not. Not a lot of the time with these major, especially not in big cities. A lot of them don't live in the communities that they police.
Really?
Especially
Like, they don't live in the community? I wonder why Mexican socialist taxes are freaking high.
Yeah, again, they don't live in the communities. They tend to live elsewhere. And that was one of the big problems with Ferguson, was a lot of the police that were brought in to police Ferguson lived far away from.
Why we?
What happened there? Did he disappear?
No, he was muted.
No, I'm muting him. Okay, dude. Okay. Was the shooting of Michael Brown in Ferguson justified or unjustified?
Almost definitely unjustified.
Okay, so even though multiple blood spatter analysis determined that he was charging the police officer, he was 6'5", 290 pounds. The officer in question was 5'8", $160. Shots had been fired in the gun while they were struggling. He was trying to extract the weapon from the police officer while he was still in the car. This was witnessed and testified by multiple African Americans to the grand jury. And he had, you're suggesting that if a guy you just fought with a gun over a gun with, who is now charging you, are you suggesting that you would not have fired?
I don't know what I would have done in that situation, but you're lying. Like, a lot of the facts that you mentioned there are completely made up.
Yeah, I actually have a better idea, a better example here.
No. I'm sorry?
Kyle Rittenhouse.
What about Kyle Rittenhouse? I'm sorry?
Active shooter or defending himself?
I would say active shooter. I would say...
Are you fucking serious?
Well, especially if we take a legalistic definition of this. So Kyle Rittenhouse was carrying a gun, which was a felony, which was a misdemeanor, but it was a crime, underage, and he carried it across state lines, which is a felony.
Oh, no, he didn't. God, dude, you're
he also said he tried to claim that a friend loaned it to him, but here's the other thing. It doesn't matter if a friend loaned it to him or not, because to loan a gun to a minor in the state of Wisconsin, to loan a gun to a minor in the state of Wisconsin is to commit a Class I or Class H felony. So that's going to get walked back very quickly.
So Brenton, does that negate self-defense law?
Yes, it literally does.
So are you going to suggest that the Wisconsin law does not clearly delineate that even if you committed a crime, if you have attempted to retreat, you regain the privilege?
You regain the privilege, but you do not regain the privilege of using deadly force.
Really?
Yes, it literally says that in the law.
You want to double down? You want to double down on that?
I will double and triple and quadruple down on that. The law says that if you are engaged in a crime when that brings on the conflict, you are not able to claim self-defense.
Okay, now, and none of those people were committing crimes. No,
it doesn't matter if they were committing crimes or not. This has to do with
it. Does matter.
No, it doesn't. Even if let's say that the guy that Rittenhouse killed, Rosenbaum. Let's say Rosenbaum was insane and on PCP, and he was going to rape Rittenhouse and eat his face.
Hey, so Brenton, do you want to quadruple down, bro?
Yeah,
you want to quadruple down?
I've read this thing like time and time again.
Wow, I don't know what
you're using old evidence too. Like, I mean, the lawyer even put out statements that said
put out what statements?
And by the way,
yeah, his lawyer. Of course, his lawyer is going to put out statements.
Oh yes, he's got it.
Yeah,
it actually happened right after your debate, John.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. Where's the provision about the crime? Where'd it go? It zoomed in. Where the hell did it go? Okay.
Oh God.
Where is that provision? I was just okay. A person who engages in unlawful conduct of a type likely to provoke others to attack him or her, yada 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 yada, except when the attack which ensues is the type causing the person engaged in the unlawful conduct to reasonably believe that he or she is in imminent danger of death or great bodily harm. In such a case, the person engaging in the unlawful conduct is privileged to act in self-defense. The person is not privileged. Hang on. Unless the person reasonably believes she's exhausted every means of escape from or otherwise avoid death or great bodily harm at the hands of his or her assailants. Okay.
Yeah,
so,
and that obviously did not happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He was running away.
Okay. And by the way, just before everybody, because I measure you probably didn't go down and read the notes, and I did at my debate. Okay, so here is the whole port. See if I can find this about the. Okay, while there is no statutory duty to retreat, when the opportunity to retreat was available, retreat was available goes to whether the defendant reasonably believed that the force used was necessary to prevent an interference with his or her person. Blah blah blah. A jury instruction to that effect was proper. State versus Winger.
Yeah, a jury can make that decision because it's a bit of a.
Okay. Do you realize that this is under the notes for like the interpretation, like the case law?
It wouldn't matter.
That's the case law. You don't think case law precedent has any bearing?
Case law precedent in this case, may have bearing or it may not. It depends on the specific. That's not. No, that does not have bearing. Like previous precedent is something that is taken into account, but you have to take into account the specifics of that actual case, which is not there.
Brenton, you almost sound like Vosh right now, and I'm sure you probably even would agree that with Vosh, have you seen his opinion of this?
I saw him argue with Destiny. I agree a little bit more with him than Destiny. Vosh is a little too data oriented for me. But like.
I think the morality here is to give up your gun and be subjected to the crowd, even though they're going to sit here and attack you, right?
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Because and I'm going to say this because you're Christians here, right?
No, it doesn't matter if I'm Christian or not. That's just
it does because what did Jesus do?
No, it doesn't.
Western society specifically says that self-sacrifice.
You have the whip, fuck people up.
So you would be perfectly okay sacrificing yourself to a mob, or that is ideologically possessed and wants to kill you. You
don't understand how protesters think.
Okay, this guy's a moron.
That's not a protest.
Hang on, Joe. Jim, we're going to watch the video right now, and we're going to get him to. We're going to see exactly where he waits to fire the first time. And then while everybody's watching it, you're going to get to watch it again, Brenton, if you haven't already watched it. And then on camera, you're going to have to decide whether or not he waited until the last minute after a gun had been fired at him and the guy is reaching for his weapon.
Jesus Christ.
Them is white boys. Yeah, that's Antifa, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby.
Oh, wait, that guy fired the gun before he turned around. Oh, he's retreating. Oh, my God. Oh, he fires when he's pinned. Oh, my goodness gracious. I mean, wait, let's look at it from another angle, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make sure we don't miss anything and see if he waited until the last moment to fire.
Yeah, that's Antifa, man. Oh, we got a gun, baby. Oh.
The guy's on him when he fires. So, gun's been fired at him. He's being chased. The guy is literally within inches of him. Aha!
He's actually, and according to his lawyer, he's actually reaching for his gun.
Oh, it looks like he bailed when he got called out on.
I mean, he'll pull just like a Vosh, and it's just it's sad. And it's extremely, it's just really sad. And like, then he wants to sit here and use the Christian argument against us. I mean, come on, man.
Well, they always use the Christian. They try to use the Christian argument when they get pinned, and they know.
Well, they also don't want to. They also learn to take things out of context too, and don't understand where it is in the narrative, why it's important to where it is in the narrative. And it's just so stupid.
It's so funny. I find it interesting. Of all the crap he talked all night, he bails when the video evidence is presented.
Well, I think he made his position pretty clear. His position was, I would give the gun up. I would give the gun up and literally sacrifice myself to the mob, which, oh, by the way, I'm surprised if he was such a French philosopher, he would also look at the French Revolution, which is the tribunal aspect here I'm getting at, which, oh, by the way, they would guillotine his ass or kill him with the gun. This is stupid. This is so stupid.
Well, since I got that video pulled, I gotta watch that again. I tell you what, I tell you what, the second round of people, man, I tell you what, I gotta give that kid mad props for pulling that off.
For mad props for trigger discipline too. He had
that's what I'm saying. Like,
do good discipline. He even in the heat of the moment, which shows he has some gun training. Anyway, I'm sorry, Smokey, if I stole the conversation from you, brother.
No, I was just listening. I didn't really have anything to say.
I mean, that kid, man, I was so impressed with him pulling that off. I mean, it was like,
no, and I hope his lawyers is going to get him off too for self-defense, or at least a small misdemeanor, which he can get expunged.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he pulled that off, I mean, that's every effort to retreat.
That's running.
I mean, when he goes the second he falls to the ground, he cannot retreat anymore legally.
Yeah, I think it hurts to get back too. Dumbass, don't grab the gun.
I mean, it's like, I don't know what to tell you, folks. Like, that is legally the epitome of every aspect of, like, he made every effort to retreat to the point of falling on the ground after being struck in the head. Like, what is the greater literal definition of retreat? I mean, than to the point where you fall to the ground. I mean, there is so much case law on this. I mean, it's and plus the fact that here's what really gets me. This is why I think if the DA doesn't drop the charges, or the judge doesn't dismiss, even the judge does dismiss, the fact they have not charged Guzman, whatever, the guy that had the pistol that he shot in the arm, they haven't charged him. He was a convicted felon with a handgun who was trying to shoot him. Like, how has that guy not been charged?
Yeah, it's frustrating. Like, it really is. Like, I don't know how else.
Same reason they're letting convicted murderers out of prison.
No, yeah.
They want this.
Now Brenton is talking trash in the chat. So he bailed to not have to answer a question. Now he wants to know if we're done with the bullshit. So, I mean, I'm guessing that your did your CO Jones retract or something? I mean, is that what's going on, Brenton? You bailed because you don't want to answer the question.
Which chat?
In comments.
Oh, there he is. Want to see a snuff film? Oh, okay.
So he didn't.
Video evidence from your own mob doesn't matter. Got it. Okay.
So here's what it comes down to. I wonder if he thinks it's snuff and he wouldn't watch it. Does he not actually have the balls to determine whether or not it was actually self-defense because he won't actually watch the moment of truth? I mean, because it seems to me that he lives in a little fantasy land in his little apartment in New York where he gets to hang out with rich people. I mean, I honestly wonder if Brenton Langle would have the balls to go out into New York City where there's no cops and there's a bunch of mobs. And
that's what's going to happen. Eventually, a power structure is going to come in, and it's either going to be militia, or it's going to be mob. I mean, it's going to be something. And then I'd rather have an arbiter in the police to help us out. They're not perfect. We can reform the fuck out of them too. Like, the police need some reform. And a lot of government institutions always need reform. That's good. It's just, I'm just sitting here looking at this. And really what I'm blown away with is the mob thing. And they would rather take away people's rights to a fair trial and say that their little anarchist community is a fair trial when it's not, because everybody's caught up by emotion. There's no impartial jury. So that's part of the right issue. And he just wants to sit there and just give up his gun, and then he would just die. Okay, cool, man.
Oh my God, here comes this. The inmates running the asylum.
All right, let's go, Brenton. I've been reasonable or somewhat reasonable.
I haven't muted him this time, guys. He's on mute himself. I can't control that.
You're still muted, bro. You're muted.
I don't have him muted, folks.
You gotta unmute or fix your mic.
Dude, I don't control it. You're the one that has mute on, not me. No, dude, you got it mute set on mute inside of StreamYard.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was on my microphone. Yeah, I'm back. So, okay. So I just didn't want to see the snuff film again. I've seen that film entirely too many times. Okay. Yeah. No. I know. I screwed that up. Yeah. Because I hit to go in and it was getting it. And then I saw that there was a mute thing.
So if
but you can hear me now, right?
So somebody has just fired a gun at you. You have a dude feet away from you, and you have the guys running behind. In that moment of truth, are you going to bend over and take it up the ass?
So I've actually been, I've actually been mugged before, where I've been beaten in the face with a pistol, and when that happened,
I'm assuming you weren't armed with your own gun.
This is lagging.
I'm not lagging.
I'm not either.
Okay.
Yeah. Is this caught up yet?
It's coming through just fine for us.
Yeah, you're good.
My audio is like really fucked up here. Hang on, I'm gonna leave and come back in.
Okay.
In the meantime, I can pontificate. No, I'm joking.
Keep going, Jim.
No, that's good. I'm gonna hang out for a minute. I'm just so frustrated.
I mean, in college, I got robbed in the backwoods of Alabama, and had a guy. I did a Rambo style through the woods, trying to dodge, literally dodging bullets. I mean, I don't know what your point is. If I had a gun, I would have fired back. Like that's
all right. Am I back in yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm back in. Everything's going.
Yep.
All right, cool. I was hearing like everything that I was saying and everything you guys were saying like a minute or two after you said it.
Oh, weird.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. My point is that I solved the. You fucking kidding me?
Brenton, are you maybe possibly like? Is he possibly like listening to us through YouTube?
Yeah,
it might be that I'm coming through. Oh, yeah. The YouTube link was still open.
Okay.
So, okay, that explains why I was getting so fucking confused about everything. All right. Yeah. So my point in bringing that up is that I used other means other than violence to solve the situation. In the time that I was attacked, the guy hit me 2 or 3 times in the face as it felt blood running down. And I thought to myself, I do a lot of martial arts. So I thought to myself, okay, this guy's hit me 2 or 3 times. I'm not knocked out. It's time to fight. And then I looked and realized, oh shit, that's a gun.
Good job.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, fuck, new plan. So now this is the thing. I've opened the door of my car. When they hit me, my keys hit the ground. They could have taken my car. They could have taken my wallet, anything that they wanted, but they hadn't said anything. So what I did was I yelled at the guy and I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? What is wrong with you? And I appealed to him on a human level. And in that, they actually took a step back and kind of realized what they were doing. And at which point they started demanding money. Now, here's the thing in this story. I had about $460 cash in my pocket at that point because I was in college and my roommate paid his rent in cash and I hadn't handed it over to the landlord yet. I don't want to pull out my wallet and give it to him. So what I did was put my hand up and I snaked my thing down. They got away with $20. The fact is that oftentimes we get into these situations where we like the animal part of our brain sort of says this fight or flight. You have to either murder these people or you have to let yourself get ripped apart by a mob of zombies.
Okay.
And the fact is that that situation is just our brain imposing that, and there are ways out of it that do not involve necessarily killing a person.
Okay, here's a question for you. Do you
Mm-hmm.
think that all of those people were not a mindless group of zombies?
They definitely were not.
How do you know? And I'm using
Because I've
zombies
been a
as
protester
a
before, man.
Okay, this wasn't a protest anymore. This was becoming a riot.
Yeah,
okay?
but
they had intentions to hurt Kyle. Okay, they were all chasing after him. They were saying, "Get him!" And
I mean, they thought he was an active shooter. Of course, they were chasing after him. He just killed somebody right in front of them.
for self-defense.
Yeah, and they were defending
Yeah.
themselves by running at them.
They were all chasing after him. They were all ideologically possessed. They were all in the moment. They were not. None of them were in control of their
What
emotions.
you are describing is not how humans function.
Really,
Yes,
Tell me
really.
exactly how humans function. Please go ahead.
I
I'm waiting.
mean, how humans function, like in a situation like that.
Please tell me.
Okay, so when you're in a protest and things start to get violent or out of control, the first thing that you become very aware of is like the crowd itself around you, because it almost becomes like a single organism, and you're part of this. It's like you're a cell in the entire thing, and you're getting pushed back and forth, and you're trying to figure out exactly, how do I get out of this situation where I remain safe? Because if you're actually scared and the adrenaline starts to hit you, you start to think, what's going to happen here? How is this going to function? Now, a lot of things can happen in those situations. One of the things that happened, I remember, with crowd and mob mentality at Occupy was somebody tried to pull down like a wall. That we were marching, we were protesting, we were trying to get into an area that was fenced off. And there was another fence that when we marched around the area was there, and somebody started pulling on it. And then suddenly other people started pulling on it because they were like, oh, hey, is this the wall that we need to take down? And 4, 5, 6, 10 people start pulling on it, and the thing starts to shake. And somebody in the crowd immediately yells out, mic check, mic check, mic check, which with Occupy, we know when someone yells mic check, everyone else yells mic check, and we synchronize our voices so that somebody can project a message to the rest of the crowd without using a microphone, because the cops had made it illegal to use the microphone. And the person said in the mic check, we're going one more block down. This wall is irrelevant. Leave the wall alone. And people stopped.
So you're a group of zombies that you've already without
they're not zombies.
Without that mic check, they are zombies. That's what they effectively are.
It's not that they're zombies, it's that they're confused and they're just kind of going along with the flow. It doesn't mean that they're mindless.
The cues are the helicopter flying over, and then they're going to go with the cues of the herd. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, the issue is that people are people naturally conform to their environment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And so I think we've established a few different things. All right. And what you've alluded to in your experience in a particular protest was a mic check, or like an ability to quickly change the direction of the crowd.
Yeah, by communicating with people on a large level.
With consent. When all the crowd and you hear multiple different people saying, get him, hurt him, kill him.
No, nobody said kill him. Like you heard, like in the video, you heard like that guy shot someone, and you heard, what did he do?
Okay,
and two members of the crowd ran after him, neither of which were like had intent to kill.
How do you know?
Well, because for one thing, you can't kill someone with a skateboard, or you're gonna have a really hard time.
No,
to do
you can't. It's called a blunt object, and you can hit him on the head.
It's happened. It's happened, bro. It's happened.
It's happened, but
Brenton.
Yeah.
Hey,
and go on my channel, by the way, because the guy
Brenton,
broke a
I
skateboard
will-
over my friend's head at a Trump rally.
Brenton, tell you what, if you will sign a waiver, that if you die, I cannot be held liable. I will fly to New York. I will give you $1,000 in cash money if I can smash you in the face 3 times with a fucking skateboard.
Holy shit, dude. Okay, so first of all,
how big are your balls?
That even if I
how
do
big
it.
are your balls, bro?
So
how big are your fucking nuts, dude?
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. You're gonna wave your fucking dick at me over the internet. If you want to mix it up with me,
I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I will fly to New York. I will give you $1,000 if you will sign a waiver. I cannot be held liable.
Do you have $1,000 to give me?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
Shut.
Now the
okay,
point
so
is,
we're gonna go down this dick measuring contest. Okay, hang on, bro.
You know, oh my god. Dude, is this guy like legitimately mentally ill or something?
It's my boy Maddox, man.
Yeah, yeah. He's been being like a total prick here. Like, I seriously came in here like to be friendly with you guys after the debate.
Well,
and most of you all have been pretty fucking cool. And this guy has been a fucking nutcase the entire time.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Maddox
So, yeah, there's opinionated, and then there's like going off to prove his fucking bank records after fucking trying to dox me and shit. Like, I'm sorry, that's really uncool. Like,
I don't think that's what he was intending to say.
Yeah, I mean, he was intending to threaten me because he thought that I still worked with that company, which I haven't worked with for years.
I don't think that's true.
Let's hope not. You know, again, and maybe, you know, things get shitty. It's late at night and everything. But like, honestly, I came in here to be friendly with you guys and to like show there were no hard feelings after the debate.
I mean, I wouldn't take it to that level because we're not about that.
Okay, good. Meanwhile, while he's trying to find his bank account so that he can try to fly to New York City and beat me in the face with a skateboard.
Well, I have a running gag about beating Ronnie in the back of the head with a baseball bat because he didn't understand I was trying to draw attention that maybe condoling of violence for speech was a bad idea, and he didn't seem to be able to understand that. So,
well, people can take that. Jesus Christ. What? Are you like a goddamn